the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
We got 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We are live, all the way live. Busy show on tap today. A lot of recaps coming from a very, very busy weekend. And so be standing by for that. Plus looking forward to a great weekend ahead. So here we go. We're all together. There I am doing it. Let's get our buddies in here with us. The Good Time Gang. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right it is Michael Elms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's happening?
I feel like I've come in to relax a little bit.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you, it was. We all had busy weekends, and we're going 10 different directions. That's for sure. This Thursday, make sure that you're standing by. If you are a teacher or a homeschooler or a parent, make sure you let the teachers know that on March the 2nd, it's the annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham, part of the world's largest classroom, as we will read to the kiddos on March the 2nd. It's going to be during the 8:20 a.m. Central Time segment live. We invite you to listen and watch to help create the largest classroom. And, what we'd love for you to do is just tag at Rick and Bubba on whatever you post. If it's on Twitter or Instagram, just tag us or the Facebook accounts, and then we'll try to retweet that or get those Instagrams and Facebook mentions kind of connected to the show. And so you can check that out. If you don't have those apps, support at rickandbubba.com. Just spell out and. We'd love for you to send the pictures of maybe the classroom watching or the homeschoolers watching, however you watch. A lot of times it's just moms and dads. The kids are too young to really be in school, but they got about 4 or 5 toddlers sitting around watching it. It's we love to see all that. So make sure that you do that. Coming up this Thursday, March the 2nd, 8:20 a.m. Central Time here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We talked about very busy weekends. This past weekend, we'll have the Man Church Conference update coming during the main show. I know we had remotes, we had ball games, we had bullet head out coaching, we had it all. And this past weekend did not disappoint when it came to a busy schedule, did it?
No, we have plenty to do.
Yes, plenty to do.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah. So Friday, I know we left you with Greg headed out to do a remote, then headed over to the Man Church where you guys were, and then Helmsy, you had a busy Saturday where you started there and then flew back to Birmingham, actually drove, but then hooked up with UAB men's tennis, and then you headed over to Starkville.
I did.
So it was busy.
It was. I want to start Friday night because I had something I'd never had before. I know it always comes back to food with this bunch. But, Greg, did you try the smoked meatloaf?
I did.
I had never had smoked meatloaf before, and it was really good.
Wow, that sounds good.
Yeah,
sounds like it just fall apart.
I ate
in your
a
mouth.
couple pieces of it.
The guys,
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, it was good. It had that and barbecue.
Yeah,
and good stuff.
The guys at First Baptist Church Oxford, the church was right across. Really wasn't right across the street. There was just a parking lot in between them and the venue.
That's cool.
And so they cooked a bunch of food for us before we had the event, and I just had never had smoked meatloaf, and I got to tell you, it was delicious.
Really good.
It was delicious. And so the event, and we'll let Rick recap the Man Church Conference.
Awesome.
Some of the things I was seeing, unbelievable weekend on that front. But yes, Saturday morning we wake up. I do my part of that, and then I get in the car and head to Birmingham, only to get in another vehicle with the team and go to Starkville. And love going to Starkville because there's so many audience members in that area, and so you get to hang out with them. And one of the guys, I don't know if you know him or not, Speedy, Logan Lowry. He's part of the communications and athletic department, and he came out and said hello after the match. And of course, Matt Roberts and Jake Jacoby, the coaches there, do a fantastic job with that program. The facilities are first class, 20th ranked team in the country. And so they took care of business, gave us a nice little dose of reality that I feel like needed. And so then we finished there and then came back to Birmingham only to host Lipscomb University yesterday. And wow, what a weekend. Like I looked up yesterday, it was 5 o'clock, and I'm like, where did the weekend go? and I was exhausted. So when I said earlier that I've come in to relax, I kind of have.
Yeah.
It's been run and gun.
Yeah.
From start to finish. I have not had a weekend like this. I can't remember the last. I guess probably when we were doing the tour, the 20th anniversary tour. That's probably the last time I've run hard like that. But
yeah,
it was good. My head hit the pillow Saturday night when I got home, and Amanda said I was snoring in 2 minutes.
That boy, get your CPAP.
Yeah. And then last night, I was tired, but I thought, you know what, got to spend some time with the family. Hadn't really seen you guys, and then Amanda wanted to watch 1923, so we did that. And
I'm mad about that.
We're mad for two different reasons.
Yeah.
And I won't get into that because you haven't seen it, Greg.
No,
Speedy
and I guess I'm not going to.
Speedy shares my disappointment.
Considering my
I'd seen that. I didn't know that was the season finale.
Yeah.
I didn't know that till just a few minutes ago when Greg told us that it was.
But they are going to have a season 2.
Well, we got to wait till when?
Forever. You'll forget what happened. But my point is this.
Well, good night.
1883, they didn't have another season. It was it.
Terry Wilburn's going to be so upset.
I know. Amanda doesn't know this either.
Well, I can't get my app to work. It was telling me some kind of connection failed, error code, and I type it in, and I can't figure it out. I don't know what happened. So I can't watch it until I fix that.
Yeah.
Anybody out there has ever experienced that? Give me a heads up.
So you think it's more of is it more of the Paramount Plus or is it more of the
everything else worked?
Okay.
Every other app works. Just
except that one.
Yeah. The one I was trying to watch.
When in doubt, delete the app and reinstall it.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I just said that.
I don't know.
I just said that. I don't know.
I really need to take a close look at all that. I got apps that I don't even know I got.
Right. Yeah, I get that. But yeah, there's something I hate that because I don't know why they continue.
But you are telling
a
me
narrative
it's disappointing
that I'm
anyway.
upset.
So.
Well,
yeah.
It's just, especially if it's the last episode of this season, that it's very disappointing.
And I didn't know that. I didn't know that till literally 20 minutes ago. Mad about it now. But
it just leaves you in a weird place.
Yeah, it does. It does. Of course, you'll have to fast forward it through one or two things again. I don't know why they continue.
My
that.
goodness gracious,
stupidest thing ever.
It really is.
I mean, I know they want I want you to know that the guy's power hungry and all that. We get that. Hey, how about this? Got it.
Don't have to go there.
Got it. No reason for anything else. Got it. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. It is 15 minutes past the hour, so we're off and running. Very busy week ahead, and we'll share it with you. So make sure you join in if you'd like to. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, they'll be on screen, though. But a lot of topics will hit the table this hour, and then Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler, for the main show at the top of next hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get get cash back today with Upside. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories, and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
We are rolling back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. I would love to discuss that if you don't mind, because it's just
We're going to be mad if we don't.
Near and dear to my heart. Very busy weekend myself, and won't bore you with all that, but I'll just say I was at another ball game, and I got a text from Ryan Greenwood, who was also at a ball game. His youngest daughter, Cassidy, transferred from Louisville to UAB to play softball, and so now he finds himself in Birmingham a lot, supporting his daughter. And so he was at the UAB softball game while I was at a Lawson State baseball game, and he texted me, and he said, "Hey," I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I think Chris Wood is doing the UAB softball PA." And I said, Ryan.
He's jumped from hockey to softball.
I said, Ryan, there's no way Chris Wood is doing the softball PA. I'm just telling you, it probably sounds like him. I gave Ryan a little bit on it. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, that's a good one, but he's not doing the PA. He goes, Speedy, I promise you, He's doing the PA, and he said, and he's owning me. So I said, what do? I go straight to the phone, and I go, Chris Wood, search. I text him, hey, buddy, are you doing the softball PA for UAB?
Next matter.
And hold on, I'm going to it. I'm just going straight to it, so I don't. Here we go.
That's unbelievable.
See here.
I'll tell you this, I'm going to a game.
It was Saturday around 12:45 p.m. He goes, yes, I am. How did you know? That was Chris Wood's response. And I said, I got a text from Ryan Greenwood. His daughter plays for UAB softball, and he says it's you. He said, okay, yes, it's me.
Oh, boy.
I haven't met Ryan, but please tell him hello from me.
Okay.
And I said, I sure will. He goes, thanks. I'm here all day. And I don't know what all they had going on, but he said he was there.
He was calling a little bit of the hockey they used to have. We remember that.
Yeah.
16-1 call.
Yeah.
Had no idea.
I don't know if somebody missed, and they called Chris. Maybe
he
he
worked security at the event.
Yeah.
So I just called him up.
But maybe he's on the depth chart of PA announcers, and they called him in a tight. But Chris Wood did the PA for UAB softball. I just want you to know that. And Ryan Greenwood said it had him down.
That is funny.
I bet.
Yeah.
Just knowing, hey, I know who that is. You know?
He's got a distinct voice.
Yeah, he does.
I guarantee if we'd have been sitting there, we'd went, oh, my goodness.
Now batting.
Now batting second.
Y'all, good night.
Well, he's had a big week.
Yeah.
He had a news story talking about a sidewalk for people to walk on.
I mean.
How you got to be aware of your surroundings.
Golly, I started laughing so hard. So then what did I do? I screenshot our text messages back and forth and sent it to Ryan for confirmation that Ryan wasn't going crazy. You know what I mean? He was like, okay, you're not going crazy. And he replied back that he just loves it.
That is just
couldn't get enough of it.
That's great.
Chris Wood, y'all.
How you gonna get enough of that?
I don't know.
You're not.
But it's rare that all the Wilburns can be in one place. We moving a lot, and Tyler and Mabry and Reese were able to make it to Lawson State. Of course, Terry and I were there, so the whole family was there, and it was one of those days. I don't know about y'all, but Saturday was an extremely weird day here. But we hated to complain because the team that JC and them were playing were out of Missouri, and they had gone down to Florida and were kind of playing their way back home.
Yeah.
And they knew that they were going into Blizzard City, and so they were anticipating that. So it was hard to complain that we had a dreary, spitting rain, off and on kind of day. It was kind of a weird day.
It was.
Tarps on, tarps
really
off.
Was.
We got to work on the field. Outfield's a sloppy mess. It was just kind of a weird day, but we were all there. But it was like, okay, do you have a rain jacket? Oh, we're going to pop the umbrella up. Okay. Now we don't really need the umbrella. It was that kind of day, and I know y'all were off in it, but so that's kind of that. Just picture that day, and where we are. It was a great day to have everybody together, and then Chris Wood's over there calling softball. Gosh almighty, y'all.
Well, we're gonna have to go to the game now.
I'm mad at Ryan because he hasn't sent it to me that he didn't video.
Oh yeah,
give me a little audio,
Cassidy being introduced or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah,
that should have happened.
Like, did he all the walk up songs and stuff like that? I mean, did he post those real good?
Well, he did.
Now batting, catcher Cassidy Greenwood. Can you imagine?
16-1.
Oh, my gracious
boy.
alive.
Friend of the show,
Yeah.
Chris Wood.
I will say this: we live in this place. We live a very
gracious alive.
interesting, diverse life.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you something. That man does too.
Oh, yeah.
You're liable to see him anywhere.
Yeah, you want to know what
He may be on the news like he was the other day, or he may be
Or
working
you may
security
find
at
him
a major event.
you may find him in a sporting goods store somewhere.
that's
You
right.
could. And
With
to
a badge on.
And to that point, let me say this. We have fun with Chris.
Yes.
And he loves it. But one thing that I got to commend him for, he don't want any handouts.
No,
He's
works.
working I don't know
He
how
is.
many jobs.
Yeah.
And kids that age, and I say kids, I don't know how old he is, but
I don't think
he's
he's a
not
kid.
a kid, but he's probably 30, 20.
I think he's actually my age.
No.
Yeah, I think he's
He's
close
in
to
it.
40.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'm 45, but I think he's a little younger than me, but not
okay.
much. I want to say he's
Really?
38 to 42.
I had him between 30 and 35.
I could be
maybe
wrong.
I'm wrong.
I could be wrong too.
I think he's one of those.
I had him in his mid to late 30s.
I have him. I guess he's one of those dudes that don't age.
Yeah,
because he kind of still looks the same as
beanie.
he did when we met him. But he's out there working, and in today's world, most everybody tries to find an excuse not to work. But you'll find him, as Helmsy just said, you could go into any sporting goods store, and it's, hey, Speedy. He's there with a tag on his shirt saying Chris Wood. Then you could go to any live event, and he's working event staff.
Yeah,
he's security, making sure nobody runs onto the field.
Getting after it.
And then apparently you can go to a UAB softball game and he's wearing PA.
And if we would have been sitting there, I wanted to be sitting there and nobody
tell us.
We would have immediately known who it was. Immediately.
Well, I'm going and sitting with Ryan Greenwood the next game I can make. I know that.
I will say
Be
this.
aware of your surroundings.
I will say this, Speedy. He's got more jobs than I do.
yeah, and that's saying something.
That's true.
It really is.
Yeah. He's like trying to set a record or something. I don't know.
Good night alive. All right, I just had to tell you all that and bring you out to the world because I started laughing and Terry leaned over. She goes, "What are you laughing at?" I was cackling. I said, "You're not going to believe this." Of course, she doesn't think any of that's funny. I don't know why.
Yeah, Amanda doesn't either. A lot of things I think is funny. Amanda doesn't.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Well, he's moving on up. He likes to call hockey.
Yeah.
He actually tried out for the Birmingham Bulls, and I think Eli Gold beat him out.
Oh,
but I think he was number 2. And then he used to do so. Now it's good for him.
Good gracious.
Not sure how that happened.
Oh my gracious. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866 Weeby Big is the number. I wish he was in it, sitting right there right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app. Use the promo code BUBBA25. Get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new dietitian win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. As always, don't forget this coming Thursday, and I know everybody's listening and watching at different times. So, if you have a child that's in elementary school or really any kind of school, I guess nowadays, you got a homeschooler or whatever the case, make sure that you let the teachers and those that in charge know that on Thursday, which is May the 2nd, that's Dr. Seuss's birthday, which means it's Read Across America Day, at 8:20 a.m. Central Time. Rick and Bubba will read Green Eggs and Ham, annual reading for the world's largest classroom. We invite you to listen and watch to create the largest classroom on the planet. If you want to tag us, we'd love to retweet your post, just at Rick and Bubba. You can also, tag us on Instagram or Facebook. If you don't have any of those platforms, but you'd like for us to see what you got going on, just email us a picture. support@rickandbubba.com. And we look forward to that. Getting a lot of great feedback on this past weekend's RBU with John Brennan. Was texting with him a little bit over the weekend, and he wanted to tell everybody thank y'all so much for having him be a part of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you don't want or if you haven't listened to that or watched it, you need to go back and check it out. Just search Rick and Bubba University. And you can also go to all of your social media accounts and search at Rick and Bubba. We sent out links to that Saturday morning. So be looking for that. Greg, did you watch, and this is really probably more of an Adler question. I don't think Helmsy gave it much. I wouldn't think so anyway.
I knew it was going on. I think I know what you're going to bring up, the fact that you brought Adler into it. Knew it was going on because our guys, for some reason, when I say our guys, our players wanted to watch this.
Okay. Logan Paul?
Yeah.
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 Did you watch that boxing match?
No, I did not.
He actually fought a real boxer,
really,
right?
Yeah, and it came down to like
I've never gave, ain't they two of them, him and his brother, and I don't get what they do, and then now all of a sudden they're fighters now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they were just I don't know what they're labeled, but influencers.
Yeah,
I
there
don't
you go.
know.
Why
but
are they
apparently he's the
boxers
real
now?
deal. But Jake Paul, I'm sorry, it wasn't Logan, it was Jake. To your back to your hey, they brothers and all this. Tommy Fury handed Jake Paul his first career boxing loss, winning a split decision after 8 rounds in Saudi Arabia. And
You got to give him credit. He comes up with these big pay-per-views, making big time money. Is the other brother fights too, right? Do they both
I think
fight?
so, but I know that Jake was 6-1 with 4 knockouts, and I didn't get to see any of it. I'm just seeing the reaction, and then talking to some that did see it, said it was a legit fight. It was good.
Yeah.
But a split decision, believe it or not. But Tommy Fury beat Jake Paul. I thought maybe you would know.
Nah, I don't know about Tommy Fury. Never heard of it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I know about this Jake and his brother. And
Yeah.
was it one of them, they're either going to fight Mayweather or did. What was it?
I do remember something.
No,
about
that was Conor McGregor. I'm sorry.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Wasn't it?
After our
Wasn't
match
he?
yesterday, we use WhatsApp as our way of messaging because all these guys are from different countries.
Sure,
And it's a good central way for us to communicate. It's our group text, team text. And it was about an hour after our match, and everybody got home, showered, settled in. The text started flowing in. Hey, how do we watch this fight? How do we watch this fight? And I'm like, what are they talking about? It was one of those moments, and I have them more often than I used to, obviously, but it's one of those where I'm out of the loop.
Yeah.
And I'm the old guy. See, I'm the younger guy here. I go there, I'm the old guy. I live 2 different worlds every single day.
Yeah.
So I was like Pawpaw yesterday going, what fight are y'all talking about?
Yeah, well, having sons that are the same age as your players, I guess it's that age group thing because they were all about
They
it.
were.
Yeah. Of course, Greg don't care.
I'm trying to see who he's fought.
Okay. Jake Paul?
Yeah.
Just make sure you got the right Paul.
Yeah, I probably don't. But the other one's a fighter too, but he must not be as. I don't know.
I've had this question for you guys, but I would love an update just to see. So I guess it was Friday night. You know, on Fridays, it's kind of weird because it's Friday, but we've still gotten up like a regular weekday.
Yes.
So we're still feeling the Friday night, hey, I'm tired and wow, it's 8:30, I'm ready for bed kind of thing, but it's Friday night. And so sometimes the family has a different schedule. We were out after ball games Friday night and getting home kind of late, and ice cream broke out. Hey,
I
stop
love ice
at
cream.
the grocery store. Let's get some ice cream. Reese was giving his 2 cents from a text message, and he had asked for Moose Tracks.
Of course,
Okay.
that's a good one.
I went just in a tight, you know how I am with decisions, but I just went cookies and cream, just right out of the gate. Hey, I'll take cookies and cream.
You know, I
It's my-
don't
it would
dislike
be my
cookies and cream,
favorite.
but for some reason I just never go to it.
Okay.
But when I eat it, I enjoy it.
It's a safe play.
Yeah, and I think that's
Yeah.
what I was. It was a conservative play. My question is, y'all are stopping at the grocery store to run in and get ice cream, okay, for the family or for you. What is your go-to? And don't say vanilla and don't say
No,
chocolate.
mine. This one. The reason this is what I want, but it's not always available. Extreme Moose Tracks.
Extreme.
It's the chocolate version. In the Moose Tracks, the ice cream's vanilla with all that. Extreme is chocolate with all that, and it is good. And then I'll give me some Cool Whip and throw it on top of that.
Oh yeah, you will.
Yeah.
Huh? You got a little
Now,
chocolate syrup too? Yeah, on
no,
top of all the chocolates you already got.
And that I may have some kind of overload, but
Yeah.
that's what. And they don't always have that. It's one of them
Extreme Moose
flavors they don't
Tracks.
always have. But
Okay.
it is my favorite by far.
Extreme.
Extreme
Moose
Moose
Tracks.
Tracks.
I got to let Reese know about that because Moose Tracks seems to be his favorite.
That's a good one.
Yeah. How about you,
Got a little
friend?
Reese
I mean,
cups in.
the family, you're not going to please everybody, but everybody does like the safe play of cookies and cream. And so that you'll see that in our freezer
Okay.
most of the time because everybody likes it.
See, if you opened our freezer, it would be like vanilla. Hey, here's vanilla, right? But it goes with a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I said, well, if we're going to stop, we're not doing that. Let's branch out a little bit.
Yeah.
And
No, I'll never just get vanilla.
and there was talk,
Well,
and I'm gonna tell you how it started at the ball game. One of the parents started talking about ice cream. Hey, do you ever have ice cream? I was like, no, not really. Oh man,
I don't
love,
either, but I love it when I do.
Yeah, I love Rocky Road, and I went.
That's not a bad one.
But I don't like peanut. I don't like.
Ooh,
I don't like that in my ice cream.
You don't?
No,
Oh, I
no,
do.
I don't like it in my brownies either. I just give me brownie.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want.
I like the
nuts in it.
brownies
I don't
better
want nuts in
without
anything.
them, but I'll eat them with it
Yeah.
in there. It's not a deal.
Yeah, and I guess it was just on everybody's mind because some of the parents stirred everybody up. Just
the only
talking
way
about
I'll go vanilla, just straight vanilla, is if I have a brownie
Well,
that I'm gonna heat
That's
up
right.
and put vanilla ice
Yeah,
cream on
yeah.
top of it, and then some syrup,
right.
or a pound cake with vanilla ice
Yeah,
cream on
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Syrup.
we
I'll
do.
give you that.
We keep vanilla at the house because you're gonna have cookies and cream. You're gonna have vanilla, and vanilla is there for one reason and one reason only. It's never eaten just vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
If they take Chips Ahoy cookies and crush them up and put it in
Sure.
there, Oreo cookies, put
Yeah,
it
it's
in there.
part of a scheme.
Chocolate, chocolate chips, just the chips. There's
yeah.
the
The
morsels.
milk
They'll,
chocolate.
they'll
Love
throw
it.
those in
They
there.
kind of create their own
They
ice
do.
cream. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like it.
Cool Whip,
Different
throw it on there.
syrups. Greg, you and the Cool Whip
I
has always
love
been a
throw Cool
phenomenon
Whip on
with me.
ice cream. I love it. I'll just
Thinking
get a
of the other
spoon, eat
things.
Cool Whip.
Oh, here's another thing. They'll actually take graham crackers and crush them over the vanilla ice
You ever
cream.
put Cool Whip between graham crackers? Put in the freezer?
What's his deal with Cool
Have you ever
Whip?
done that?
I know,
Graham
apparently he
crackers,
likes Cool Whip.
Cool Whip, put in the freezer.
All right, note to self: don't ever talk down Cool Whip.
No,
Greg
I
will
love
get
it.
upset.
And look, I don't mind the spray
Here we
whip
go.
topping, and it's okay. It'll work in a tight. But the tub of Cool Whip, that's the walking dog.
Yeah.
The spray's okay.
Also,
I like spraying it in my mouth.
Also, I gotta, and this hadn't happened in forever. Really, straight up, it really hasn't. I go to a ball game and I just like to sit there and watch my kids play and just
Yell at them.
and- well, I got a warning. I almost got kicked out of the place.
Speedy.
I was kidding. You seriously?
Speedy.
Yeah,
You were that guy?
but I got to tell
Wait,
you,
you got a warning from the field?
yeah, but let me
Good night.
explain. Okay.
Poor Terry.
Of course, we had an umpire. And I think he said he knows Bubba. And
While he was ejecting you from the game, he let you know that?
the coaches
Gave him a
tattled.
warning.
The coaches tattled on him because he was using filthy mouth talking about me. But so
You must have really been showing off.
so JC was at bat and he had worked a full count and fouled off a bunch. And finally, there was a ball that was up and in, fastball, and the bat never left his shoulder. All right, I got video of it just so y'all know. And he kind of turned his torso, but the bat never did anything but this, Well, for some reason, and I didn't hear the umpire, I didn't hear the catcher or the other dugout ask for help. But for some reason, because the bases were, there was runners on first and second, the umpire was behind the pitcher's mound, and I don't understand this with umpires. They ask for help on a check swing for an umpire that's behind the pitcher's mound.
Now, why would
he
you
has
do
no
that?
he has no
Oh,
perspective
I don't
better
blame
than
you.
what you would. So
What?
anyway, the guy goes, "Out!" Whatever.
He's behind the pitcher.
He's behind the pitcher.
Oh, that's bad. I'm with you. I'm
and
with you.
everybody erupted. Now, these umpires had already made everybody mad because of inconsistency. And so
I know
it
you don't
is
do
what it
that.
is. It is what it is. And I was just like, oh, man, goodness gracious. So next inning, JC and them, they go out. Well, JC makes a catch in left field, one of those Superman dive catches, and he hits his chest and his forehead on the ground or whatever. Well, he's coming up, and he's got the breath knocked out of him and everything. Trainers are running out
Wheezing.
there and everything. So it was kind of it's just quiet. So the home plate umpire walks halfway up the third base line and looks over to our dugout and says, "Hey, you got time? Y'all just make sure he's okay." And I said at the right timing, "He's okay, but he's still recovering from your bad call." Okay,
That's a good
it was a
one, though.
really, really good one.
It really was. It was quiet.
Yeah, and he looked at me and pointed at me and said, "And that's enough."
No,
And-
he didn't.
Yeah, he did. and I replied and I said, "And no, it's not." and so then he calls the head
So now
coach.
you already
So then he calls the head coach out
Hey, we're going to get this guy
and
chunk
has
this
a
bald
conversation
guy.
with the head coach, which I'm sure he said. I heard him say something about, hey, I got to ask for assistance if somebody, but I
Well,
never
let me
heard
ask
him
you
ask
this.
for anything. But I have, just so y'all don't think I got daddy goggles on, it was a terrible call.
Well, guys.
And so I thought it was a good, I wasn't yelling.
That's-
I didn't use bad language. I think it was a great moment for me to tell him how bad of a
The
call he
umpire
made.
can't take that.
Yeah, apparently
I
he
mean,
can't.
that, like I say, you weren't being vulgar. You weren't being. I would
I mean,
have
even
been,
the other-
yeah, okay, pal.
Even
And
the
then
other
next
parents
close one
kind
I'd
of
have screwed
yeah,
you in it, too.
yeah. Even the other parents kind of started laughing, you
Yeah.
know. But
And it-
then the coaches came over and said, "Hey, he said he knows Bubba, and he's gonna bleepity bleep 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 call Monday." I'm like, wow. So he uses bad language too.
You
I hope he
like,
calls today.
I do
I
too,
do, too.
because I'm gonna let him know how I feel about it.
Wow.
And we got video too. Terrible
Sounds a little
call.
touchy.
Yeah, but he's recovering.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's be real, retirement is expensive, and inflation is making it even harder with the cost of everything going up from pet food to a dozen eggs. Wouldn't it be great if the cost of your health care could go down? Well, MediShare 65 Plus is $99 a month for ages 65 to 74. And for many with Medicare Parts A and B, looking at other options, that's 50% or more saved per month. No gimmicks. It's $99 a month, and you can use any Medicare-approved doctor or facility, and you get 24/7 access to telehealth from the convenience of your home. Better yet, MediShare is a Christian nonprofit organization. It's a community that'll pray for you and encourage you. And since we've cut out the middleman, you get to keep the savings. Call now. You can learn more about MediShare 65 Plus. Here's the number: 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Today on Hey Culligan, smooth skin and soft hair comes from where? Here's Mike.
Hey Culligan, I've tried every conditioner, lotion, and body wash known to man, and my skin still feels like sandpaper.
It could be your water, Mike.
Oh, that's harsh.
More like hard water. Are you interested in smart, high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
Huh?
Want baby smooth skin and soft, luxurious hair?
Yeah, can you hurry? I have a date tonight.
We're already on the way, Mike. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Boot Barn and Wrangler, born for the West. Both created from an unrelenting commitment to the cowboy lifestyle. Boot Barn has proudly offered Wrangler denim since 1978. Throughout the decades, we've supported the Western community far and wide, with roots unshaken. At Boot Barn, every Wrangler piece represents a proud Western legacy. Boot Barn. Keep West.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app. Use the promo code BUBBA25. Get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is
7 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show, our Rick and Bubba Network SSI sales team wants us to remind you that if you are an owner of a business or run a business and you're trying to figure out how you can boost the bottom line with maybe letting the world know what you specialize in, get the word out, our national sponsorship team at SSI has asked us to remind you that the power of this program and another popular program is a great way to accomplish your goals. Reach loyal listeners and viewers ready to successfully impact your business. You can email them at Rick and Bubba, spell out and, at syndicatedsolutions.com. If you're one of those, and so there are some out there that would rather have a conversation with someone, and call them 203-431-0790. So call them or drop them an email and let them talk to you about how this program and another successful syndicated program can help you get the word out. Don't just be thinking terrestrial radio. Some of the greatest radio stations in the country carry this show, but we also have another avenues of like YouTube, Blaze TV, TuneIn app, social media, podcasting, online showcasing opportunities that are all kind of encompassed in that advertising plan. So make sure that you reach out to them today, and good luck with that. What?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
I just wanted to question, because I'm not going into details of the case. We were talking about the Murdaugh thing.
Oh, yeah.
And y'all saw it, right? Okay.
I watched the
It looks
Netflix
like it's
special.
spelled Murdaugh,
Well,
but they call it Murdoch. His name looks like Alex, and they call him Alec.
yes.
What is that?
Well,
Is that South Carolina's accents and pronunciation? What is the man's name? Murdoch or Murdaugh?
Well, and what's funny
and
is
different news recorders.
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them that say Murdaugh.
And I know,
Yeah, with
the
no
things that
just
happen in this
Murdaugh.
case. That's
I
the
wonder
least.
if he's related to Harry.
He may be kin to Harry Murdaugh or Murdoch. But I'm just saying it has nothing to do with the case and all this stuff going on. I'm not going to break that down, but that has been driving me crazy.
And me too.
The first time I ever said
Yeah.
they had said Murdoch, I said, that's not Murdoch. That's Murdaugh the way it's spelled. And then instead of Alex, it's Alec.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Great question. It bothers me too.
Good night.
I love running into listeners when we're out on the road doing whatever it is we're doing. And we were coming back from Starkville Saturday night and stopped at Freddy's in
I like Freddy's.
Tuscaloosa.
Oh, well played. Well played.
I do too, by the way.
Patty
My
melt's
goodness.
good.
I never even knew they existed till they built one in Pell City.
Yeah, and so we stopped there, and there was a family in there.
How about some custard?
And they have that jalapeno sauce that's their special sauce, and
yeah.
it is fantastic.
Yeah.
And I like their fries a lot.
They're real small.
They are, but they're good.
Good
They're
onion-
good
good
and
onion
done.
rings, too.
Yeah.
They're
So
good and good.
There's a family sitting over like in a booth, kind of in the corner, and it's a husband and wife and 3 daughters. One of them goes to Alabama, and it was parent weekend, so that's why they were there in Tuscaloosa. One of them is actually at UAB, and then there's a younger one. And the dad came up to me and he said, "Hey, Helmsy, right?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Will you do me a favor? Will you come embarrass my daughter?"
Oh, wow.
She's a UAB, and I think he said Golden Girl, like I don't know if is that the dance
Yeah,
line
I
or
think
the
so.
or the
Yeah.
cheerleader.
The ones at basketball games.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I said, "Oh, absolutely. I love embarrassing
The
kids."
band, I'm not sure.
So I walked
they're
over.
on the sideline with the cheerleaders on the opposite side, like in football games.
Oh, okay.
They're on one side and the cheerleaders on the other.
So I walk over and I said, I probably took it too far, but I said, "Hey, got your eye on one of these tennis players?" I said, "I got 7 different countries represented here. You get your eye on one of them?" Of course, face is just
bet
as
that worked.
red. It's just as red as can be. And the dad looked at me and he goes, well done. You've done exactly what I wanted you to do. But it was such a sweet family. It was good to catch up with them.
Got to go embarrass them.
Yep.
I love that.
And the younger daughter wasn't sure what to do. Like she thought she was going to be next. And but it was good. I love meeting people out there that put up with us every morning. Sometimes I wonder why they don't have anything better to do, but I'm so thankful they don't.
I had a guy, he's a truck driver, and he says he gets to hear the kickoff hour and everything. Because he said, I'm constantly in the truck. So, I get a lot of people that say they start listening at 5, so I guess we actually have 10 people listening. We might need to step it up.
Sure. Back to the Murdoch, whatever.
Alex.
Well, yeah. I know he's a lawyer, and so he's going to play things up or whatever. A, how do you think he's doing? And B, do you think he's guilty?
It's hard to imagine that anybody could do what he's accused of. But when you look at their track record,
I have not seen anything that has to do with the current trial. I have just seen the Netflix documentary that tells us why we're on trial.
Well, yeah.
So, Greg, you're really the only one.
I've been listening. I've been listening to the trial, but just when I'm in the car, because the big decision, I guess, with any lawyer is, do I let my client take the stand?
Yeah.
And a lot of people said he shouldn't, but he said he was.
Yeah.
Which is whatever. Him being a lawyer, they've had his lawyer in some cross-examination. I just didn't know how you thought.
I saw the video of the dog. You remember he claimed he wasn't there till a certain time.
Right.
Well, this video, and you can hear him talking in the background, so that proves it. And I think he actually admitted that.
He's admitted a lot of things, which
But at first he said he wasn't there.
Basically that he's a liar. He's a cheat.
Good.
If this doesn't put him away,
I can't imagine.
I can't either.
Doing what he's done.
But if this doesn't put him away, he has enough on the financial side and the embezzling side and all that that will eventually put him away.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
He was answering him, and she took the comment, pointed at her, and he's saying it wasn't even headed that way.
Yeah, he says when he said
What's his name?
That she was pregnant at the time, and she said that he looked her up and down and said, "Boy, I wish I was there. You are right." And what he's saying is the "boy, I wish I was there" comment came from the conversation I was having with him about a vacation spot.
Yeah,
which does make sense. I've never heard the line "boy, I wish I was there."
Just hearing you say it,
that's what it says.
Yeah, it was somewhere.
I wish I was there.
He was talking about a vacation spot somewhere in South America, right? Isn't that what it was?
Yeah. Now
this is what got him in trouble. He said, "I like all of that right there."
Well, the thing is this: and then he it looks like looked at her and saw how pregnant she was and said that she was right.
Right.
And now she took those two comments and put them.
Movies
Narrow
he was
it down
in.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I thought somebody else had seen the clip because it had been on the news.
Yeah. So what the lawyer for Freeman is saying, which is what we just said, we're not going to allow this to go on. This is the problem that we have, and I want to be very, very clear about when things like this happen, then women should speak out and they should have. Where being a victim is considered trendy, where there's people that go, everybody's saying that somebody mistreated them, and I kind of wish I was part of this. I mean, you would think part of the reason that a lot of women didn't come forward is they didn't want the publicity of something that had happened, and that's sad and understanding. But now we have people going, no, I want to be out there claiming that something happened to me. We're going to have a situation, sadly, when people start proving that what this person said wasn't true. Let's try to get another weekend. It's another hour on another day, on another week in Rick and Bubba history. And we will recap the weekend for you, no doubt about that, involving personal stories, which always garner, we try so hard not to have anything happen to us over the weekend, but it's hard for that to happen. We just go out there and try to stay out of trouble. We'll update you on that today. Also, there's a lot of updates on stories within our country and around the world. And until we've kind of hashed them out, you're really not updated. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've done their job on the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins all of you who are tubers for your YouTube experience, either live or archived. Enjoy that today. And across the way, there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Hey, hey, hey.
Instead of quitting my job at a big church. Here at the Holy Ghost.
Holy Ghost.
I said a Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory.
Pentecostal.
Pentecostal.
Fire and brimstone.
Fire and brimstone.
Mission Temple fireworks stand. Yeah. And I know I forgot the national anthem, but we'll just do it. We'll just do it tomorrow.
Did you really?
Yeah,
I didn't even notice.
I caught myself while I was bringing you in. I'm like, well, I'm going on. It's we'll do it tomorrow. It doesn't mean I hate America or anything like that,
Yeah.
or I don't love our veterans. It just got.
You know what's funny? I didn't notice it. I was here sitting here reading stories,
yeah.
getting ready, and I didn't even notice.
I noticed how distraught you were about it that I didn't do it, but you know, it's don't read anything into it other than we've got a lot to cover from the weekend, and I was thinking about that and running that through my mind, and I just forgot it. So I apologize for those of you that I know are looking for anything to say that we don't love America, but it's nothing. It's nothing about that. It's just an oversight, nothing more. I'm not trying to send some message, anything like that.
Oh, dog whistle.
Of course, I will admit that the anthem, when I say the state of our country, doesn't have quite the ring it once did. So I just remember what the country has done, and I celebrate that. And hopefully, you know, one day there's a better future. We'll see. But you know, hey, how about this? If it all ended tomorrow, the country's been used to do some pretty incredible things.
Yes, it has.
You know, so there
yes,
you
it
go.
has.
There you go. And I've been all over the world, and you know, the standard of living here, how we all live, and what we have access to is still kind of hard to beat, even when we're struggling. You know.
Yeah. What little bit I have been out, I've been amazed.
Ooh.
You know.
Well, I'll tell you what it is if you
made me want to hustle back.
Most of the problems around the world all revolve around those same old things: men abandoning their responsibilities and taking the family unit that God established and somehow. I better watch the words I use here. I have a word that came right to mind, but I probably shouldn't use that one. When you take something the way it was intended and then you corrupt it, there's a better word. So the corruption of the family unit, okay, and a turn from depending on the church and depending on using freedom to maximize your God-given potential and to create an environment where people can maximize their potential. These countries that have abandoned what I've just said and then turned to the government for all the answers, all of them look exactly the same.
Yeah.
And our founders, thankfully, set up a constitution that if we will follow it, will minimize how bad the government can mess up your life. But
not perfect, but minimize.
Not
You're
perfect.
right.
Not
You're
perfect.
Right. Got to minimize.
Well, I tell you why it's not. It's not as good as it once was. Is we allowed them outside those boundaries, and when we did that, of course, they grabbed more ground and more ground and more ground, and that's on us for allowing that to happen. But I will say, even with all the mistakes we've made, when I see the standard of living, and Sherry and I will be hosting some more missionaries this week that'll be staying in our home. They'll be from England this time, but even in Europe, the government has gotten so big. You go there and you're like, boy, y'all really embrace mediocrity here. And it's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to hang. So anyway, and a lot of those have also revolved around, Bubba, here it comes again. Hate to be Debbie Downer. When you stop protecting that border.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And you let that border be loose or non-existent. People come in, and instead of becoming part of your country, they try to create a different version of your country that's more like the one they left. So all those things.
Which makes you wonder the logic. If I left,
right,
Maybe it wasn't that good to start with.
Right, unless I was there for another reason.
All right, so I'm going to throw this in there because it goes to this point.
Yeah.
Come on, Blaze.
Seven different countries represented with the tennis team. We have these conversations all the time about different countries, and we were having one the other night in regards to one of the guys. We saw something at a gas station, and he said, perfect example, you never see this in my country.
Right.
And I won't get into what it was, but he said, the freedom here is unbelievable.
Yeah.
He said, you'll see things both good and bad that happen here that don't happen in our country.
True.
But here's the interesting part to what you just said. Used to, these players would come from other countries and they would stay. They would get out of college and they would find a way to stay in our country and not go back home. And that's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
They're going back home, which says a ton about where we're at as a country.
No question. Yeah. It's not the bastion of freedom it once was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's sad. But, again, there's
Well, what do they say? Why do they say that? Or why do they do that? What is their explanation?
What do you mean?
Why do they go back? Or what do they like better at home than here?
I hadn't got into too many of those details.
Maybe, the reason I say that, there may be more than one reason.
Maybe
used
they
to
have
you
would
stronger
ask them,
family units, which would be good.
That hadn't really come up, but when you would usually ask them what their plan is for the summer and what their plan, you've graduated, what's next for you, and it would be, well, I've got a job so and so in a different state of our country, and now you're hearing more and more, oh, I'm headed back home, and I'm like, okay. Thought you might stay. Oh, no, headed back.
Well, I'll tell you, some of it is, and I know other countries are doing this too, but if you come from a country that hasn't done this, you remember when, what's his name? Is it Matt Walsh?
Yeah.
Yeah. When he did the documentary about this bizarreness of gender, and he's standing over talking to some men in Africa, and he's trying to explain to them what we're doing, and they just start laughing their heads off saying, what?
I'm sure there's some of that.
Yeah. So, and there are some
because
people,
the strange always gets paraded in our country.
And there are some people that come that come here. If you go to certain parts of our country, you think that is the whole country. There are some, the country is so much different now. It's always been different culture and accents and things, but now you can literally go to different countries within our country.
Yeah.
And a lot of them go into these big cities, and they also leave because of how dangerous it is and how crime is taking it over.
Yeah.
And,
some Americans wouldn't go there either.
Right. Well, that's my point. But what if that's the only America you saw? You wouldn't be all fired up about staying.
Yeah.
So I remember, getting on an airplane, and a little girl from Ireland thought the entire United States was New York City.
Yeah.
She had no idea there was more of it.
Yeah.
So,
find your corn patch somewhere.
Right. So it's one thing to come here and say, you go out and you meet the people of Iowa or Nebraska or, Mississippi versus your impression of America as New York, Chicago, Philadelphia. It'd be two completely different experiences.
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When in 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, as we make our way back. So still to come on the program, we will recap the weekend, got an update from the Man Church Conference. And for those of you that were there, thank you for all your emails and your comments on social media. If you weren't there, we'll do our best. I don't know that we can really capture it, but we'll try. But we'll definitely tell you the stories from that, and there are some, can you go back home? So we got that coming up a little bit later on the program, and any other updates the guys have. We have some other updates from the other guys from the weekend. We'll get to that too. But, Bubba, we do have, this is the way it's going to be as we kind of move away. Some of you seem to think we're still in it, but as we move kind of away from the worldwide pandemic, we're going to learn more about it. The good, the bad, the ugly. So let's start with its origin. Been a lot of debate about that, things you were not allowed to say. And, Bubba, you mentioned this, and I agree with you. I don't even know why the Energy Department is involved in this, but yet another agency has assessed COVID-19's origin.
Rick, I'm just shake my head sometimes and wonder.
Right.
The Energy Department, first off, should be concerned with what?
Energy, I would think.
Energy?
Yeah, I mean, it's in their name.
And I understand there's needs to do investigations, and I think we have groups that do that. But we have the Energy Department has concluded from its own study that COVID leaked from a lab in Wuhan, and they are rejecting the idea that this was a natural progression that jumped from bats to people in the wet market. In other words, they're rejecting the bat sandwich theory.
Right. Bubba, now remember what they're saying today on this show, and the stories everywhere from the weekend.
Yep.
You were not allowed to say, or you were deemed to be xenophobic.
The Energy Department, let me give you the headline here, concluded based on new intelligence, COVID leaked from the lab. The department said it has low confidence in its assertion, the Wall Street Journal reported. It has scientific expertise and carried out advanced biological research. So basically what they're saying is they believe it escaped from a lab. They agree with another group who investigated this, the FBI. You may have heard of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's still 4 other agencies who investigated this.
Interesting.
That says they seem to be in favor of the natural spillover theory that the virus escaped via an animal at a nearby meat market. 2 agencies, one which is a CIA, has yet to declare a definite position. So you got a couple saying we don't know. You have 4 saying we think it's a natural progression, and you have 2 that says no way it escaped from a lab. So why do we have so many people investigating it? Because I know all of these have big budgets. They've flown people all over the world. Shouldn't we just have the CIA investigate this since it's foreign? And maybe the FBI look at the local part of it.
Right.
I mean, what is the deal with that? Why is the Energy Department, shouldn't they be building some nuclear reactors somewhere?
I don't know what this is. It is interesting. Well,
what about some breeder reactors?
Let's say that we
can recharge the old spent fuel with a breeder reactor. People act like that can't be done.
Right. And I've told you the first person that I've heard just point this out was Jon Stewart, which is interesting. Not exactly a bastion of conservatism there. But let me say this.
That's an evil-looking thing.
It is. Let's say you're watching a show, and it's Sherlock Holmes. It's what's that guy that's super clean you like, Monk?
Yeah, Monk.
Any shows like that, what was the...
Throw Matlock in there.
Matlock, all those where they, they're common sense, and they always find Columbo.
McLeod.
When you think that the guy's getting away with it, finally, right as he's walking out the door, Columbo goes, but I do have one thing I want to ask you. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Every one of those people... or anybody, if they stepped on the ground in Wuhan, they would probably look at these facts. Fact number 1, did we not have representatives come back from the lab and report to our government, we've been there and we do not think it's as secure as it should be?
Yes, that is correct.
That's a fact. Is that a fact?
That is a fact.
That is
not
a fact.
Up for debate.
Jack.
Is the word for people who study viruses, and Adler's taught us how to say it right, virology? Close. Virology. Virology. Is virology on the sign?
Yes.
In both in Chinese and English.
Yes, that is correct.
Right, and it is located where?
In Wuhan.
Okay. And the origin of the pandemic came from?
It is believed to be the Wuhan area.
Okay, so the Wuhan area has a lab that studies viruses and does all of this kind of research.
And I'll take it a step backwards, Rick, not forward. Why was it in Wuhan to begin
Here's
with?
the sign. It's on our screen.
Yeah.
We didn't make this up. It's in Chinese, and it's in English. You know why it's in English? Because people who speak English come there.
Right.
All right, and we don't do it anymore because it was too dangerous, okay?
Yeah, it was moved out of our country because it was considered too risky.
Yeah, so we know that this kind gain of function research is going on in this building right here.
Yes.
And we had people say this building was not as secure as it needs to be. Yes?
That is correct.
And then all of a sudden a worldwide pandemic with something we had never seen came out of there.
Yes, correct.
What would Matlock say? What would Sherlock Holmes say? What would Monk say? What would all these people say?
And Rick, what were they
would
doing?
Columbo say?
What were they doing with this virus? They were working on gain of function.
Right.
In other words, they advanced the natural progression of that virus 5 or 6 steps ahead to study it so they could have drugs ready to attack that when it got to that point naturally.
And when it hit the world, it was
5 or 6 steps ahead of the last known version of that virus that was out there.
All right. And then also
that's why it wrecked our immune system so bad.
I think you can't tell you why I think the Department of Energy did their own study, because they don't want to look stupid like these other agencies. They're like, look, we're not going to be cast into these idiots that keep coming up with this other. Well, Woody Harrelson has also sparked debate.
Oh yeah.
He was on Saturday Night Live, and in his monologue, he took on the idea that there was collaboration between the medical industry and the government to push vaccines on people, and said that Elon Musk chimed in on the discussion, and Woody Harrelson went down the road that, look, all this is being run by big pharma because there's folks making lots and lots of cash, scaring us to death and producing the next vaccine that they say we have to take or we're all going to die.
Let me ask you this. Saturday
and you're
night,
a bad person for not taking it.
Yeah, that'll be part of our video today that we can listen to.
Okay, good.
Well, we'll do that when we come back.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll do that.
But
yeah.
Let me ask you this. Saturday Night Live, and I don't know how they're doing it now, but they used to do, they did a run-through in front of a live audience.
Yeah.
Before they did it live. They did it like, because it would be like, what, 10:30 our time, I guess?
Yes,
Central
that's
time.
correct, yeah.
But they would do a run-through at about 7 o'clock. Did he give that speech during that?
Good question.
Because they have pulled things off of the show
Good question.
that they didn't like in the run-through.
Yeah.
And even cancel shows.
So he must not have done it in the run-through. No way.
I would
No
like
way.
to know the story on that.
We'll let you hear from him in Saturday Night Live when we come back. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is a number, carshield.com/Bubba. Let me tell you something. It's only a matter of time. I mean, some of you out there are riding around, you're in an automobile, doesn't have a warranty on it anymore, and all of a sudden, I hope it's not today, you're going to let it creep into your mind that you can have something. And when it does, as soon as that happens, your car is going to have a problem. I mean, you can't even have a vehicle. And then all of a sudden, it's going to dawn on you, I got no warranty. We ain't got no warranty, Randy. And then you're going to realize that in any car now, no matter what goes wrong with the car, I mean, it's almost like somebody laid down that a minimum's $1,200. I mean, you can't even, nothing costs less than that. And then it goes up from there. But if it's a covered repair and you were wise enough to go to carshield.com/Bubba and get a protection plan, then they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. You will have rental car eligibility. You will have courtesy towing. You will have 24/7 roadside assistance. All that's very good, and it gives you peace of mind. Carshield.com/Bubba right now. Go there to pick out your protection plan. Save 20% by using carshield.com/Bubba. You want to mention Bubba, Rick and Bubba Show, whatever, when you call them at 800-451-7776. So why don't you get a protection plan for that vehicle that has no warranty, then go back to driving with peace of mind. All right, so we mentioned that the Energy Department, they have come out and they've decided, based on their studies, which really could be based on logic, that they now join the FBI stance that the coronavirus likely spread due to a mishap at a Chinese laboratory that has the word virus on its sign.
Yeah, they're not implying that it was done intentionally.
No, and I never have either. But the fact you couldn't even talk about it is not. It's just stupid.
My opinion was you don't rule anything out unless you can rule it out.
Yeah. Now Woody Harrelson is going to go on and is stepping into the whole. The vaccines continue to be cranked out, even though we know they don't really work well anymore. And booster this and booster that, and he's going to get into all this. They're all in it together kind of stuff, and it's on the monologue. I'm with you, Bub. There's no way he did this at the run.
Yeah,
there's no way.
There's got to be a story on it.
Yeah.
I'm just really curious if this was he waited to the live moment to do this.
He uses drug cartel. So take a listen.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, so the movie goes like this: the biggest drug cartels in the world get together and buy up all the media and all the politicians and force all the people in the world to stay locked in their homes, and people can only come out if they take the cartel's drugs and keep taking them over and over. I threw the script away. I mean, who is going to believe that crazy idea?
I threw that script away. Well, I just, the thing that is concerning, because I understand, look, I'm going back to when it first started. I was open to anything because we didn't know much, okay? I was open to everything because we didn't know anything. That's a better way to put it.
Yeah, you have to be.
But as time moved on, this is the part I don't get, and this is the part that gets kind of wacky, is when something has all but been proven. Of course, again, we're living in a world where modern day 2023 people still believe the earth. They've gone back to believing the earth is flat. So no matter how much we're in the point now, there was a time when you go, I think the earth is flat, and then somebody would say, well, we've been out there, we've taken some pictures of it. All these things Bubba's talking about things that couldn't be happening, satellites in orbit and all this. And you go, okay, all right, you're right. Okay, so flat's out. But not anymore. It doesn't matter how much you prove something, there's certain people no longer will accept it. We're suspect of everything, and I guess I understand why. It's just like the mask thing. I don't know how many more studies have to come out to tell you that, yes, masks are good for some things. If you got, allergies with dust and grass, because those are big particles, it can help you. But this thing is the size of a pin. It's smaller than the size of a pinhead. These masks do not stop it, and so and no matter how many times you hear that, or that only certain types of masks offer you some And it's study after study, and people just keep on wearing them. And then when people say, well, the vaccines are obsolete now, people just keep on taking them. And then when they come out and say, well, we've got new research that says the natural immunity is good, if not better, than anything the vaccine could have done for you, people still take the vaccine and say, well, this gives me better immunity. I don't understand why we're not moving off some of this when it's been proving that it had its run and it's over. I don't understand it.
And let me give you something to think about. Let me suggest this to all of you who are adults in your thinking. You like to be somewhat logical. Did the Chinese government lock people in their apartment complexes who had this to stop the spread of it once it was in full bloom? Right? Is that a fact?
They did that.
We saw that.
They went on.
We saw them welding
time.
doors shut so you could not come
long
out.
Time.
So there's no doubt they took aggressive action to stop it, right?
Right.
So I'm going to suggest this to you. If they really thought that it came from a bat in a cave and to a wet market, they would have gone and destroyed the caves the bats live in. They would have bulldozed the market with a bulldozer.
Because they can.
They would have killed every bat in Asia. They would have had bat hunts. They would have had flamethrowers in caves. They would have blew caves up and caved them in. They would have done everything in their power to stop this from happening again. Have they done that?
No.
Because they know that's not where it came from.
And their leader would not be walking around in the market with a mask on.
No. So think about what they did once it was out. This is a proven fact. It's non-negotiable, non-debatable. How far they went with locking people up. Think about what I said. If they really thought it came from a bat, from a cave to a wet market, they would have destroyed the caves. They would have killed every bat in Asia. They would have destroyed the wet market. It's there operating today. So you tell me, do they think it came from there?
Right. And then when it comes to
and they don't worry about what the media thinks. They don't worry about what social media. They go and do what they need to do to get something done.
Yep. Right.
So put that on your
There's
scale
gotta be some of this just
trying
logical.
to figure that out.
It's just logical.
Yeah, I think if you go back, we've been saying this came from a lab a long time ago. The whole bat thing just didn't hold water, and it still doesn't, even more so now.
Well, and also be leery when something is forbidden to be said.
Right.
Always be leery of that.
Think about the Chinese government, what extremes they go to stop this once they knew they had a problem. And what have they done to the wet market today or the caves? Ask anybody who thinks it was natural. Ask them to answer that question for you, and then we can carry on. But the motive and the opportunity just says that that's not the case.
Right. You know, we've heard this. I mean, people who have served in China and are still there from church plants, you know what they say? Once the church reaches a certain size, they come and bulldoze everything down.
Right.
And tell you to start over because that keeps it from growing. They don't only want it to grow a certain amount. If they have the right to do that, to your point, they could do whatever they want.
Yeah, they would stop the natural problem of bats and wet markets.
Right.
But today, you can walk the wet market and buy the same things you could buy back in 2019.
And you're not going to send G down there,
no,
if that's where you think it came from, and throw some mask on him.
No, G knew exactly where it came from, and he knew it had been cleaned up at that point.
Yeah.
And the people who worked in it either died or they had killed before they got the story out.
Do you remember the videos coming out?
Oh yeah,
when they
the
were telling us
hospital
exactly
and that guy disappeared. Remember?
Yeah. So anyway,
they don't care. They're not worried about PR because they own the media.
Right.
So they do what they feel like they need to do to move forward the eventual 100-year goal of China, and that is to be the only world power.
Right. So some of this is it's just time to acknowledge that I think we do know things we didn't know then, and that's good. It can be helpful. We know there's things that that you should be concerned about, but there's also things that at one time you were terrified of, you probably don't need to be terrified of anymore. And we've moved back into, and I think the lockdowns were a mistake, but we didn't know it then. But let's keep living that way because that's not doing you much good. Your immune system is breaking down, and your immune system has to be able to work and needs to stay healthy. So anyway, there it is. So that's 2 updates on it as we're learning. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get into some of your phone calls next. We'll do an early phone call. Then next hour, we'll kind of recap the weekend. Teachers, don't forget about Read Across America. Coming up this Thursday, the Rick and Bubba, largest classroom in the world. Take pictures, videos of your kids listening or watching, and we'll send those everywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Our REO Speedwagon, rolling with the changes. We do have a lot to do. It's interesting. I was looking at some of the headlines today. So if we wanted to show a video today, would I send that to you, Speedy, or to Adler? To you, okay. Because I looked down at some of the headlines today. You know how sometimes these little things happen in life that you just go, what kind of little weird play was that by life? So the 3 sons are all in Atlanta together this week, and my oldest son, who is in the entertainment business and does TV and movies and commercials and plays, and tries to keep the gigs rolling.
Now, what is he in right now?
They're shooting a small short film that he wrote and is producing, and has gathered everyone, the actors and everything, and has his 2 brothers working, shooting it, editing it, and all this.
Is great.
So he's got the whole crew with him, but he's about to go.
Yeah, what is the one he was going to be touring the country?
September, he goes on tour with Spamalot.
That's
so Monty Python's touring version of Spamalot. So he'll be all over the place. I mean, all the way up.
He told me 37 states.
Yeah, so he'll
something like that.
He'll be rolling. So
I may have made that up, but it was close to that.
Yeah, it was, and it is interesting where you can. And I know he's already traveled a lot, but I was talking to him about how your job can take you and see places that you might not ever go to, and it's on their dime. And you're also, you got a job, and he's excited about it.
It's so funny to watch that life, the starving artist life, because and of course we did it, in our own version. You're looking for the next gig, and when you have arrived, whether you're a musician, an actor, whatever the case may be, a writer, is when you've put together enough gigs, you don't have to go do the day job.
Right.
And you're like, all right, I'm paying my bills, doing what I want to do, and now I've strung together enough gigs. So it's the key for them is as one gig ends, you got to think, what's the next gig?
Yeah,
so
you got them just rolling.
So to have one that's going to give you a check for 8 months.
Oh, yeah.
But then there's the negative side of it is then you live with a bunch of other guys, and they're like, hey,
suitcase.
Hey, we got to have what about our place in Atlanta? So now he's got to sublet that for 8 months so that they don't lose that rent, or he's got to pay that rent himself.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Oh well, by the time I get back, I might have to find somewhere else to live." But so that's that life.
Sure.
So anyway, back to my original statement. So he hires his brothers to come over and work on a project with him. Well, obviously they're entertaining themselves as well whenever they have downtime.
Right.
So last night I was sent a video which I will send to Speedy. And I see one of the stories today, axe smashes through windshield and strikes driver. I promise, just last night before I went to bed, I saw a video of the boys at some place like Zach Brown did the first time he was here. You throw axes at targets.
Yeah.
Throw hatchets or axes?
It's full-blown axe. I mean, full. And so I've got a video of Big Love throwing an axe.
Okay.
How about that?
And they're all around. And some place you go and throw axes.
Sure.
And
I bet when they
kind of
say
makes Dave and Buster's look like nothing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I bet when they say stand behind the guy throwing, everybody does.
Well, it's funny. You can tell there's an instructor there, obviously.
Yeah.
And he's trying to say this is the form or whatever, and then Big Love turns it loose, and you hear the 2 brothers hollering.
I've seen like the target they throw is almost like as big as the wheel of meat.
Yeah,
and then that's then you're throwing.
So
it
you
to
were
that.
familiar. I didn't know there were these places.
I've seen
go
video
and throw
of
axes
it.
on your own.
Well, evidently somebody threw it a little far and hit this guy's windshield.
You're
right. Yeah, that's a mystery.
So, think about how few axe throwing stories we have.
Right.
None, Rick.
Yeah.
So I go to bed last night watching my sons throwing axes, and I look up, and one of the things laid out before me today is, hey, had an axe go bad. I mean, that's just weird.
That is.
Very weird.
Those little threads are just weird in your life.
I'll give you that.
You go from no axe stories to they're everywhere.
Back to back.
So anyway, I'll send that to you. I got that. We'll look at that. So, but it looks like fun. Yeah, it's like they work all day, and then also I get a picture of them at the Braves game, and then I get a picture of them at Dave and Buster's, and then last night throwing axes.
Yeah, that kind of. Rick, they got some great downtime, don't they?
I'll tell you what I've enjoyed. Empty nest. And it has been I didn't even know they were playing basketball. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it was interesting because, we were talking about how these things all tie together.
Opening group, the time.
Right. And so we were,
that would be
we were just, we've discussed many times when we first met Zach Brown Band, many, many years ago. It was it was at Greenville, South Carolina.
Yeah. We were doing a Turner South show on the road.
And here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. First phone troll of the week. Yep. Mr. Rhythm and Blues. So, teachers, as I told you going to the break, with Read Across America, it'll be live at 8:20 Central Time this Thursday. If your class is getting involved, you can watch it on YouTube, listen to it on your affiliate, listen to it on our TuneIn app. If you're doing it later after we've already done it, you can use the archives. But hit social media and pull us in on it. We want to see all those pictures, and we love that, of your kids being involved in Rick and Bubba's World's Largest Classroom with Read Across America coming up this Thursday. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is now available. Our interview with John Brennan is there if you have not seen it or heard it. So go grab that from this past weekend. All right, so let's get started. Elisa, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show, unless you get a timeout. Go right ahead.
Yes. Hey, I'm not really sure if y'all discussed this yet or not, but I wanted to get your thoughts on the release that came out regarding the CDC adding COVID vaccines to the list of routine vaccines for kids and adults that came out February 10th. Want to find out your thoughts.
Yeah, we did talk about that.
We've mentioned that. I'm somewhat shocked. Kids were the least affected by this.
Mm-hmm.
The virus has mutated now beyond the original vaccine. We know that. I don't know. I'm completely confused why they are.
Is it suggested or mandated?
Well, the story I saw, I thought they were going to include it with the other vaccines you have to have, but I may be incorrect.
I hope that what I heard was the word suggest, because I'll tell you, and this is the thing that needs to be clarified too, and I've heard others talking about that, including Bill Maher of all people. Just because you're leery of these particular vaccines does not mean you're an anti-vaxxer.
Right.
I get so sick of that. See, that's that old lazy lump everybody in. If you've got some concerns about these and you've looked and said they don't really seem to work that well, and you're concerned by some of the potential, we have been proved. I mean, we're researched some of the side effects we're seeing that don't look good. Of course, there's side effects from COVID too, and it's kind of hard to figure. But if that vaccine has COVID, that has the mRNA and
the spike protein that mimics what COVID does.
If the spike protein is causing side effects, it's going to cause them in a vaccine or if you get it. Mm-hmm. Okay, long COVID and stuff like that. Adler, go ahead.
At this time, it is just a recommendation from the CDC, not a mandate. You guys remember when they tried to throw the mandate down through OSHA,
right?
Which was such a joke.
That was another overreach.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So it is just a suggestion, but I think it's a bad suggestion. I mean, I'm not saying that nobody out there ever should, but there ain't no way I'd give one of these to a child.
Rick,
no way.
Yeah, look,
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it needs a lot more time out in the free market to be studied and looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we got all of our kids vaccinated. I felt like those were proven vaccinations over time, even though there are some issues with some of those. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
Betty got the COVID vaccine because she was helping to take care of her mom at the time. Greg got it.
Mm-hmm.
Adler got one. I mean, everybody was doing what they thought was best at that time. I think now, since we're not, and we don't have people dying, from it at the rate we did, why not tap the brakes and just have a good look at it?
Yeah, agreed. Is this the blind umpire that got into it with Speedy this weekend?
Oh, no.
Hello, umpire. Go ahead.
This is definitely the blind umpire that got yelled at by Speedy this weekend.
Well, you joined a prestigious list of umpires throughout the years.
Can you see better today?
I definitely can see better today.
Yes,
Speedy,
time
but
out.
My question is, do you know why I went to my partner?
Well, I didn't hear anybody ask for assistance. Is that what you're going to claim?
So that's exactly what I'm claiming. Anytime an umpire does not call it behind the plate, somebody has to ask. The catcher asks for assistance. So if he asks for assistance to check with my partner, I have to go with it.
Well, you don't necessarily have to. You can say, no, I saw it clearly, especially since the bat didn't leave his shoulder. That'd be a good indication.
Well, that's the reason why I didn't call it.
Right.
Because I didn't think he went.
I do think that it puts the umpires, especially even you, in a really bad situation when you got runners on base and the field umpire's behind the pitcher's mound and he's having to call a check swing. I mean, he couldn't have a worse angle.
But it's almost like a ball call, Speedy. It's like if you see it, call it, right? You got to be 100% if you're in the middle.
Yeah. Well, I could tell y'all knew y'all missed it, and I thought I had a really good line. You got to admit that was a really good line I had.
Can you throw him out of the audience, out of the stands? I wouldn't put up with that lip if I was you.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
I really thought about it, but I thought since he come to my job to yell at me, I thought I would come on his job to yell at him a little bit.
And this,
I'd put him in the parking lot.
This is how
clearly he was disturbing.
This is how sensitive society has gotten. There ain't nobody yelling. I told you I wasn't yelling at you. To make sure you set that right. But now I will say this is why I normally sit down the line, because I'm too much of a smart aleck. I can't get too close to action. I normally go way on down the line and just sit by myself. But because it was so wet and so rainy, I got up by that net, and I felt like I delivered a really good line. It had everybody laughing, which was not good for me because I felt like they were encouraging me. But
they were definitely encouraging.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, let me say,
please, for everybody who doesn't know, Mr. Umpire, what did Speedy say, and what did you say back to him that no one was yelling, apparently?
No, I wasn't. He was from here to the production room.
Mr. Umpire.
So when I went to my partner to check, did he go?
What a terrible call.
Clearly, that's exactly what he said. That's a terrible call.
It was.
And then I have like 3 check swings almost back to back, and Speedy was like, "Man, it looks like you need to go take a nap."
Was another fan? No, you had everybody upset. You're confusing me with other male voices. Well, my line that delivered a warning from you was when we had an outfielder, actually JC, make a diving catch that knocked the breath out of him and hit his forehead on the ground, and he was the one at bat that had the terrible call on him. And so while there was a break and trainers ran out, assistant coaches ran out to make sure he was okay, you were very kind. You walked halfway up the third base line and looked over to our dugout and said, "Hey, y'all take your time and make sure he's okay." That was very kind of you, and you were letting everybody know, don't be rushing. Let's make sure he's all right. And it was really quiet. There was no music being played. And I said, "No, he's okay there, but he is recovering from your bad call."
Yeah.
And I thought that was a really good line. And then that's when you told me that was enough. But it really had everybody giggling.
Hey.
Even the opposing team from Missouri was laughing.
Let me tell you something, slightly blind umpire. How about Speedy's coach came to me at Sunday school yesterday and said I need to have a word with you today, so I will.
You know what this means? I'm back down the line. I'm not getting back to the net.
Coach Larry said if you could get Speedy to go sit where he sat before, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Because I normally just talk out loud, but nobody can hear it.
Thank you for showing great patience in dealing with him, Mr. Umpire.
Thank you.
I'd have made.
So, but I did. I talked to him on the phone, and we talked, and because it was getting kind of ugly and all that. And I said, "Look, this don't let this get ugly. The bottom line is, if I offended you, I apologize." And he was raising these bizarre animals, these
Weinerreimers.
Yeah, and then throwing and actually threw axes on the show. Once he came on the radio show.
Didn't he have kind of a?
And he's known for his cooking.
His cooking was
axes,
right, and played chicken fried for us the first time in green. What format did they fit in? I honestly never found its way there in their music.
Boy, did they!
And most, I mean, their catalog is it's just good music. I don't know why you have to label it. It's just good music. But anyway, so love Zach Brown, still do, but they became a huge hit. So we haven't seen them much since then because of the demands on their schedule, but.
What was the name of that dog? Wasn't that right?
They combined two dogs into something.
Weimaraner.
Something. It's
that's
hard.
Some silver-looking labs, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he had.
It was hard to.
They look
pronounce.
silver to me. They're pretty dogs.
Hard to. I know they'll attack.
Weimaraner.
Yeah.
Weimaraners.
Weinerreimer.
No, that's not it.
Whatever.
Weiner. I said it the first time right.
They're really pretty dogs.
So undoubtedly,
I may get one.
undoubtedly, Zach Brown was on the cutting edge of places to eat, bar and grills where you can throw axes.
Right.
Because I got a video last night of.
Okay. Might have gotten bullseye.
How about the fact you didn't hit yourself with it? Is a win.
Put one of them up the house, Rick.
It
That's
was
awesome.
Yeah, it was so funny because Sherry was like, "Well, I wonder how the boys are doing." I said, "Apparently throwing axes." So I have
there's a place that you go do.
I have it right here. So anyway, so that
is that the move? You have to do that lunge.
Looks
and then
like
throw
it.
Yeah.
Because didn't you see? It looks like he was being very specific how he wanted him to throw it.
There was a form to it.
Yeah. So unfortunately,
that's important. You need to know from somebody who's already done it if you're going to throw an axe.
Oh yeah.
Right. So unfortunately, we have an axe that smashed through a windshield and actually struck the driver. And boy, his face is nasty.
Yeah, see, that's a whole different axe.
Was he driving by a bar where they threw axes?
That's what I was wondering.
A Canadian man knows that he's lucky to be alive after an axe smashed through the window of his pickup and hit him in the head. He doesn't know exactly what happened.
He didn't have an argument with his wife, did he?
He said he came to and he heard a woman, Greg, tapping on the window of his truck. Then he saw the broken window and the axe sitting next to him. Dizziness and cuts above and below his right eye told the rest of the story. He said the sunglasses he was wearing likely saved his eye.
Wow.
Said he'd been driving home when the accident occurred. He said that he got his car to the side of the road, had his foot on the brake pedal when he woke up, but he cannot remember how this happened. Now, Bubba, this is the one you're looking for.
Look
at the size of this baby.
Look at that.
That's the full handle.
That's you, big old. That's you.
Now, am I wrong in my definitions? Because I want to be.
Not
is it axe, long handle, short handle? Is that
a hatchet to me?
Does it have something to do with the head of it?
I don't know. I don't know what makes something an axe and what makes it a hatchet.
Some of you guys that throw these things, let us know.
And then if we get into tomahawks, where we're headed now?
Yeah,
Speedy.
Or if it sounds better to have an axe throwing business as opposed to a hatchet throwing business.
Probably so. See, that's what I was saying. Maybe
sounds
market,
a little more
it might be a marketing thing because it's clearly
the
called
logo.
axe throwing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is back to that. It could just be somebody said, let's don't call it hatchet.
Now I've seen. Correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe I'm making it up. You know the lumberjack competition. I think I've seen them with the long handle throwing them.
I have too.
Oh yeah,
I have too.
And that seems like that'd be a lot harder.
I wonder. It seems to me if you're going to do a bar and grill, though, somebody probably said we can't throw the big ones. And then somebody said, well, let's don't call it a hatchet. I don't like the way that sounds.
Let me ask you this. Does it – I mean, Big Love made a great toss there, but a lot of times do you throw it and it hits handle first?
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't think it can stick.
What's the rotation?
You got to get the
rotation on that.
Right.
Yeah, I talked to the –
I was sitting here going through
of course,
the
I had
slow
to know, according to Boomer said that
that's cool.
said for a first time he thought that Big Love actually was the better thrower.
It's good form.
He said that he threw the best overall because he goes
Look
down
at that
and throws
coming back.
that he throws often. You know what I mean?
Catch it, Brooks, before it gets you.
And Brody said he struggled a little bit to get dialed in.
So it only made one rotation, right, or two? Was that?
7 minutes past Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all making up Team Rick and Bubba. We are so thankful that you are here with us today. Somebody say, welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. All we ask for is a mere 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like a lot. We want you to be here with us.
All right, so let's look back. I'm getting emails. Got even one of the guys that we'll get to on the phone here who actually played in the praise and worship band this past weekend. The Man Church Conference. Our theme was transformed. We have attached ourselves to conferences trying to provide curriculum and the equipping part. You know, we've talked about that a lot, and you can go to themanchurch.com and find out everything. And so after working with some guys, and I want to thank all those that have, tried to help us go, of all these great conferences that have been going on. I look forward to this summer going back to Gridiron, kind of the granddaddy of them all, and guys with Promise Keepers. They brought that back, been talking to them. Heath Fountain down in Dothan, did those Pursuit conferences, trying to help us get off the ground and, for launching our new curriculum for a few years. And he did all the work, and all we did is come in and do that. And we all, our tiny little team, the little engine that could, we decided that we would try to do, and the word conference really is not accurate, and I try to explain this to people, and I love conferences, don't misunderstand me, but conferences really are, you go out and you try to find, which is wise, this is a good strategy, you try to go out and find people that you hope you can theologically depend on that may have some sort of name that brings people in, and then you also sprinkle in great Bible teachers along with those doing a testimony type thing. But these people's names bring people in. You've heard of them. Maybe they were a professional athlete. Maybe they were a vice president, like Mike Pence is going to be at Gridiron coming up this summer. And
now, just for definition, explain the difference in a conference and an expo, because I know you like conferences, but you don't like expos.
I do not like expos.
Right.
An expo, as a matter of fact, I've seen some conferences that'll put an expo out in the lobby.
Right.
But an expo is all these booths everywhere, and you walk around from booth to booth. A conference, you go and hear speakers and you hear bands and praise and worship.
So there's a technical difference in the two.
Yeah. But what we are none of those. And even though we went with the word that was comfortable, conference, what ours really is, and it worked this way beautifully, is more of a summit or a convention, meaning. Like you'll relate to this.
I like the name Summit.
Yeah. Well, listen to this. What we really do. So what you found was there's a little over 600 churches right now, all over the country, and they are doing the strategy from themanchurch.com either fully or at least doing the curriculums. And by the way, that's our preference because that's that equipping. That's where the men are transformed by the Word of God, is in these curriculums. We have 3 curriculums, and then we have a 4th one that's coming out in April. And then we also have individual resources like a 40-day devotional, or I'll tell you today about a new 31-day devotional we've got for men to use with themselves or with their sons or whatever. So we're mainly focused on the discipleship part, the equipping part, the growing, the maturing in your faith. So we decided that we would say, well, why don't we, kind of like we did with Fat Fest here on the show, and fans of the show came to see the people, even though very few of those people probably would have drawn many ticket sales on their own, including us. But the fact that the people that came were in the loop. They were part of the Rick and Bubba tribe. They were fans of the show, so then they came to see these people they'd heard on the show. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So what this was mainly churches that are already familiar with themanchurch.com, and they're familiar with the teachers that we have that go out and do the Man Church services, and they're also the teachers who put together the curriculum. They're also the teachers who are part of it. They're on that team. So they go and say, for a weekend, I can hear 3 of the teachers plus a guest. We had Pastor Recap Gray that was our guest, which we'll talk about that in the next segment. And so you already are in the group, so you found out about it and got excited about it because you're already doing the curriculum. So really, the 1,200 men that came were made up mainly of 120 churches that average about 10 tickets apiece. But these churches came from everywhere. A lot of them either were familiar with the show and found out about it, or listen to this. They found out about the man church and it moved them into the show.
Mm-hmm.
So all that works together, and it's just a moving machine. And so it led to this. So keep in mind, we're filling up this theater with men who are, most of them have already been in at least a year of the curriculum. Some of them are in their third year of the curriculum. So all that energy is coming on this place, and then God helps us handpick these people. But with all of this, you're still sending some of us there, which means things are going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, first of all, I was successful in finding our house we grew up in this time.
Finally.
Couldn't believe you couldn't.
This is where,
I couldn't believe you couldn't find it the first time.
well, I went a different way this
I know,
time.
Rick, but
I
come on.
went off on that. This is where Greg and I grew up, right there.
There it is.
All right, so if you see
821 Boozer.
you see that bedroom on the far right.
Yep.
That's where Greg and I were for all of our lives, all the way up till we left.
Climbed in and out of that window.
Either left to go to college or left to go to work. Greg climbed in and out of that window many times. There were two twin beds in that room, and Greg and I grew up right in there. From the time Greg was 4 and I was 6, that's where we were.
How about that?
All the way up till we left as adults. Now
Did you have a camper out back?
no
we didn't have
camper
Hat on?
and no
Dad
fence.
wasn't into camping.
And no fence. We didn't have a fence, and we didn't have a concrete
No, we
driveway.
had gravel.
The driveway was gravel.
Now that big tree.
All right, so if you've read the Rick and Bubba book, We Be Big, that carport is where I did the circuses.
Yeah.
That's where I did all that.
Rick,
okay?
that front room's where the band practiced.
The band, which went on to become Mr. Lucky, practiced in that room right there, the first 2 windows,
I can't believe
where the
that.
rocking chairs are.
I can't believe they let us do that.
Yeah. And they used to be shrubs in front of those rocking chairs, and Greg and I, as little boys, got to where we could pee over it.
Yeah.
That's when you had a good string and go all the way down.
That's good.
Now, those woods you see behind that house, that was the land. That was forts. That's where I built Frontierland.
Oh, yeah,
You know,
all
one
that.
of my first theme parks.
Is that where you almost started the fire too?
Yes, that's where the fire was.
And there's a
all
big
that,
backyard, and that's where all the football games were.
the NFL, the Neighborhood Football League, played back there. All of that. So I found that. So that was good. And then you start kind of thinking to yourself, can anyone really go home? You know, I mean, how can this? So I went and ate at one of the local restaurants by myself. You know, just as I was settling in, headed over to the Oxford Performing Arts Center is actually refurbished and built in the old courthouse and is over the old jail. So that led to many jokes.
Sure.
So there came a couple things happened. Councilman Stephen Waits, who kind of led.
I didn't see Stephen. Where was he?
Well, that's part of our funny for the weekend.
You won't believe it.
So Councilman Stephen Waits played a huge role being the ambassador to. I want to bring this first conference y'all have ever done. I want to bring it to your hometown. I'm gonna find you the venue. I'm gonna connect you with these people, and we're gonna make this happen. Okay.
Well, he's a mover and a shaker, Rick.
We are literally about to get started, and I get a text from Stephen Waits. You're not gonna believe this, but I'm stuck in the elevator with men from Chilton County.
What?
Yes.
He got stuck in. They had to call the fire department. They had to call the fire department to free Stephen Waits and men from Chilton County who got stuck in the elevator trying to get up to the balcony.
Good night. One of them wasn't Gary.
Now
from
he didn't
Chilton
break
County.
out. He didn't break out in song of Butterfly.
No, he did not.
You better watch it.
You know what he said? I don't want to miss the conference. I don't want to miss it now. If you could find the fire department.
Well, whenever they got him out, I still never saw him.
Yeah. So when we come back, I'll jump in.
He must have been upset and left.
Yeah. Keep in mind, and the Lord, we know that He has a sense of humor because He enables us to have one, and it can be under His authority or it can be corrupted just like anything else. But when you try to send me to these kind of things, I mean, I try so hard. I really do. I try to get everything right. I try to do it right. So we'll come back and we'll talk about a hilarious moment that nearly went really bad, and we'll delve into the conference itself. And I know a lot of you all over the country. I mean, the funniest one, we recognized the guy that came from Montana. I asked him, how do you get to Oxford, Alabama from Montana? You know what he said? It ain't easy.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you?
Rotation.
That was a good throw.
Yeah.
There's 2 rotations, wasn't it?
One, two.
Yeah.
Landed on 2.
So anyway,
Wow.
this guy thinks that this may have come off somebody's truck.
He looked like Mel Gibson in The Patriot.
He did. But
That's good.
He's saying
Wasn't real, but I liked it.
The guy who got injured says he thinks that it came off somebody's truck and went through his windshield.
Sure, it just fell off?
Because he says
Somebody threw it up on the back, forgot.
He said people need to tie down their loads and when they don't secure things in the back of their vehicles, it's careless and you're gonna get people killed.
Yeah.
So he thinks it came off a truck through his windshield. How about of all things to come off a truck, an axe? All right, we'll come back and we'll take your phone calls on this right after we're done. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Phones we go. Fort Walton Beach standing by. Dave, welcome to the program. Dave, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Fired up and ready to go.
Yes, sir. Hey, on that Zach Brown deal, he was on your show, and he was telling his listeners that he had dogs that he had made his own breed, I guess, and was giving them away to listeners.
Yep.
But you had to go get them. And he lived in Georgia at the time. We drove up to his place, and it was on a Saturday, and we get to the yard, and there are tons of dogs. He's got a big deer feeder out there full of dog food, feeding these things. Anyway, it took him a while to get up. He finally gets up. He comes staggering out to the door, looking out, and he can't see us. I know he can't because I can tell from the look on his face.
Right.
He lets us into the house, and we had to help him find his Coke bottle bottom glasses. These things were thick. You could burn ants with these at the sun. Anyway, we help him find these glasses and stuff. He has all the puppies in the house, but they're a mixture of Weimaraner and Bloodhound.
Oh, my goodness.
So what do you call it?
A Weimaraner.
Yeah, I was going to say Weimaraner.
Weimaraner?
Yes.
And how long did it live? Do you still have it?
No, he passed away about a year and a half ago. And so I want to say he was 12, 14 years old, but he got up to about 120 pounds.
Wow. Good dog.
Yeah, he's big. He's a great dog. Gosh, I love that dog. Anyway, his sense of smell, he could find me anywhere.
So you heard Zach Brown on the show, went to Georgia, got one of those dogs that he breeds, and of course you were like us at the time. I mean, they rode around in one of those vans that they called Oprah with the air conditioning unit in the side of it and cots in the back, and we're just trying to make their way. So it's an incredible story only in America. So
you know what's funny about this? It was off of one of these 4-lane highways.
Yeah.
We pull off and it's a dirt road, and his house was straight ahead of us. But we saw that and thought this can't be it. So we took a left, went down this dirt road. There's a freaking dead deer that's all gutted up on the side of the road, and I'm like, oh my gosh, have we gone into deliverance here?
Well, you remember he said, my house, it ain't much to talk about.
Yeah.
I bet it is now.
It is now, I bet. So, hey, thanks for that story. That's incredible. Tammy out of Sylacauga. Tammy, welcome to the program. How are you? Hey, Tammy.
What's going on, fellas?
You, Tammy.
Hey, listen, I realize that I'm just an Alabama hick, short white woman that can't think for myself.
Oh, boy.
But I got to say, I want to say something about Scott Dawson.
Okay.
I'm hearing all of these governors that are, running for governor. They talk about what they going to do if they become governor.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do this, I'll do that. But from what I'm understanding, Scott Dawson's the only one that's already done something for a year and a half for free. He dug into stuff and dug out stuff, and he's got my vote just simply because he's proven that he loves the state of Alabama and the people in it.
Well, thank you for that, and I hope there's others because I mean, Bubba and I were talking really on the way to work today. We ended up talking on the phone, and we were discussing about this race coming up, and really trying to talk about what's really going on. And it is always interesting to watch people's response. And I don't know what's going to happen Tuesday, and I think we're living in a time now. Anybody who thinks they know what's going to happen in any given election, they've already been proven that they usually don't. But we'll see. But it is interesting that in this particular race, and I certainly don't have any ill feelings personally about anybody involved in it because I don't know them personally. I know Scott personally. But when you look at the situation with our state and in Montgomery, we just went through this Senate deal where people were screaming, drain the swamp, let's get rid of all these people that have been in the state government for too long or been in the government for too long. And then right now, you look at the governor's race and the lieutenant governor's race. It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, looking back over the weekend. The Man Church Conference came to Greg and our hometown of Oxford, Alabama. I'll get into thank yous. I've got a number of thank yous, as you can imagine, and I'm learning from Bubba to write them down. I'll probably still miss somebody, but anyway, because it takes quite a team to pull this off. So anyway, let me go ahead and hit you with the, I know things are off to a bit of a shaky start because Councilman Stephen Waits is stuck in the elevator with men who came from Chilton County, home of Gary, to see this. I did understand.
And he's thinking, who left a contract for this elevator?
Right. I found out that one of the police officers that helped rescue the Chilton County boys with Councilman Stephen Waits got interested in what was going on in there. And by the way, if you weren't pulled into the movement, it was unbelievable. And I'll get to the serious part in a minute. But anyway, so they actually found him a ticket, and he ended up staying for the rest of the weekend.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because he was like, hey, I want to be part of this. So anyway.
Please tell me, Steve, they had to do like in the movies when they go through the top of the elevator and climb up to the next floor.
Yeah. From what that's a long story. So here comes the part. Of course, Greg loves this, and he just gave him a line for the rest of the weekend, which he would deliver later. But so the way it was set up is, Chuck Hooten came in. He brought some incredible musicians, and the praise and worship was. We knew that God's presence was there within the first song. We're not even through the second song. Everybody in the audience has got tears running down their face. You see some of the images we've shown. There's just stuff going. I mean, the people, everybody backstage, we're moved. Everybody's just. You can just feel the presence of God in this room, and we just looked at each other and we said, he's here. And you knew immediately something was going on. So I'll hit some of this in a minute, but so picture they've done the first set of praise and worship. The Spirit is everywhere. Recab Gray, which I know all you men went back to wherever you came from talking about Recab. I got to know him through this process. It was suggested by the Iron Hill press team of Andy Blanks and Les Bradford that we got to have this guy. You're going to love this guy. He and I have been talking on the phone, and one day up here at the office, he and I must have talked for an hour and 15 minutes about nothing but Scripture and Jesus. I knew we were off to a roaring start when he went out and began to pray in the middle of the stage before the praise team was even finished on his knees. He wasn't even supposed to be out there yet. Things like that were going on. So keep in mind that this is an incredibly holy moment. We're off and running. Well, after Recab and before we heard the great testimony from Olive with Compassion International, Les Bradford, who was emceeing with Helms and Greg, said, I want you to come out and I want to interview you about the new devotional that you finished and we're publishing and launching this weekend. Tell us why the title transformed and tell us what it's about. Just a few minutes, then you can go back and come back and do the last session tonight. Okay, sounds great. So, and Bubba, you know where this is going. Well, I've tried to do a little better, and I've gotten to the point weight-wise where I can tuck my shirt in, okay? So I thought to myself, well, my shirt's kind of coming out, so I run in the bathroom real quick backstage, and I tuck my shirt in, and I do my belt, and I pull it up real quick. So then I realize, oh wow, it's time for me, and let's bring out Rick Burgess.
You would not have been able to bend anywhere in the area, Speedy.
So I saw pictures of
so
this.
keep in mind, I'm out there talking about this right there, this moment. Look how serious we are. My fly's unzipped the entire time.
You have no idea. Got that serious look on your face?
My fly's unzipped the entire time.
XYZ.
I had somebody text me and say that, hey, way to go, Polycarp. It looks like you're proving yourself a man. What a good one that was.
Yeah,
by the way.
that is very good.
That was a good one. Yeah,
Yeah,
so now keep in mind, this entire time I'm talking about this devotional, my fly's unzipped. Please don't miss that. Okay. And as soon as I come off the stage, because Andy Blanks, who suffers worse than Speedy from secondhand embarrassment, he's already been through a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's already hit
right. He's already sweating and profusely saying, I don't know how, because he was working the backstage area. And he basically said, I can't tell Rick his fly was unzipped. But luckily for myself, when I came off, I realized my fly was unzipped. And I'm thankful I was able to zip it before I actually did the full message.
Yeah, that would.
Because you talk about, I mean, that because then I'd have got to moving around and you know,
got worse.
Yeah,
somebody would have had to actually stood
But
up.
Rick, see, you know, it's stylish now to leave your shirt out. You know,
Right.
you don't have to tuck anymore.
Right, I know. And I, looking back, I wish I'd have been stylish because that way I would not have had my fly unzipped.
That'd have been quite a distraction.
Like I say, it was a short segment. It's fine. You got off the stage and got it fixed.
Yeah. But anyway, so
XYZ.
You know, I'm just trying to stay.
I know.
I'm trying.
All I could think of was we can't go anywhere.
No.
So that was a bad moment. And for all of you that have sent me emails about that and have commented about that, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you guys. I hope I was not.
And once again, I think it shows God does have a sense.
Yes,
of
he
humor.
does.
Sure does.
So let me say
have
that.
one if he didn't.
Let me say this, and then we'll.
But you can never get him on a joke.
No,
he always knows.
He
the
already knows
punchline.
the punchline. Yeah. So let me give props to Team Man Church and everybody I need to thank. Andy Blanks and Les Bradford, Iron Hill Press. I've known them for a long time. I've known Andy because we went to church together, and he actually taught the youth with Sherry for a while, and then we taught youth together and before all this, and they mainly have been in youth ministry with YM360 for years and have done so. They were familiar with curriculum for youth and all this. And Andy is a great writer and editor and all this. And they approached me about what have you ever thought about doing a little 40-day devotional, and I'll help you with it. That was the first How to Be a Man, the Pursuit of Christ-Centered Masculinity. And we put that out. I don't even remember how many years ago that was. It's been a while back. And that went out, and I just kind of tried to contribute to that a little bit, but Andy, as usual, carried the load. And so Iron Hill Press, they publish all the curriculum, all the resources, and they did a masterful job on this conference. So I have to give them huge props for everything that they did, and we'll talk a little more about that here in a minute. But also I want to thank Chris Adler. Yeah, nobody knows how much he works on these curriculum, and watching the fruit, Chris, of everything that you have done, along with the writers that write all the study guides. I mean, people don't know the times you and I get in here and grind this stuff out, and you make that easy on me. And they know that they were men,
boy Adler,
men all over the country that were coming in talking about how those curriculum have transformed their lives. And these little things that you do, they go all over the world. So we'll come back and I'll talk about the rest of the guys and the rest of the team. And we'll do our best to try to let you know how it went. But I will say this, I think this falls into the category that the easiest thing to say is you just had to be there. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I think are going to get the most votes have been down in Montgomery for decades. And so that doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense if you're wanting to really make some sort of change. And then you go to the governor's race. I mean, you basically have a governor who ended up being the governor because she was the lieutenant governor, and the governor, which if you're ever lieutenant governor in Alabama, you always have a great shot of being governor.
Yeah, your chances of moving right on up are pretty high.
Because we'll take one away in shackles in a second, but and let you be the governor. But but what we've discovered here is that she's getting to run not being vetted at all. I mean, it's like the press doesn't. Of course, you can't vet someone who won't actually come to a debate or do a news conference. But I mean, she's completely unvetted. And then the things that are brought up that kind of make you tilt your head. I mean, if you want to draw a line about how we ended up with Doug Jones, a Democrat, in the Senate, you draw the line to her. When she took over, she held this special election, and it went south and ended up in a very controversial debacle that gave us a Democrat in the Senate. If you're like me and you had a PAC program back when she was overseeing the PAC program, it got in trouble. It nearly completely went under, and then they froze us at the 2010 college rates, which was not the deal that we had been told we were going to get. Now, thankfully, Young Boozer, which, wow, what a tough name to have to market there.
Yeah.
But I got something in the mail the other day that we're going to be increased by 7% on college with the PAC program. So he's gotten in there and worked a little bit, but that was under her watch when that went down. And then this last thing, which, was almost, I don't know why it was so forbidden, is that Scott Dawson pointed to the ADECA program and said, here is a grant that was given to an organization that says if you believe that the biblical worldview is correct concerning marriage, that this organization that received money from our state out of her office, that we were murderers and we all participated in hate speech and should be treated that way. Then not only were they that controversial, they closed their doors and went away with the money, and no one has answered what happened to it. So it's okay, and it's not mean, and it's not unfair, and it's not misogynist to point and say these things are drawn directly back to Kay Ivey. And who is Kay Ivey? Well, no one really knows, because you can't do an interview with her, and she won't come to debates. So she is going to go into Tuesday and go through an entire primary process and not be vetted at all. And then the only thing she says on the ADECA grant was, well, I didn't have any choice but to do that. And then nobody questioned whether that was true or not. So it's an interesting situation. But if we really want change, it's time to look down at Montgomery and say, regardless of who you are, all the things we've been through, if you've been down there for decades and decades and we still kind of have the same old thing, regardless if there's an R by your name or a D, it'd probably be a good idea to try something different. That's kind of where I am. And as far as character,
I thought we were for draining the swamp.
Yeah, it is interesting how one group will say drain the swamp and they go support somebody that's been there for 40 years. Well, I mean, I don't understand that, but then also just
Rick, it's time for a revolution.
Look, she seems sweet, and I understand that all of us, it's hard to say things sometimes and vet out our grandmother. I understand that. I understand that almost like, hey, this person's untouchable. But when somebody says they want to be the governor of a state or a lieutenant governor, regardless of their gender, regardless of their age, regardless of it's okay to vet them out. That's not mean, and that's not evil.
It's okay to ask questions.
It's okay to vet them out.
And there should be answers to those questions.
Right. Just because you're sweet and we can picture you bringing us some delicious cookies and cornbread doesn't mean that you're not allowed to be vetted. And look, now, if I was her, let me applaud her strategy team, because the way you've been able to maneuver through the waters and have her unvetted was brilliant and the right way to go. And sometimes I think that some of those people that really run the state, this is their perfect candidate. And that's how it feels to me. You know what I mean? Go out, take a few pictures, and say some sweet things, but back here behind the scenes, we're doing it.
I just like seeing the candidates on stage discussing the issues and asking questions of each other.
And
I think that's how we get better candidates. That's how we get the process should work.
And then when the press tried to say, well, look, when we look at this, regardless how you feel on the moral side of the ADECA grant, the
bookkeeping side of it is rotten.
The bookkeeping side and so I 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Recap from the weekend, and for me, it was mainly it was mainly the Man Church Conference. Incredible. So let me finish the thank yous, and then we'll move into some more recaps. So I want to thank everybody from Team Man Church. Our team is we're not very big, so everybody has to work a lot. So I definitely want to thank, as I said, Andy Blanks and Les Bradford, Iron Hill Press, Chris Adler for all the work he does on the curriculum, Helmsy for all he does to help us organize when we send our teachers out for Man Church services, and the job he's done with helping groups to learn the best way to facilitate and teach the curriculum and working and helping with that. Lee Moore, you can't do something like this without a Lee Moore. That's customer service. Can you imagine men's ministry? I don't know how to download these videos. And Lee takes care of all of that and takes care customer serving all the churches that are doing our curriculum, and he is a solid gold and a powerful man of God. I want to thank Bones. Bones handles. He's kind of our road manager with all the speakers going out. He brought his son Tyler. They both helped out tremendously over the weekend. Lee Moore couldn't stop talking about that. How helpful they were to him. So that I want to thank him. And normally not called into action, but when we do our first conference, we had a lot to take in. Andy Blanks wisely handed off hospitality to his wife Brent, and so we want to thank her. And
outstanding job.
Outstanding job, because that's just not something we're good at. Somewhere in there you got to have a woman help, and she helped with hospitality in the green room and took care of the band and all the speakers and made sure they were all fed and taken care of, and gave them
well-fed
gift baskets. Of course, Wingo left his. We're now eating his today.
Sure.
But that's on you. But so anyway, also want to thank Mike Howard. Mike, man, he is a pro. He was the one that got back at the soundboard and played all the slides, made sure the visual component, which I thought turned out great. Props to Mike Howard for getting the lyrics on the big screen, getting all the information on the big screen that everybody needed to give us that atmosphere, the videos that he played. Shane Etheridge, outstanding job developing the slides, and also the cover of the new devotional, which we'll talk about in a minute. And I also want to thank First Baptist Church, Oxford, Alabama. They were kind of our host church there. They've been doing the curriculum. We got great feedback from them. Thank Jimmy and all the men there for feeding everybody on Friday night. Thank you for that. Chuck Hooten was our worship leader. He brought a band that was unbelievably talented, and they really ushered us into the presence of God. The entire staff at the Oxford Performing Arts Center, pros. You know, I shouldn't have been surprised. You know, they said every 5 days they're doing a show.
Oh, yeah.
They do 72 a year. And they said, look, you know, and they said that, this was something in the way that, and I don't want to take one person and pull out of a great staff, because that always leads to, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
But I have to say something about Madison Craft. That's the box office. Mm-hmm. Y'all knew what we were all going through Friday. I got extra tickets. I don't have any tickets. I got this. I got that.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, tickets. She basically said, everybody calm down. I got this. And so Bones was facilitating emails of men, and basically at one point she says, tell Bones to bring me all this. And she took it and says, I'll handle it. And so she found tickets for people that didn't have them from people who had them and couldn't use them. Mm-hmm. At one point, she took guys in the nosebleed section and ushered them down to the front, because some people in the front couldn't use their tickets. So she moved them there to give them a better experience.
Oh, best seat in the house.
She did. She found this policeman that said, hey, there's something going on here. I'd like to go. Here's your seat. Wow. So Madison, outstanding job. But the entire staff, the way y'all handled our networking breakfast with all the church leaders, beautifully done. Thank you, Charlotte Hubbard, and everybody at Hubbard's for catering that. Masterful job. All of you in hospitality, masterful job. Thanks to the ushers that volunteer. Y'all did such a good job. Y'all made life so easy on what could have been a chaotic gathering of 1,200 men from all over the country, and y'all made it smooth so we could just enjoy the experience. Also want to thank Olive, the sweet woman, and her son who came to give their testimony, how she'd been impacted by Compassion International. She did a great job. And also want to thank some family. I want to thank Brody Burgess, my son, for coming over and grabbing some of the B-roll video that we're watching, and just watching him out there worshiping, and then realizing he had a camera and then he should be shooting it. And so he was, and he also came to Oxford wearing what? 75.
Oh yeah.
He had 75.
That's good.
So which was hilarious that he did that.
That's great.
And then Greg, I want to thank you for.
Thank you for letting me be a part of it.
You did a great job, and I know that
very small part, but being there, it was amazing.
But
it
you said something that was impactful to me on Friday. And because I was like, look, man, don't feel obligated to, if you got things to do. I know we're all busy. I got all that. And you certainly don't have to come. And if you're welcome to come. I told the guys that from the very beginning when I first said we're going to do this. I don't want to put pressure on anybody. If you want to be there, I'd love to have you there. But I understand we all got a lot going on. And you said to me, which really was, I think, what a lot of these men came to the conclusion. You said, Rick, you don't know the number of weekends that I do things that don't matter. Mm-hmm. I'm not feeling stressed by the fact that I'm going to go to something that matters.
Yeah.
And so thank you for that encouragement, but also thank you for the you definitely cut up and had a good time, but and you had to be there. But the last session of the whole weekend, Greg introduced me to come out, and you came out and gave a vision that nobody else has but you of what it was like on the day that Bronner went to heaven, for you to be making your way to that hospital and honestly not being sure how it was going to go.
Yeah. Yeah, that was tough. It was, but I just said, hey, it's in your hands. Let me go out here and see what happens. And,
yeah,
I didn't know if I was too long, too short, whatever. And how I love speaking publicly anyway.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so excited about that.
No, you did a good job because you said something because, of the way that, there's periods of my life that I'm very ashamed of. I've been redeemed of those. So
well, we all got that.
I don't allow Satan to make much hay with that. I just point him to Jesus, and Jesus says he's with me. So let's stop all that. Let's talk about what he's doing now. But you said when something that traumatic, you were like, hey, it's going to go one or two ways.
Yeah.
And
because I know you better than anybody in the world knows you.
Yeah.
And I said, this is going to work one way or the other, and either way, it's going to be very extreme.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and and that's the thing that I wanted to talk about, because those of us that were there, I don't really know what to say. And I was doing this Sunday because a lot of men from my local church came. I think there were 50 that came, but there were some men that said, "Hey, man, tell me how it went," and I just kind of shrugged my shoulders, and I was like, "I don't."
Yeah.
On the way,
I mean, if you missed it, you missed it. I mean,
Yeah,
and then I'm not saying there are a lot of people they just couldn't do it, and I think God put them in there that needed to be there. But I didn't mean that way. What I meant it was, I don't think I can put you there. I mean, I can't do it. I can't really tell you what it was like. It was supernatural.
I was talking to Amanda Saturday morning, and she was asking me about it, and I told her, I said, I got emotional. I mean, big time emotional talking to her, and I just said, I can't describe what has taken place in the last 12 hours. And I just kept saying things like, I'm seeing things I've never seen before. I'm hearing things I've never heard before. The setting, the diversity, all these different things. And I just had to pause and stop. And she asked me, she said, "Are you okay?" And I said, I'm caught off guard by what is going on here.
Well, and you're seeing this happen. I'm not trying to compare anything, but I think there is a revival that is breaking out in our country. Now, there's been revival breaking out all over the world that we weren't in on. They're not struggling like the church here is struggling. But there is a revival that seems when these certain elements come together and God honors with his presence. Let's just hear this. Here's this is a terrible attempt to try to get you there. But listen to the sound of these men, and notice that the worship team just stops playing. Mm-hmm. All right, so check this out.
Wow.
I mean, and then listen to this. And some of these, now keep in mind, that was Amazing Grace.
Yeah.
And I love some of the modern songs. Don't misunderstand me.
Yeah.
Listen to How Great Thou Art.
I like that one.
Men telling God how great he is.
Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art.
How about that?
Oh, wow.
And that's, I mean, that's tough to.
Yeah.
So we come back. We had another thing that happened this weekend that was the next step, and we'll continue an attempt to try to recap what was a really, really powerful experience. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It varies, but I feel better when I'm here at 5. So if I'm not here at 5, I feel like I'm running a little
I
late.
wouldn't be alarmed with you when I'm saying modern day unless it got like 5:45. Then I'd be like,
Right.
okay, something's wrong.
Right. Well, I was just letting you know because I felt like I needed to.
Yeah, thank you.
And just say, hey.
Thank you very much. We did have a great conversation.
We did. You know, and I blame the NBA for it last night because I came in, the game had already started, and I was going to catch just a little bit of it. I got caught up in it. And I thought, hey, here's the third quarter. You know, this is when Golden State goes wild, and they made a little run, and then the Cavs came back, and I thought, well, this turned into a ball game here. So, you know, I couldn't let it go. Greg, you know how it gets you sometimes.
It gets you. You got to watch the end.
And then, of all
You gotta see
things,
it
it
through.
goes right down to the end, and they end up in overtime. And I thought, oh my gosh!
I know that.
And it
Don't
was-
you hate when that happens?
And it was already way late, and I thought, man, this is terrible. But I just could not cut the remote off because I'm like, wow, this is a good game.
But how they ended up in overtime is something else. So you got to understand they're at Golden State game 1, so they're already up against, you know, hey, wow, we got to go to Golden State. LeBron and them are absolutely worn out from their last series, and I know Golden State with Houston, they had a tough one too. So they finally have fought back from Golden State's third quarter run, and it's 107-107 with 4.7 seconds left in the game, and Cleveland is at the line. And so if he makes the free throw, they go up by 1 with 4 seconds left. Well, he misses it, and
How'd he miss a
surprisingly, Cleveland gets their own rebound. J.R. Smith goes up and gets the rebound. Well, instead of immediately going back up trying to make it and win the game, he dribbles it out to midcourt almost, and his teammates are going, "What are you doing?" But and now he says that he thought they were calling timeout. That's why he dribbled out. But it's clear here that he didn't know the score and he thought they were up by 1, or he just had a terrible blunder, and thought that there was a miscommunication between him and his coach on if they were calling timeout or not. But
It's
here
like
it
he
is.
realized with 1 second left he'd messed up, and then he tried to throw it to a guy and get a shot off. LeBron is standing there who's dumped in 50 points, and he's got his hands out like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and he isn't the only one.
Tied up.
Got to make that
Hill
shot.
misses. Rebound goes to the Cavs. J.R. Smith brings it back out. Throws it to Hill. Hill shot blocked. And we'll go to overtime.
You can see LeBron's frustrated. But if we go back here, watch his teammates. Watch all the teammates.
J.R. Smith
Where is he
brings
going?
it back out. Throws it to Hill. Hill shot blocked.
They're like, what are you doing?
Why you just put it back up?
And we'll go to overtime.
He should have just and he had a good shot, by the way. He had a good shot to bring it back, put it back up.
Hill misses.
Right there.
Right there.
Why is he not driving to the goal?
He thinks they're ahead. I don't care what he says.
It looked like he mouthed when LeBron was asking him, what are you doing? It looks like he said, I thought we were ahead. Now
JR's come out and said he said I clearly didn't
He said
think
he couldn't make that shot over Durant. But
Yeah, he said JD was KD.
Yeah, he
I should
was.
say
He was right in front of him.
He was right in front of him. There's no
At
way he
least
can make
try.
that shot.
you
And
ain't
he
going to
said-
make it if you don't shoot it.
He said, if I thought we were ahead, he said I would have just stood there and held the ball and let him foul me. He said I was clearly thought we were going to call a
You remember the
timeout.
pump fake?
All right, let me ask this question then. In that situation, why didn't they call timeout? To set up
were
a
they
shot.
out of timeouts?
I don't know. I have no idea, but I know that LeBron.
He thought they had a timeout and they didn't do.
I think
Yeah,
if you go
really.
by the book on this, the first thing is put the shot back up. The second thing would be to call timeout, and nobody did it. I don't know while he was dribbling why LeBron or some of them didn't call timeout unless they were out of timeout.
I don't know, but in the of course they go to overtime. That goes into overtime,
But
and
you
then
saw they kind of had a little tiff there about
No
it.
question.
And
Just put the ball
it
back.
spilled over into the overtime because the Warriors came out and they got a 7-point lead pretty much right out of the gate, and then it was just there was no way to catch up.
Well, you could tell Cleveland. I mean, you need.
They
to
were
win
out
it
of
then.
sync after that.
So LeBron leaves. He walks out of the press conference. They keep asking him about JR, and finally he just gets up and walks out. But here's the interaction here.
What do you mean? What's my version?
Well, did he think that the game was tied, or did he think that you guys had it salted away?
How do I know that?
Or did you discuss it at all with him at the end of the play?
No. They asked me if I talked to JR about it. I said no already. I knew it was a tie game. We was down 1. George Hill went up. He made the first one. We got the offensive rebound. You know,
didn't make
I thought we were all aware
missed
of what was going
He
on.
made the first
That's
one.
my view. So I don't know what JR was thinking. I don't know the question that you're trying to ask.
I was just trying to see if you knew exactly what his state of mind was. Did he?
So 9 minutes to the top of the hour, recapping the Man Church Conference this past weekend in Oxford, Alabama. So I've tried to get all my thank yous out there, talked about the goofy, funny things that happened. And so I want to make this point, and I think this point is crucial, and we talked about this in the recap, okay? Was there a movement of God this past weekend? Yes, there was. Why? Because I think so many times, especially now, you try to, if we could get a revival going in the men of this country, which is what we feel called to, because, we say disciple men change everything based on everything we've ever studied and Barna research and this and that. And you hear it every Father's Day, and then it's kind of like, well, what are we going to do about it? If you could get that guy under the authority of Christ, you solve a lot of problems. At least that's what we hear all the time. But sometimes men's ministry can be clunky and not very well done, and so we just went to Scripture and developed this strategy. But God always gives you the opportunity to pass the test. First Peter talks about this, about in this you rejoice for a while, if necessary. You've been grieved by various trials to test the genuineness of your faith. So we get all this going. I feel like, God's called me to get involved in my men's ministry at the local church. I didn't want to do it. I like to go into conferences, speaking, upsetting everybody, and leaving. And God says, no, it's time. I said for you to make disciples. I told every one of you that have been redeemed before I ascended to heaven that you're to be a disciple and make a disciple and teach them to obey all I have commanded you until I come back. And after I was redeemed and my wife was still the spiritual leader of my home for far too long, I realized that I couldn't teach anybody something I didn't know. So I begged for God to give me a yearning for His Word, because I was never good at studying and all those things, and He did. So as soon as we put all this together, all of our little plans, look, we got a strategy. Look at us. We got a website. We got a game plan. Here we go. We're ready to get started. Worldwide pandemic. That's the first day we went on the air with it, was March 1, 2020. Yeah. And you know what he was saying? You still with me, House?
Yeah.
It's not going so well, is it? No, it really isn't. Lord, I thought you called me to do this. I did. It's not really doing well. Right. So are you going to do it as long as it goes well, or are you going to do it because I told you to? No. Are you doing it because you're obedient to me, or are you doing it because you want it to be successful? Which one? I just do what I said to do. And so we had to grind through the pandemic years. We've never existed outside the pandemic, okay? So there's that. Just like with Sherry, I think about with Sherry, when she felt called to go to speak to women, and she knew she had that call, she was scheduled to speak to women for the very first time the day that we were at graveside with our youngest son. So God said, I've called you. Sherry says, I'm in. And then he looks back and says, still in? See what I called you to, I want you now to go and do this. This is your ministry now. That's not the one I wanted. You said you were going to do whatever I called you to do. Still with me? And so that's kind of, so this is what you have to understand. Anything that happened that was powerful this weekend, and this is not an attempt at false humility, which I loathe and God loathes. This is the truth. All the greatest, the worship team, they were extremely talented, but their talent came from God. Hey, the words they were singing were really powerful. The words were about God and mainly from Scripture. Hey, man, these teachers that came out, man, they were really gifted. By who? God. Hey, man, this stuff they said really impacted me. It was Scripture. It was wholly inspired by Him. Hey, man, we're getting in these Bible studies. What kind of studies? Bible studies. Who wrote the Bible? God. Man, they're really transforming us. I bet. See, it's not about the strategy. It's not about the giftedness. It's not about all the talent. Even the talents themselves came from God. So these men did not experience Les Bradford, Andy Blanks, Rick Burgess, Rich Wingo, Rick Cab Gray, Chuck Hooten, Olive with her story about how Jesus changed her life through his power. All of this was orchestrated by the one and only living God, and we must make much of him. And what everybody experienced was not all our wonderful plan that we came up with and all these things we've done. It's the power of his word. It's the power of him. And you men who stood up and said, I repent and I want to follow Jesus, that happened because of him. He didn't need any of us. He just allowed us to be part of it. And he's really working on us more than anybody. Yeah. So now we face the biggest challenge. It's what I sent out immediately on Sunday morning. As I was sitting out on the screened-in porch, and I was brought to tears. Bubba, that actually does happen sometimes. Yeah. And you know why? Because I was emotionally spent. I was spiritually refined, but there was also a daunting fear. Success. Mm-hmm. It'll be the biggest enemy we've had so far. Because we've struggled and we've struggled and we've had setbacks and we've struggled, and he's refined us, and now he's saying, can you handle some success? And most ministries can't. And most people can't. So y'all pray for us. We actually experienced something that looked successful. So now we're really in trouble. So pray for us. So it was, but everything was that what he did. And that's not saying the right thing because that's what you're supposed to say. That's a fact. So one of the other things, as we talked about over the weekend, is these guys with Iron Hill Press. Andy came to me and he said, "I think it's time for you to write some commentary and put out a devotional." And it's not a book. I mean, it's a resource at best. Okay, it's just a little 31-day devotional. I've already talked to some of the guys that have started, and they said, "You know what? You've done it again. Just like you do in the Wednesday Bible study, just like you and Bubba do on the show. You have taken some complicated things and you're communicating them to us like a C student from Calhoun County." And so it's a 31-day.
It is our language.
Yeah, but the word is transformed because, I, like a lot of people, and it's nobody's fault but mine. Let me say that loud and clear. It's nobody's fault but mine. I was sold a version of Christianity that was not correct. It was not transformative. It did not have much impact on my life. I just thought I'd done enough not to go to hell. And then I went right back to my life, attended church, wasn't immersed in church, didn't study the Bible, didn't know much about the Bible, did prayers when I was afraid and when there was food in front of me. Okay. And it did not transform my life. And I paid a horrible price for that, and so did many other people. And so we come back, I'll tell you kind of the process of putting this together, and it even ties into something that was seen. So if you leave us, have a good day, try to catch the archive, but I'll finish that up because it deserves a little more than this. So I'll point you to this, and I'll maybe help some of you, I hope, the way people help me. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That you guys had it won, or did he think he was trying to make a play? Not sure.
That's a fair question.
What do you mean I'm not sure? No, I don't know his state of mind.
Did you know if he knew the score?
Thank you.
And then he gets up and leaves.
But LeBron, I get it to a point, but you expect us to believe y'all never discussed it.
That is the biggest play in the game.
I didn't ask him, Rick.
Let me tell you who it really got off the hook was the Cavs were coming down the court, and it's tied, and they're in the 1-and-1, and Clay and whoever it was out front with the ball, I don't remember who, tried to get a pass under the goal, and Klay Thompson held the guy. He was beat, and he held him to give him the shot. So everybody was going, Clay, what are you doing here? They got tangled up, and it looked like he held him. So if he had made the shot, it would probably have been Klay Thompson being, wearing the dunce hat today.
Yeah, but
for
LeBron,
making that foul.
Well, we've been telling you that Frank Caliendo has started a tour that is already off to an incredible start. Rave reviews. He'll be in Birmingham, Alabama, coming up this weekend, the Stardome. Make plans to go see Frank. His show is completely clean. It is a show you can go to with your family. It is not campy and corny. It is quite funny. You will love it, but it is not a yuck fest, which I know so many of us get so tired of. That's going on tonight and tomorrow night. Now, June 3rd, Huntsville Stand Up Live is sold out. So the Comedy Zone, Charlotte, North Carolina, June 4th, is sold out. Zany's in Nashville, that show he just did, sold out, but he's coming back July 10th, and tickets are now available for that, for those of you in Nashville. And then Chattanooga, Tennessee, the Comedy Catch, July 11th. There are some tickets still available for that. And Frank Caliendo joins us again on the show. Frankie?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. After sitting in with you for 4 hours or 3 hours the other day, and being away for, 2 days now, I miss you guys. That's how ridiculous it is.
Frank, we miss you.
Miss you back, buddy. How about this?
And that's not me just saying that. Actually, when I was thinking about calling in, I was like, oh, my gosh, I have too much brotherly feelings for these guys.
I'm just glad you didn't text me last night and say, Rick, I can't quit you. That was awkward.
Stardome.
Yeah. Hey, Stardome, and I'm really upset with you because I can tell that you're doing the Rick. Look, the ticket sales are good. It's not sold out, but everybody tells me that my ticket sales are good, and I started sensing just a little bit of doubt that you didn't think we could sell it out today on the show, and it really started to bother me a little bit.
I can feel that this has gone to being about me to being about you.
That is correct. I mean, it's like because you've been around us. We play to win. I mean, we play.
Yeah.
I've told my kids who sadly didn't disagree with me. I said, you realize that when you look at what the show has done involving your father and all your pseudo uncles, we have not stayed on the air because we're talented. And I expected them to interrupt me then, and they didn't.
Right. Everybody just keeps nodding their head when you say that.
I said, we're here because we come to work to win. When others would fade away, we kept coming back.
If we have a talent, I think it's showing up.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of people won't.
And that's not something I'm proud of, but I mean, it's all we got.
A lot of people won't, apparently, apparently one of our interns did not show up today.
Yeah.
But anyway.
He made it 2 weeks.
So Frank,
there he is.
Frank, let's go back to the shows you just did. We started getting these. I mean, the audience. Now they're kind of they're locked and loaded into the tour now, and they saw that Kirk Herbstreit was tweeting and putting out on social media about how much he enjoyed the show in Nashville. So, tell us what happened there.
Well, I've known Kirk for a while. He used to do radio in Columbus, Ohio, and so he had texted me before coming out to the show and said, hey, do you have any tickets left? And there weren't any tickets left. And I called up Brian Dorfman and I said, do you have anything sitting around there? And he goes, listen, we save a group for owners and stuff like that just in case. So we got Kirk in, and then he came, said hello for a little bit, and then I didn't even know that that there was a tweet or anything like that. Speedy had just told me on the phone, so
yeah.
I had no idea that he did that. So that was really cool of him, and I appreciate it. What I wanted to tell you more was this, that so many Rick and Bubba fans, Nashville, a ton of Rick and Bubba fans just coming up and saying, hey, we heard about you on Rick and Bubba, even on calls like weeks ago. And then I went to D.C. There were some Rick fans, not so much Bubba. And then, so all this stuff has been, a lot of these shows have been selling out, and it's been a lot of fun because I've been mixing stuff up, working more on talking about my family and all that kind of stuff, even the things I was talking about with you guys, but it's been giving me the confidence to do more and more of that. And, you guys talk about this. It's interesting because I've always been pretty clean. For a while, I remember you guys were saying he's getting a little spicy,
Yeah, well, you don't want to go down that. We've been burned like that by comedians before that'll come on and tell us they're family friendly, and then the audience starts emailing going, I don't know what y'all call family friendly.
Right, yeah, no, absolutely. I've had that with openers, too, before, where you bring somebody and all of a sudden they're saying stuff, you're like, no. You have to be able to do this in front of kids and grandmas. That's basically what it is. You can...
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here today. Welcome back. And Bubba, I did meet a man who walked up on Saturday and said, I'm from Cedar Springs, Alabama. So anyway, I said, is Bubba still the pride?
Out in God's country.
He said, absolutely. So I'll just finish, and then we'll move into other things. But there was a lot to recap from this past weekend, and even our attempts to recap it are falling way short. I got that. But anyway, so part of the thing that we were doing this past weekend too was launching. We have a new curriculum coming out in April, and we're talking about that, and we're talking about the strategy, and all that's at themanchurch.com. But I was asked by the guys, can you put out a devotional? And I'm not a gifted writer at all. My wife is the gifted writer, and Andy Blanks is a gifted writer, and I don't have their gift set. But like I said, I think that maybe God has allowed us to maybe take things that sometimes are hard to understand and kind of give you a C student from Calhoun County view on it. But when I started thinking about if I were to write a devotional, and when I say write, it's scripture. I'm talking about the commentary that goes with the scriptures. I certainly I don't have much to add to these scriptures, but I thought to myself, if I was a dude and I wanted to avoid what happened to me, and that was I actually was sold on a version of Christianity that was nothing but culture. It wasn't transformative at all. So when I did finally become a student of Scripture through the power of the Holy Spirit, I started realizing pretty quick that this Bible is full of Scripture that says that when one repents of sin and sincerely turns from their own authority and places their faith solely in Christ, and they acknowledge Him as now Lord, and they come under His authority, that Jesus had said when that takes place and there is that sincerity, and only God and the person know how sincere they are, that He will then transform them completely from the person they once were. It's not mild. It is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. I talked to one of the guys about that this weekend who made his decision to repent and follow Jesus. And we had like 51 guys who stood up and said, I want to follow Jesus. And I don't want to get too specific about this, but it goes into cultural Christianity. I noticed that one of the men who stood up after hearing our overall reaching theme of the weekend from Scripture about being transformed by Christ, I noticed he had a shirt on that seemed to indicate that he was already a Christian, and I'll leave it at that. It was some of these shirts you get. We have them out. We've got some available, that has something on it about Jesus. And I thought, well, he's standing up saying he's repenting of his sin. And I made it very clear that's what we were doing. And these men were bold enough to stand up in front of, over 1,000 other men and say, I'm repenting. I will follow Jesus, just like Jesus tells us to do in Matthew 10. It must be publicly acknowledged. And I noticed he had on a shirt that you would get that would indicate you were already a Christian. And then through further investigation, basically what he said, after I've heard the Scriptures being preached, and a lot of men will make a decision like I did in their life, but they'll never get into Scripture. They'll never grow. They'll stay in spiritual infancy and have no desire to grow. And I certainly was that way, sadly and embarrassingly. And I'm glad that changed. But he basically, and I'll paraphrase, said, well, it was just on my shirt. It wasn't in my life. It wasn't in my heart. My spirit had not been redeemed. Because why? I've looked at the fruit that flows from my life. It's not very complicated. Does it look like, and I'm not talking about mistakes. I mean, you hear us make mistakes. I certainly still make mistakes. That's not what I'm talking about. because we're not going to see perfection till we're glorified. But what I am talking about is the process of sanctified, which is all throughout Scripture. You are leaving spiritual infancy, and you're now growing in your faith because of the power of Christ. So when I thought about that, I said, well, that's what the devotional needs to be about, because I wish somebody would have handed this to me when I was trying to figure this out. Now, Jesus is always counterculture. The subtitle is Embracing the Death of Self and the Power of God. And the fastest growing religion in this country, we did a podcast about it, is the worship of self. So this is not about Jesus didn't tell us to worship ourselves. He said to worship him. He actually said deny yourself and pick up your cross. And that deny yourself in the original Greek, that's not become a better version of you. That is, you no longer exist. And so it's 31 of the most difficult, in my opinion, scriptures that say and call us to this transformation that only Jesus provides. But and I've already had a guy tell me, say, I like how it's short. I like how I get right to it. Here's kind of the way we do things, as you know. It's like somebody putting a meal in front of you, men, and there are no vegetables. There is no fruit.
Meat and taters.
It's not wordy. We're not going to beat around the bush, and I'm certainly not eloquent. So the words I've written in the commentary are not going to thrill you. There's nothing real poetic about it. It is, here's this scripture, here's what it says, and what's your response to it. And anybody could do this. It's like I say, it's just a little book. It's 31 days. It's released today everywhere. We had it at the conference, but it's now out everywhere, and you can get it at themanchurch.com. And then I know that Helmsy's also put it in show notes today, and so it's easy to grab there if you so desire. And it's just a resource for you to use. And it's the first thing. I mean, it's not my story. I mean, you'll see some things in there. I mean, if you want to know our story, just go get We Be Big, the book Bubba and I put out about how we all got here, and some of our testimony is in there. This is unpacking scripture that talks about the transformation that should be in all who have been redeemed. So here's this kind of gives you an idea from the weekend. We were getting emails from everywhere. Here's an email. My 40-year-old son and I, along with 7 other young men, and I won't say where they're from, attended the Man Church Conference. There are no words to describe the presence of the Holy Spirit as he presided over the entire conference. No doubt about that. The music was awesome. The speakers were anointed. I stood in the parking lot with other men from my church, and they said they had been beat up and their toes were bleeding, but they were smiling and praising God for loving them enough to set them free. I told my wife that many a wife was welcoming home new husbands who would never be the same. And we are a group that have been doing the curriculum for 3 years now. And so we came in with that already under our belt. But he said, because of the transformation that my wife has seen in me, he said, I've been married 46 years. And he said, I've been pouring myself into these young husbands and fathers because it has changed me. And listen to this, the greatest blessing is the change that I've seen in my wife of 46 years because of the transformation that she has seen in me through the Holy Spirit working through these curriculums and these studies of Scripture. She is freer in her walk as well, like she's never been. We are like newlyweds again. Disciple men change everything. You know? And so hearing that kind of stuff is just, I mean, I don't know what else to say to that. There it is. Yep. So thank you for belaboring me and us an opportunity to try to go back and recap that. And I know it fell very, very short, but hopefully you got kind of how it went. We'll jump into other stuff 15 minutes past when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, go a little bit with a little bit of innuendo kind of thing, but not even go as far as, some like stuff you see on TV. But anyway, I see all these other comics, and I just think some of the stuff I find funny. I'm not a prude or anything like that, and I watch it, but I go, man, how do you explain this stuff to your kids? Like when they have kids, that's what always comes back to me. Is like, man, I want my kids to be able to see me and go, that's my dad, even if they're embarrassed of me because I'm a weirdo,
right?
Not because I'm like filthy and I maybe I'll become dirty someday, but I'll have to wait till my kids are older.
Well, I think you make a good point, but I think the point that's even, and it's sad that we have to say this sometimes, I can see people's face sometimes when I say, look, this guy is 100% clean, and you can almost see their face, and I have to go, no, not campy, not prudish, not corny. He's still edgy, he's funny. Just like I talk about on the show. They said, what kind of show do you do? I said, well, look, we want to do a clean show, but we're not prudes. We'll talk about adult topics. You just talk about them in a way that, isn't grotesque. We try not to, or nasty.
You still have some civility to it. That's the thing to me is, you bring something up and we talked about the way we talked about Morgan Freeman, and I made that more of a social thing rather than just going easy, with easy jokes all the way around. So it was like, that's the kind of stuff I'm trying to do and stuff I could do just about anywhere. And that my kids do look at me and go, then don't have to look away and hide. So that's more where I'm
Well, think about being a dad too, Frank, how difficult it is if you were to look at your children and say, now look, what daddy does for a living, please don't do.
Yeah. Well, that's really what I did. That's why I've never done any drugs or anything like that. I mean, I have a person I grew up in Wisconsin, and I've never even been drunk, which I think it might be illegal.
What do you think?
But I always wanted to say, the whole reason for it, and maybe it's a silly reason, I don't know, it was always to be able to say, hey, see, look, you can do it, and you can get through without it. The peer pressure and stuff isn't really there, and, if you don't believe it. So that's just me, and I believe anybody can live their life the way they want. I don't tell anybody to do anything, but that's just who I am. So,
well, it's one thing to tell your children not to do things you may have done. It's another thing to tell your kids, don't do what I'm currently doing.
I leave that up to my wife because that's what she does.
Well, I had a friend at church say something that their father said, and it really hit me like a ton of bricks, and it's something that every parent today needs to hear. And I thought it was a profound statement. They said a lot of times parents don't understand whatever you do in moderation, your children will usually do in excess.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we're all into desserts.
So right, yeah. So if you dabble in something, you go, well, I'm just kind of, I don't go too far with it. Your kid will take that and go, Mom or Dad did it, and they will do it tenfold what you did.
Yeah.
So apparently, I played a little bit of Fortnite, and I got myself playing a lot.
But it never works on the positive stuff.
I know. Yeah. I've often screamed at my kids, do y'all ever? Surely there's something positive about me. Why am I constantly having to correct my negative things?
My dad kind of worked hard. I'm gonna get after it.
Yeah.
You never hear that.
You never do.
My dad used to tell us that the only reason he had kids was to mow the lawn and do chores for him.
Yes,
which is not a bad idea.
My dad told me if he'd ordered a truckload of stupid people and only got me, he would have got his money's worth.
I wish my dad was as creative as yours.
Oh, my gosh. Well, you talk about Mr. Creative. Good gracious.
Some of that's been passed down, I think.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get him to come to the show this weekend, but I'm afraid that he might find you to be weak in some way.
Hey, is Speedy right there right now?
Yeah.
Hey, Speedy. Please don't Kermit the Frog.
Frank, that was so funny.
By the way, we got great email on that. People said they were in their cars crying. Undoubtedly, that resonated. You talking about people that they pick only these two impressions to do.
Do you do that bit when you do your stand-up, Frank?
I'd look into it.
No, I'm working on it. Trying to figure out the way to not come off too much of a jerk. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I'm saying, look, people coming up to you doing bad impressions was great.
It's funny,
and I think you could work that in.
Frank, it's funny. It's funny, Frank.
And in a funny way, think about this. It's a way for you to not do impressions, but do an impression.
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
Funny you are.
You know what? Once again, Bill Bubba Bussy going beyond the linear universe
That's
and
it.
bringing us to something special.
That's it.
That's where he goes. You never
Be
know
in
when
the
it's going to
time,
happen.
baby. Be in the time.
When he does it these 2 and 3 times a year, it is really something.
Oh, that's so funny.
Rick, what'd you say? You told me one time your favorite moments when I was sitting here talking to a doctor from Oxford.
Thursday, Read Across America. It'll go live at 8:20 Central Time, and be archived if you want that too on the YouTube, on all of our affiliates, on the TuneIn app, however you get it, podcast archives. And Helmsy, what are they supposed to do? They just take a picture of their class participating.
Yeah, they can either tag us at Rick and Bubba on our social media platforms. We'll retweet that, repost that, and then if they don't do any of that and they just want us to post it, send the pictures to support@rickandbubba.com, and we'll get those up on our accounts.
Bingo.
A lot of people don't know this, but Speedy has actually volunteered to read it this year. Let you rest your vote.
Thank you.
A lot of people don't know
what you're saying.
Active, yeah, that's good.
And I love seeing those pictures,
what
and
Rich
those
is talking about right
videos,
there.
and a lot of times folks send them to me too, and I love it. So
Yeah.
keep sending them.
Bubba
even though they're
at.
going to support. I love sending them.
Absolutely.
Don't send them to me. I'll look at everybody else's.
Yeah, right. Okay. Plus,
You'll catch it on social.
Sometimes I can't, when the way the emails come, I can't see the pictures.
I know it.
So Bubba, you said that did we over the weekend and the Braves pitch clock? What happened here?
Well, it's a new world in baseball. We've got new rules with the pitch clock, and apparently this weekend, Cal Conley of the Atlanta Braves thought he had just won the game with a 2-out base-loaded walk-off walk on Saturday. He took a few steps toward first base, bat still in hand, when the umpire jumped out from behind the plate and indicated strike 3.
No.
And this was all based on the pitch clock. This was not the only thing that happened like this over the weekend, but let's get a look at it here. How it happened. I mean, this is the game.
And now what?
He's out.
They have called strike 3. Wow! This is mayhem!
I don't know if it's mayhem.
Automatic strike 3 called with the bases loaded in a tie game in the bottom of the ninth. This
is the crowd.
Is baseball in 2023.
But you see them going, I'm sorry, that's what I'm supposed to do now.
Yeah. That was the first full day of spring games, and so the game just ended. It just ended in a tie.
So, so are you saying he piddled around in the box too long?
Speedy can explain it better. I'm completely out of the loop.
It's kind of crazy. He wasn't set in the box as the clock wound under 8 seconds. You got to be set in the box and eyes up and looking at the pitcher. And apparently he didn't get set in time. And so this is another perspective of of the batter getting ready.
So the clock not only is a clock for the pitcher, but also for the batter.
Oh yeah, the batter's got it. I think Manny on Friday, Manny Machado was the first batter in spring to get.
All right, so tell me, I completely disagree. The pitcher is not even looking at the batter. The catcher's not even down at this point.
Apparently,
nobody's involved.
Is this the guy that you hollered at this weekend, my gracious?
Is this blind umpire? Apparently, it doesn't matter because he has to be set as the in the box as the clock is at 8 seconds.
Well, shouldn't everybody else be required to be set?
See how subjective and
Look at the
objective
catcher.
this is going to be.
Pitcher did not.
Look at the catcher.
That's ridiculous.
The catcher was standing.
He was still standing up when the umpire walked out.
This is ridiculous.
All right, so let me ask you this. I know nothing, and I acknowledge
I don't
that.
either, and I'll tell you that's ridiculous.
But I acknowledge. Let me see if I can understand the rule. If he had got in there and got set, and the catcher and the pitcher were delaying, he would have got a ball.
Yeah, because
it would have been on them
if the clock would have run out.
That's what I mean. If the clock ran out,
and that's what he thought. He thought the pitcher was not on the rubber set because the pitch clock had run down. So when the home plate umpire stopped play and kind of raised his hands, he thought, then that's an automatic ball because it's a 3-2 count. So we just walked in the window.
So you're coaching now. Would you go back and say, no, look, we're all figuring this out. Get in there and get set. That way, if the clock runs out, it's on the catcher and the pitcher.
Correct. And there's a couple of Major League Baseball batters that are having fun with this. In between pitches, they don't even move. They just stand there and like they're waiting on the next pitch. They're not even going to get close to not being ready.
So Adler, pull that back up. I want to.
The catcher is standing up. He's not in a position.
Here's the thing. I do want to defend him for a minute. I'm going to go the other way on this. Now that I'm looking at it, is he waiting for him to get set before he puts himself in a position because he doesn't want the batter knowing where he's setting up?
Yeah, because he's on the rubber. He's sitting there waiting.
So in the catcher and pitcher's defense, they are actually waiting on the hitter because as a catcher, you don't want to set up and then the guy look back where you're at.
Did the catcher call the signal standing up?
Maybe the right call.
Does he call the signal standing up?
I don't know if the signal's already been called or not, but he is looking. He is looking at his wristband that has the signals.
See,
he sure did.
Well, if I could,
And then he goes
a lot of the
back to his
pitchers
thing
have
again.
earpieces in, so they're hearing.
But he
the
showed
pitch
him
call.
a one. He gave him. One. Look right at the end. He's looking right now what to call, and then he gives him
a thumbs up.
Yeah.
He gives him a thumbs up because they're on the same page. But
Yeah.
the pitch clock is one of the new rules designed for like speed, pace of play. Players will have 30 seconds to resume play in between batters. Between pitchers will have 15 seconds with nobody on, and 20 seconds if there's a base runner. The pitcher must start his delivery before the clock expires. After a pitch, the clock starts again when the pitcher has the ball back. The catcher and batter are in the circle around home plate, and the play is otherwise ready to resume. Now, there's another one where a pitcher didn't like the ball. It had a scuff on it, or the seams didn't feel right, and so he stepped off the rubber and kind of waved like, hey, I need a new ball, and threw it to the sideline or to the dugout and got another ball back, and they thought that the clock was supposed to reset, but it doesn't. And so he got a ball because he didn't speed up in time.
Did we do 7B, Adler? Have you already showed us that? 7B. That was all part of that?
Yeah, that was the other one.
Okay.
And then on Friday, Manny Machado was the first player to draw a pitch clock violation. And that was kind of crazy. And this is him talking about it here.
Yeah.
It looks like you're ready to go. You got 2 hits today, so you've got your first hits of spring training, but you also got your first infraction, first violation. I think you set Major League Baseball history right there by having the first violation on the time clock. What happened right there?
I mean, I'm about to make a big adjustment. I might be 0-1 down a lot this year, man. It's super fast. There's definitely an adjustment period it's going to be, but going down the history books.
It looked like you were actually in the box. So what did they get you on?
So you got to be, at 8 seconds, right on 8 seconds, you got to be ready looking at the pitcher, engaged with the pitcher. And right there, I was looking up. So he told me, he's like, hey, you got 2 seconds, you got 2 seconds. So I stepped in as soon as I looked and bang. So I got called with 0-1 right away.
Well,
and that's an
adjustment period for sure. I'm okay with all of this. What I'm not okay with is an umpire ending it in the bottom of the ninth with that. That's ridiculous.
That
you
is
can't.
crazy.
Hey, let them play it out and go to both of them and say this. In a regular season game, as we work this stuff out, you're going to get called, but not in that situation.
We had a potential exciting moment in baseball. I mean, that's amazing, just that.
Thousands of fans going home disappointed.
Yeah, look at the crowd. They're up on their feet. You never see that in baseball, ever.
Did they pass the rule that I keep sending in every year 4 fouls and you're out?
No, it's in softball.
You send that one in.
I'd like to say that 4 fouls and you're out. Let's get this thing going.
Well, it's going to be an adjustment period, and if they can adjust to it, maybe the game will go a little quicker. But there's always going to be. Remember, we talked about the bleeding edge. They're on the bleeding edge right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to be some adjustments as they go. It's a definite learning curve for sure.
And the game in a tie.
Oh, no.
Come on.
I know it's spring training, but
It's
still.
just a practice
what do you mean,
game.
Okay,
We're
I
learning.
didn't know that.
That's why nobody was that mad. Because it didn't. It was
We're
spring
learning,
training.
Adler.
Adler thought it was the World Series.
We're learning.
This is
Game
ridiculous.
7.
My goodness, this is playoff.
This is crazy. This is for the pennant, right? I assume. What
I
is
know
the
they
pennant?
played that at Disney World.
All right, when we come back,
We've been there.
in the sports world too, this Brandon Miller thing. And I know people were calling about it earlier, and we'll go. But look at this.
Tone deaf.
Boy, you talk about tone deaf. It's just. I mean, you get just when everybody's kind of going okay, then you do something like this. I mean, you gotta. Anyway, we'll play it for you. It's got people upset again, and all the different ways you can be upset.
And Coach Oates addresses it.
Yep.
Also.
Yep, we'll do that when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First about time.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. To watch a professor at Oxford University leaning into Bubba as Bubba was breaking down the time continuum of speed of whatever it was.
Yeah.
And he just leaned in and looked at him like, I cannot believe what I am hearing.
No, it's we all have this prejudice against the Southern accent. I think the people who aren't in the South, the Yankees, I guess we're called.
Yeah, thanks, yeah.
you listen, and that it's something that tells you, no, this person doesn't have it, quote unquote. And then it's the problem we all have in this, everywhere is we.
What are you talking about? I don't have an accent.
What accent are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Frank, is this it? All right. So, sometimes we read stories and we see people's reaction to it, and because of the way we grew up and the culture we've lived in, we almost cry, what is the big deal? Mm-hmm. This one involving a car salesman, this is also, I mean, I didn't play Your America, but it's another sign of the times, in my opinion, that people are actually complaining about this now, and we lived in a time when this was just par for the course. We have a car salesman that people are complaining about because he is in some sort of management position, Greg, is that right?
Yes. He was. He's no longer.
Brett Bland, is that his name?
Yeah, perfect name, too.
Yeah.
Brett
No,
Bland.
that's the one that's being offended.
Oh, it is the one being offended?
I think it's Pratt. So
oh, yeah, it is Pratt. Okay. All right, so Jeremy Pratt is the one that's in trouble. And this guy.
I knew his name was Jeremy, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
I just knew it.
The guy that you mentioned, Brett Bland, says that he is tired of having to live in what he calls the sales bro culture at a Southeast Texas dealership.
Sales bro.
That's what he says. He says that his former boss, Jeremy Pratt, he's accusing him of weaponizing his own wind.
Yeah.
Weaponizing?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I've never heard it put that way.
Yeah.
And repeatedly pinching him and other male subordinates on their nipples.
What? Oh, Speedy do that.
No, I won't.
You would thump them. You would thump them.
I would thump it
to
a
a
while
point we
back.
had to have a meeting about
I
it.
would thump.
Yeah, it did go.
You or something else.
It got ridiculous.
Well, you bank on me. I thump you.
No,
All right?
that hurt.
To my point, both these things have taken place at this office many times.
If I'd had a gun, I'd have shot you.
Have they been weaponized?
He said that.
I've had to
How
close
do you
my door on you.
weaponize wind?
Well, I'll tell you. He says he reinforced his.
Have beans?
Listen,
You're gonna love this.
He reinforced his dominance over his subordinates by regularly entering their enclosed offices, then intentionally passing gas, then laughing as they were forced to breathe the soiled air.
That's you, Greg.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Is this Alabama Power?
I was about to say.
Sounds like where I used to work at. That was every day.
Serious description of it.
He says that Jeremy Pratt.
Well, that doesn't go on around here.
Sales bro culture.
Weaponizing his wind. He said that Pratt's behavior was tolerated in the office and by upper management who were even above him. And that
they thought it was funny.
And they said that, but the fact they never held him accountable opened the door to him getting even nastier. He says that he said Pratt would weaponize his wind and then warn anyone to complain about it, saying that that they wouldn't do anything because the director of human resources, Jeremy Pratt, the king of wind, had him wrapped around his finger.
And he also would ask him what's worse than a hurricane. He would show him a twister.
Yes, he would.
You remember that?
So anyway, and this is a lawsuit, by the way, against this guy. Now, there was a time when you might say this is, kind of annoying behavior, but I don't know that anybody would ever file a lawsuit over somebody doing something like this. Again, we don't know the difference anymore than rude behavior and criminal behavior.
Yeah. Rick,
we don't know the difference anymore.
Did you see where this is bad? Pratt sent. He basically faked that guy's picture, made him Photoshop it that he was a sex offender, and he sent it to 8 to 10 of his coworkers.
Yes, he did.
Saying, keep your children safe.
Yes.
That's a
okay.
little
Maybe
much.
that was a little.
That one right there got him.
It said another person in the group responded, saying was wondering why Bland kept asking him if he had any pictures of his nieces and nephews.
Oh.
It's just that. I mean, look,
and they're cutting up. It's a rough atmosphere, but we've worked in rough atmospheres, especially if you have only males and this kind of stuff.
on.
None of this sounds abnormal to me.
I don't want to live in America where you can't do any of that. I don't want to.
But now
now we're in trouble.
Now
where
you
you
become
can't
Gary.
weaponize wind.
Because remember,
I don't want to live in that America.
And look, if that's not your deal, that's fine. But don't be a little baby and go whining.
I agree. I mean, this is like
Rick Adler would be the one to have the lawsuit against him.
Literally, all of these things have happened here. Literally, all of them.
Yeah, I know.
Like recently and regularly, all of these things.
Are you going to sue us?
If I sue anybody, it's gonna be
866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Just a better way to handle getting meals on the table, saving money, not having to go to the grocery store, stand in those lines. Oh, they don't even have what I'm here for. Where is it? So it's also a lot less expensive than dining in on Uber and all this and bringing stuff from the restaurants. Certainly do that some for fun, but as far as meal planning, this is a better way to do it. And I'll tell you what, they also are not one of these services that you go, well, they sent me a grocery list, but I still have to go get it. No, you get everything. What they're doing is not just meal planning, they're meal providing. You're still preparing it. You get a recipe card that's easy to follow. You get all the ingredients you need for the dishes. If you're trying to do just a little bit better, they've got one called Dietitian Win options. Under 700 calories, make it easier than ever to stay on track with their daily wellness plan. If you're looking for, power up with some protein, they've got some great protein smart recipes. The one pot pork and bean chili, awesome. Creamy Dijon dill chicken, yummy. They feature 30 grams or more of protein per serving. If you want to eat well without hassle, this is the perfect service, and they deliver the pre-portioned ingredients, bam, 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 right to the door, cutting down on prep time, food waste, no going to the grocery store, and it's a lot less expensive than having food brought from restaurants to your door. Taste it for yourself. We're going to get you 60% off right now as you join America's #1 meal kit. 60% off and free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we recapped some of the weekend, and now we just talked about new rules in baseball. Now the Alabama Brandon Miller story, it just continues. It just continues. Young adults, and I use that term adult loosely, there's just not a lot of wisdom there, and it seems like that we're not learning right now. We're not learning. The team is not learning.
Yeah, Alabama's phenom freshman, Brandon Miller, who was linked to, and to what degree, still unproven in court, although his attorney says he had nothing to do with it, other than his gun being involved. It wasn't his gun.
It's not his gun. No, it was not his gun.
No.
It was Miles' gun.
It was Miles' gun, but he was
and he didn't know it was in his car.
He was linked to this event. Initially, his attorney has said he has nothing to do with it. Anyway, it caused quite a backlash
and all of that,
national media.
And all of that may be 100% true. The courts will work it out, and he needs to be given benefit of the doubt. But that has nothing to do with what we're about to talk about right now.
Correct.
No. Because what we're about to talk about right now, nobody can say this is okay.
No,
well,
wisdom.
In the home game, of course, he is going to get big time welcome by the home crowd.
Sure,
but everybody has these little pregame rituals they do now. When they're called out. And he has one where somebody pats him down. Now, I've seen this move in other players too. It's more common than you would think.
Okay.
But you would think, given what he has been through with this, and given the seriousness of what this event has been, and what it has caused as far as a backlash with the team, that you might pass on that now. Maybe you edit that a little bit, but not so.
Mm-hmm. So are they? Why do you do that? In other games, you're patting them down for what?
Well, they all do little things.
Yeah, but
what's
the pat down? I understand all that.
Like I'm a weapon.
I've got exactly. So like for instance,
I'm dangerous.
They do it in tennis too, or hey, look at that weapon. He's got a big serve, that kind of thing, and that's what he's doing with him. He's saying, "Here comes our weapon."
I got you. Okay, okay.
Yeah, but
I know it's not
just a lack of wisdom. I mean, you just probably go, "Hey, look, guys, let's pull off on that till this."
Yeah.
This whole weapon thing.
Yeah. Even though
bringing a weapon,
even though you may be totally innocent,
sure, of course,
maybe nothing to do with it, and
that
I guess
looks innocent, by the way. I'm just
in their mind, I guess being young. Well, I didn't do anything, so I don't have to change anything.
Perception,
but
though.
I think the perception, the visuals of it go a long way.
This is where coaches have to step in and go, "Hey guys, listen." Don't do that thing y'all been doing for
Well, he didn't know. Here's Coach here.
There's other coaches.
Here's Coach responding to it.
Coaches don't know a lot. I've noticed.
So before I get started on the game, was brought to my attention after the game about our pregame introductions. I think that's something that's been going on all year. I don't really know. I don't watch our introductions. I'm not involved with them. I'm drawing up plays during that time. Regardless, it's not appropriate. It's been addressed, and I can assure you it definitely will not happen again the remainder of this year.
So let me say this, and I want to be very, very fair. I don't have any Coach Oates. I don't know him. We've interviewed him on the show at our Celebrity Pro-Am. So we're certainly not – I don't know him at all other than that. But I will say that this has been a trend, and times have changed. Some times have changed for the good, some not so good. The kind of coaches that we played for, they had everything to say about how you came on the field, how you did
they
this.
covered that day.
You were told what you will and will not do in pregame. You were told you would keep your helmet on. You will not take it off. You will keep your jersey tucked in. You will be watching the game when you're on the sideline. You're not going to be goofing off. We come on the field in a straight line. We leave in a straight line. And so I think that I just think it may be the norm now, but I'm still not okay with it. Yeah. I wouldn't have anybody playing for me that I didn't say, here's what we do and don't do during the player introduction. I want some of this garbage gone. And I certainly would sit down and go, hey, guys, understand the situation we're going through, and we believe that Brandon is completely innocent and not everything is going to point to that. We're not going to pull him off the court because he's not guilty of anything. However, this is a lot of chatter, and this is a very serious thing, and we need to watch how we do everything. We need to play basketball and leave it at that and let the courts work out what's working out. Understand this is very sensitive. But this thing of my players come on the court and they do the intro any way they want to, that's foreign to me. Now, I'm not saying that's not the way it is. Apparently it is. I believe Coach Oates. I'm not saying he's dodging anything. I'm just saying I can't believe that that's the point we've gotten to. We're just letting these athletes, these kids just run roughshod over authority like they can do anything they want to do anytime they want to do it, or they'll pack their bags and leave and go somewhere else. And so we just cater to them. I'm telling you one thing, if I was coaching a team, the player introductions would be done the way I said they're to be done, and they wouldn't be done the way I said don't do it. And he says, well, I just don't. Basically, they just do the introductions any way they want to. Well, I wouldn't have that.
No.
Yeah, well, it pretty much is a standard now. A lot of different handshakes and moves.
But I ain't got to like it.
But here's the other thing. I know they're young and they're dumb. I got that, and when I say dumb, I mean wisdom, not intelligence. But all of us we didn't have wisdom when we were young. But I still think this is so glaringly obvious. It seems like that even if a coach or assistant coach, doesn't have the wherewithal to address this, it seems like that maybe another player might go, hey, Brandon, I love you, and I do think you're innocent, and I'm standing with you in the gap. But, guys, can I just say this as captain of the team or whatever? I don't think we need to do a pat down on Brandon when he comes on the court. I think that looks bad. I mean, is that hard to figure out? I mean, it just doesn't. If I was Brandon, I would go, please don't pat me down. Like I've got weapons. Okay, I know that's normal and it's funny when it comes to sports, but we got something hanging over this team that probably y'all patting me down is not good. So please stop patting me down.
Yeah.
I mean,
any gun reference probably maybe.
It just doesn't seem. It just doesn't seem like that is a hard decision to make or figure out.
Mm-hmm.
But again,
it's not the mentality of the high level athletes today, though. What you said,
it's really not, unfortunately.
Right. Well, I mean but it seems so elementary.
It does. It does.
I mean, we're talking about murder.
Rick, we're
talking about murder.
I can share some things just based off my little experience in the last 3 months, and I can't. And in my defense or in their defense, they come from other countries. There's different cultures, and they do things here, and I'm like, how did you think that was okay?
Oh yeah, the hat and all that.
Yeah,
yeah.
But to this point, most of these guys come from a very different culture too.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I can't find a way to justify it, but it is just they're not thinking about these things.
Well, let me go back to this.
They don't think anything of it at all.
And that's not okay.
It's not.
But it's truth. I got you. It goes back to the things I wish they were and the way they actually are.
I know.
But I will go back to this. I will say this. So it really isn't a funny joke anymore, and I did it again this weekend when I say that if my dad was coaching today, he'd be in jail.
Yeah.
That really is not even an exaggeration, is it?
No, I think it's 100% factual.
Right, yeah.
And some more information. They say the reason he's doing it is because of the pat down in the MMA, where MMA fighters, before they go into the ring, they get patted down before a fight.
Still stupid.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah,
but no,
it's
you're
been the
right.
routine.
No,
It's
you're
been the
right. It
routine,
is
huh?
very stupid and lacks
And he's
wisdom.
not the only one that does it. There's a lot of people do it.
A lot of teams.
Phone calls coming up next. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, because he is the ultimate drive-by. I mean, he will drive by that TV control room. I'll look up, and there's just a stack of pillows just looking at me, like a sleeping bag full of pillows. That's Bubba's back. That's what Bubba looks like from the back, a sleeping bag full of pillows.
Yeah.
And I just look up, and it's just a wall of pillows looking at me, and just wonk, and then he walks away down the hall, just laughing.
What's better than crop dusting, Bubba?
But Rick, the story continues.
Everybody here has weaponized their wing.
Rick Adler would be this guy that's doing the thing. I get it. But how about this? The dealership had to fire him eventually, okay? But in the lawsuit, Bland claims that, obviously because they didn't want to fire him, but they had to, that suddenly they made him a policy that he had to sell 8 cars a month or they were going to fire him.
Yeah.
It was called 8 or the Gate.
Yeah.
And then he said that they also let Pratt, even after he was fired, come by and hang out at the dealership and continue to belittle Bland and other former subordinates.
I think my favorite is in the article what you just said. He continues to come back.
You know who he
And
is.
belittle.
Yeah.
I tell you who he is.
He's back. Basically, management had to fire him, but they didn't want to.
It's
But now they're-
and that actor, and he can get way off course. Don't misunderstand me. Do not. I mean, he can go too far. But he's that actor that plays that same character, and he was the guy in the office that they would bring back that got in all the trouble all the time, and he would harass everybody. And I can't think of the guy's name.
Always had to go to human resources.
Yes, and he was always being terribly inappropriate.
Rick, this guy is you're describing basically 80% of the people we hung out with in high school. Is Pratt.
Well, you're also describing most work environments I've ever worked in.
I tell you
Bro
what,
culture. That's
I
called
think
bro
they may have
culture.
changed it since I worked there, but he didn't want to go to the last place I actually worked if this kind of stuff bothered him.
I know. Do you want to live?
You know what we need? A new name for it. We call it Bro Brave.
Yeah,
Bo Brave. Yeah,
that's good. That's good.
Bro,
I love the fact that even after he's fired, he gets to come hang out and belittle people.
Greg, you remember things like
management can't do anything with
Hey,
it.
8 are out the gate. 8 cars,
Greg,
and you're gone.
Greg, you know,
Yeah, I
I
like
mean,
that
we
saying.
lived in a time that everybody that was in a place of authority would tell you it was either their way or the highway. You know, and before Trailways went out of business, they'd say Trailways.
Yeah. Rick, this is nothing but the locker room moved into the work area. That's all it is. It starts there and it just continues.
Well, Greg, when I left
the bro
lo-
culture,
when I left the locker room and went to work, there was no difference.
There
in the
wasn't.
two. I mean, it was the same harassing
wedgies.
And wind has been weaponized for a very long time in the bro culture.
I remember getting my first job working around like other adults, and I was just like, there's no such thing as adults. I was working at a Harley shop, and we're just making fart jokes like there's no tomorrow. And I was just like, there's no, like, it broke my mind. I was like, there's no such thing as adults. Oh,
and
my
pranks
gosh.
just out the gate.
Pranks, yes.
Just
The only
everywhere.
difference in being a teenager and being an adult is a mortgage.
There you go.
I mean,
a little bit more
that's
responsibility.
That's really it. I mean, as far as everything else, but weaponized wind has been around. Guys, our fathers would have us come over and pull their finger.
Yes,
sure.
If you had a good dad. Now, if you didn't have a good dad, you might not have had that.
Yeah, if he wasn't involved.
But if you had a great dad, he would put that finger out there, and you would fight to be the one to grab
Oh,
it.
it was the greatest thing ever.
If you could be the one to get to that finger,
You should be thankful. There are people on couches talking to psychiatrists saying, my dad never farted on me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's usually the people you have trouble with.
He never said I love you. He never farted
See, I
on me.
appreciate the art form of timing and comedic timing in that. You know,
Well, anytime-
and the proper response is to give somebody props that can pull it off. You know, and Greg is a great example
No.
of both sides of that.
he can do it all.
Yeah, he has amazing timing.
My favorite's when you're trying to cut commercials.
And he'll give you props for a good one, even if it's in his area.
Guys,
you
when
know?
I'm cutting commercials
I don't
after
like it, but I'll acknowledge it.
when I'm cutting commercials after the show, I am farted on regularly.
The goal is to see who can get it on the air.
It doesn't even faze me. I don't even stop during the commercials anymore.
My favorite is the semi squat that comes with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg does
And
this
see, the
weird, like-
timing, you have to try to, when you're counting down, 2, 1, and during the silence, right?
every single day. Today will be no exception. I'll have a commercial, and so they can edit it. I'll go 3, 2, every day.
From all around the room.
Every day. I mean,
whole room.
Without fail. Then I'll go, all right, let's try it again. Hey, guys, come on now. All right, 3, 2. And then they just love it. And everybody just loves it. So weaponized win, I'll be honest with you, if I ever meet a person that says, and I realize pretty quick that they never had a coach break their spirit, they never had a boss break their spirit, they never had their father break their spirit, they never had their mother tear them up. And before long, when you realize, you know what I think to myself? Highly potential to be a serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
Highly potential. If Show, we're going phone calls now. You can join us at 866 We Be Big. Some things that are going on this week. We mentioned the Man Church Conference over the weekend, but the guys are now back out on the road going to do man churches all over the country. I'll be with Andy Blanks. We'll move toward Pottsville, Arkansas. Coming up on on Friday, March the 3rd. We'll be there. It's near Russellville at First Baptist Church. Men, if you want to join us, they're still taking requests for you to be there. They're going to feed you, so let them know you're coming, but it is free. So Andy Blanks will do one session. I'll do the other for Man Church. They're doing our strategy, and we'll plug you into the small groups to the curriculum as well in Pottsville, Arkansas. Also on that very same day, Brian Gunn goes down to South Alabama, Alabama, Westview Baptist Church, where he will be speaking at the next Man Church for them. They've been going through the strategy. They are in their latest curriculum, and Brian will challenge them, then put them right into that curriculum again. And Alabama, Westview Baptist Church also this Friday night. Ladies, always saying, when's Sherry going out to talk to us? Well, Sunday night, March the 5th. First Baptist Church, Winfield, Alabama. I don't know whether there's still tickets available to that, but there may be. Check that. We got that link at burgessministries.com under events. So make a note of those all coming up this week. To the phones we go. Let's go to Davey. Davey, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
I played at the conference this past weekend. I met Chuck last year at a youth camp. I was playing guitar at a youth camp, and Chuck was speaking. And I've listened to Rick and Bubba's show over the years, and I heard about the Man Church Conference, and I thought, man, how cool would it be to be a part of that? And then I've lived in Oxford, grew up in Oxford. Little did I know Chuck was going to reach out to me and ask me to be a part of it. So on the platform during the event, we have headphones in. The band has headphones in, just kind of monitoring ourselves and everything. We were playing a song on the Friday night, and the music dropped out at the very end. And, of course, with headphones in, I can't hear everybody in the room. So I popped my ears out, and the wall of sound from 1,200 men singing, like, these hymns, like, it gets me a little emotional, because usually men, I've played a lot of churches and a lot of events, and usually men are the ones who are the most conserved, most reserved in worship. But just hearing 1,200 men in the room singing praises to the Lord was powerful. So I'd like to say just, to anybody listening, man, he's real. Revival is upon us, and it's never too late to turn your life over to the Lord.
Amen. Davey, thank you, man. Your story, it was so incredible. You said, I grew up here. I've listened to the show. I heard about this. I thought, man, that'd be cool to play that. And then he gets the call from Chuck putting together the band, said, hey, you're local. Why don't you play for us? And he was there. I can't imagine what it was like for y'all up there hearing that coming back. We were trying to catch it.
Powerful, man.
Well, it got to me. Yeah, it got to me so much that on Saturday I went and sat in the audience. I was like, I got to get out there and see what it feels like out front, because coming back at the stage was incredible, and like you, we tried to put it in words, but it's tough. Thank you, man. Thank you for the job you did.
Absolutely, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you guys did a great job. Let's go to Amy. Amy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
We're great.
Awesome. Hey, I wanted to talk about the basketball thing, and congratulations on the Man Church and the revolution going on.
Thank you.
So Brandon Miller is not like any other athlete. They're all young men, like y'all said. Their frontal lobes are not fully developed, yet we want to praise them when they're hot and prosecute them when they've lost. We put so much power, prestige, and money now in their hands, and we expect them to act differently. I think the only thing we can do is pray for them and maybe bring some of that man church to college athletics.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, ain't no doubt about it. It's because there's got we don't have wisdom when we're young, and especially when we're male. And
you just don't have that life experience to draw on.
But that's where us as older men are supposed to be speaking that wisdom into their lives. Yeah. That's why we have gray in our beard and gray on our heads, as Scripture says. So, Amy, thank you. You're right, and I appreciate it.
Some have progressed to white, Rick.
Right. Your hair is completely white now, isn't it?
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Nick in Trussville. Nick, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, Rick?
Hey, bud.
My wife is following me right now, and I know she's listening to the show. We're in different vehicles. And I just want to tell her how much I love her. She's an incredible mother, and, man, she is hot. Rachel, I love you. I know you're listening.
Nick, good job, man. Well played. Let's go to John, Birmingham, Alabama. Lines are available if you want to join us on any topic at 866-WE-BE-BIG. John, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I, like Speedy, had an umpire incident this weekend. My son plays D1 ball, and you expect the umpiring to get better as you move up with level of play. And we had a guy, and both teams were complaining about the guy. He was wildly inconsistent, and, of course, that's the key when you're behind the plate is to be consistent. Well, this guy takes a foul ball back, hits him right in the mask, knocks his mask off. He picks up the mask, is kind of walking it off, trying to get his faculties back. So I hollered out, "Hey, Ruby Sue, maybe now you'll be able to see a strike."
Ruby Sue!
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I don't know. God, did he love that?
Did that get you any? Did that get you a look or anything?
Let me tell you, this game started at 10:15 because of all the things that happened. This was about 12:30. We didn't care. We just wanted to end the game. The game ended about 1:20.
Yeah,
oh, my gracious.
Yeah, you were just done.
What a long game.
Yeah, you were just done. Justin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, just want to say long-time listener, and because of you guys, you helped lead me to Christ through many trials in my life. Thank you, and God bless.
Oh, man, thank you for the call, and glad to hear that, Justin, and I'm glad that was the answer. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I know you got the men's church and you got your wife's thing going. When are we going to see something for the teens?
What did he say?
For the what?
I couldn't understand what he said.
When are we going to see something?
Say it again.
Yeah, when are we going to see something for our teens?
Are you saying teens?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Young people.
Yeah, honestly, Robert, and don't, I mean, hear my heart on this. I see no issue there. There's stuff for teens everywhere. I mean, it's there's some. I mean, Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association, they put together some of the most powerful teen events that there are. There's curriculum that is just everywhere for teens. Men's ministry is greatly underserved, but honestly, I don't see youth ministry being underserved at all. There's plenty of things available. So it's certainly important, but I'll tell you one thing, nothing will stop youth ministry quicker than ungodly adult men. So I think we're helping teens from the top down as well. Like a woman said in Louisiana, when some woman said, well, they're doing this man church stuff, and I got to ask the pastor, what are they going to do for the women? And she looked at him and said, this is what they're doing for the women. Said, my husband's been transformed. He's a completely different man. Sam in Alabama. Oh, well, Sam, I'm sorry. We're up against the break, but I don't have time for you. Sam, we'll get other phone calls coming up next hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll come back. We'll see what other stories are out there we haven't gotten to. And, yes, your phone calls will be part of that, too, when the last hour of today's live show picks up after the top of the hour break. Find out everything you need to know about the Rick and Bubba Show, how you can get the whole show live and on your time at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't forget Girlfriend Broke Your Heart. You got to have that in there.
If none of those things have ever happened to you, your level of being a serial killer it begins to rise.
You need to have a girl break your heart when you're young. You got to lose a race. You got to have the wind knocked out of you, and you got to be farted on. Otherwise you're going to have problems.
Let's not live in a society where we no longer fart on people.
Let's not.
I used to work with a guy that someone offered him Gas X, and he said, I would never take that for nothing. He goes, why would I take that?
You gonna like de-arming.
Bubba, you're a front-end laugher, which means you giggle prior to it. Because you can't help it because you know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
If I ever hear you giggling and walking around, I know, uh-oh.
Yeah, we call that a pre-win laugher. Look, you're doing it now. You love wind, don't you?
I've never heard the term weaponized.
Rick and Bubba.
And now, even more reasons not to jog.
Rick Craig Nielsen, 26 years old, was enjoying a romantic weekend getaway with his wife when he decided to go out for an early morning run before she woke up. Well, things went south, Rick. He was at a campsite, and it's called Elk Island National Park in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Lot of elk.
Although initially he thought it was cool to see bison in real life, his first impression quickly turned when the large, bulky animal began to charge him. Quick-thinking Nelson began to run toward a cluster of trees, which he knew the bison would not be able to fit through. But as he ran toward the forest, he slipped in the mud, allowing the bison to catch up with him and dig its curved horn into his left cheek. Ugh. Now, we're talking about butt cheek here.
Oh, really?
Buddy.
Go gluteus?
Yep.
Good.
No glue.
How about that?
The impact tossed him forward where he was able to seek refuge in the trees as blood gushed out of the 2-inch deep, 3-inch wide wound.
Well, I've heard of ripping you a new one.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
but
there it is.
I go back to this, Bubba.
Oh, good night.
I mean, and I don't want to. I understand, and he's going to be okay and all that. Of course, it's nasty. But if you are 26 years old and your wife of 23 have decided to go on a romantic weekend, and your idiotic self goes out jogging during that, and you don't stay in that bed, I'm glad you got gored.
I was going to say, Rick, you're fit to say he deserved it.
How about this? I'm glad he got gored. I hope it'll teach him something. I mean, if you're 26 and 23, you got a romantic weekend, don't leave the bed. I mean, how about this? You deserve what you got. That is.
But what if you're like this runner though, and you think, all right, I've slipped through the trees, I've made it, and then you slip in the mud.
Yeah, I got a great plan.
Yeah,
Boom.
I'm getting out of it.
Good night, this picture.
I know. Yeah, they've had to even blur some of it out.
Well, yeah, they have. Look where you got gored.
I know.
Over the years, and it's never good when any of us are sick, because I was texting Bubba, because for those of you around the country and different states are having elections and everything, tomorrow is the big gubernatorial primaries, and in the Republican primary, we're supporting our lifelong, last 20 years we've been friends with Scott Dawson, and he's got a bus tour where he's going out, gripping and grinning across the state, and I joined it on Friday, and we'll talk about that a little bit. But then got a story from that, of course, and then was not able to join him on Saturday. He took a break yesterday and took the Lord's Day off, and then back at it today. And what was kind of cool is that Bubba and I both were going to join him and pick up the tour where this show began 24 years ago. And that was in Gadsden, Alabama. So I'll still be joining Scott, but Bubba won't be able to. So and then we're going to go from, it's all our hometown then, Greg. I go from Gadsden back to Oxford.
Oh, boy.
Hometown. Go over to Saks, where the Cats are back, of course.
Cats are back.
Going over to Saks, which Bubba was really looking forward to.
I know he was.
And then, and is that Piedmont? How about it's Gadsden, Piedmont, Oxford, Saks.
Oh, you all off in Calhoun County.
Yeah, I'm going to Etowah and then dropping down to Calhoun County and working our way home. I sure hope a lot of you are ready tomorrow. Just hearing the smugness of all these experts and all these politicians that have just been entrenched in our state capitol for so long, and they're all just, you can tell they're kind of laughing at Dawson and all of this. Man, if we saw it in the last federal election, if we could just shock the world tomorrow, that would be awesome. So it was funny because one Brooks Big Love Burgess, the first election that he's been able to vote in as a registered voter will be tomorrow. So he'll cast his vote. It was funny to watch him sit down yesterday with Sherry and with me, and we're going through all the different people that are running tomorrow, going, all right, this is how we feel about this one, and this is how we feel about this one, and him trying to get educated on the candidates. It was kind of cool. But the Scott Dawson one is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So, and Will Ainsworth for lieutenant governor. We definitely have been 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we're glad you're here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Man Adler, all back and recapping the weekend. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We just asked for a mere 5 hours each.
Well, that's all we need. And as we start this hour, do we want to jump in any Biden stuff? Nope. I mean, we got Biden. Everywhere you look, there's always some Biden. There's always some Biden.
Where'd it go? Corn pop.
Only white lifeguard there.
Excellent Joe. Biden, Adler's probably easier just to go in order, but boy, do I find myself looking at 1C. I got everything. So anyway, all right, let's just run them. All right, let's get started.
Run the list.
Let's go in order, Adler. Let's just run them. All right, so we start 1A. This is that thing when people they keep reminding him that he's not doing well as president, and he doesn't like to hear that. And so he's going to be asked again why 4 in 10 Americans say they're worse off than when you were elected. 4 in 10?
Yeah, what are them other 6? Where are they at?
I was about to say, I think this is somebody trying to help you. All right, so here comes the question, and then we'll hear the attempt at a Biden answer. Here we go.
So our latest ABC News poll shows 4 in 10 Americans say they're worse off than when you were elected. Only 16% said they were better off. So why is that? Why aren't Americans feeling this?
Well, look, I think it goes well beyond the economy. Think about it. You make the news. I mean, you interview for the news. Can you think of anything they turn on the television and go, God, that makes me feel good? Almost anything. Everything is in the negative.
But that's...
Yes, we agree.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why it's in the negative.
No, I'll give him this. David Muir. He's the voice of doom.
Oh, yeah. Every day when they come out.
Breaking news.
Millions
in the path.
I got to go back to this. I know that all of us were thinking this. David says only 4 in 10 Americans say they're worse off, and then he says, but only 16% say they're better off.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some that like, hey, we're the same, or
no change.
I guess they're just okay. Well,
Yeah.
my
Okay.
life is the same.
Okay, so only 16%.
No way.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
way.
All right. So, all right.
They're doing him a favor with that poll.
Yes, agree.
And here we go on 1B. Now we got to talk about him traveling to East Palestine. Here we go.
So do you plan to travel there, and have you talked with the mayor?
I can't recall whether I don't think I've talked to the mayor. I've talked to everyone else there, and multiple times. I've talked to both the senators, both governors. I've talked to everyone there is to talk to, and we've made it clear that everything is available.
Now,
both governors.
That's one of them strange states that have 2 governors.
Yeah. Not every state can boast we have 2 governors.
Greg, it's like some planets have more than one moon.
Exactly. Same thing.
So now we go to one.
No, I haven't called him.
Look, and now on 1C, he just gets completely bent out of shape when he's asked, well, do you plan on going there? So here we go.
This time or not, I did a whole video. What the hell? Zoom. All I think every time I think of Zoom is that song in my generation. Who's zooming who? Let me answer the question. The answer is that I had a long meeting with my team and what they're doing. We were there 2 hours after the train was down. 2 hours. I've spoken with every single major figure in both Pennsylvania and
Okay, well, did he say he'd been there 2 hours after the
No, he
meeting?
said he had members of his team,
his team were there.
Were there
Was that
2
Aretha
hours.
Franklin he quoted?
I think he did.
Zoom
I like
in,
that about
who's
that
in?
song. My hey legs.
Who's zooming who? I don't even know what that is. I don't
That's
even
a song.
understand.
It's a song. It is a song.
Okay. Well, that's not
Showing
what
his
we're
age.
talking about
It's
right
not
now.
what we're talking about.
My
it's
goodness.
Aretha Franklin, and is it one? Was George Michael doing that with her or something?
It was during that era.
They
when we
did
were doing
something.
stuff like that.
Who's zooming?
What am I talking about?
I was listening. I was
God
listening.
love you, reporters.
On the news when they seriously debate on whether or not he's going to run for re-election.
They
Why are we wasting air with that?
Why?
And I'm not being mean. That's impossible. Just from imagine what it's going to be then. Just from today, if it was today, it's not possible.
No.
We still got what?
Quit debating it.
Almost 2 years left.
Who's zooming who?
Who's zooming who on that?
Who's zooming who?
What the? All right, so here we go now.
What to zoom?
Just get a look. President Biden again. Now, we've been told by Jean-Pierre that he's the hardest working president we've ever had. He has been on vacation 303 days and 40% of his presidency, and here he goes again. He's off on vacation again. He's headed on vacation. Look at that walk. He's got a little trot. He couldn't pass the sobriety. He's got to. He has to do that little run to show you he's okay.
He couldn't walk a line if he had to.
There ain't no way.
Look at Greg.
There he goes again.
Greg, that little run thing he does. This is what they tell him every now and then. Look like look youthful.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so here you go.
That's a struggle.
So again, here is the question, and I don't know the right answer, but how many vacation days does a president need? I know it's an incredibly difficult job.
Does he not have in his contract?
So if it's okay for you to have, how many days is it here? 303 at this point in your presidency, and that's fine if that's the number. But it'd also be fine if a Republican does it, or if Trump does it, or if anybody else does it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think we ought to be fair on that. That and playing golf is the ones that always kill me.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I think if the people of America want you to run the free world with all that is going on with it, I'm going to say that 40% vacation is a little high.
Yes.
303 days feels heavy to me.
It's almost a year.
Yeah. That,
and you've only been in 2.
Yeah. That feels a little strong. Okay. He shouldn't get more time off than people who have jobs that are not as important.
Right.
Okay.
Picture the person that's in charge of changing sheets at the White House. They don't have to do it much. He's not there.
That's a good point.
No, you're right.
Now, in
They're
Vermont,
Well, they might have to.
They're washing a lot of loads of clothes in Vermont.
Yeah.
Or wherever.
Delaware.
Same place.
Dadgummit.
They probably still have to change things out because all the stuff
thinking
gets
about
shoveled there.
Well, that's true, too.
It probably has to be fumigated from time to time. Not near like it was when Clinton was there, but I mean for different reasons.
Boy.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The sheets can talk.
The cleaning crew had their hands full in today.
Man.
How would you like that? The next cut here, and somebody had brought this up in email. We were asking for the best communicator in the administration.
Yes, we've been looking
and
at that.
we'd gone down. Somebody did email and say, hey, it's Jill Biden.
All right, well,
That
here she
can
is.
communicate. Now, you may not like what she's got to say. That was a given.
Well, you're not going to like this.
We were just saying who communicates the best.
Yeah.
And someone had suggested her.
Well, I'll tell you, end of time folks aren't going to like this statement. So here is the best communicator, Dr. Jill Biden, or as Whoopi says, heck of a doctor. Here we go.
It's not like we're isolationists like we were becoming in the last administration. We are reaching out and saying, hey, we're a global society. Take our hands. Let's do this together.
And all you need is love.
Yeah, see, once
All
again,
you need is love.
not a great talking point because those who love Trump, they kind of like when America was put before everything.
Yeah.
They like the whole America first thing. It actually resonated quite
And
well
you
with
don't,
them.
you don't have to be an isolationist to say take
No.
care of the American taxpayer
It's
first.
priority.
Then we will help take care of the world by leading.
Yeah. We'll do it when we're doing good. But right now, we're just getting started. All right, we'll come back. Have you seen what, and I use the word Rachel loosely here. Rachel, is it Levine or Levine?
Levine.
Levine. You know this one. The one that we'll do this when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Those two because we know them personally. We know the kind of men they are, and they're of the highest character. And so we could use some of that in the cesspool that is our state capital in Alabama. I mean, so anyway, so back out on that tour today. But I was on the. So Bubba. Bubba's a 5 P's guy: prior planning prevents poor performance.
Right.
And so one of the things we didn't know is how we were getting to Gadsden today in order to get on the bus because then we're going to be leaving the vehicle. So what happens then? Do we just not ride in the bus? Do we follow him in the truck or the Jeep from Hendrick? I mean, what do we do? So I got the word. It must have come in. It must have came in after I went to bed last night. And so I get up and I see Dawson says, "Hey, we're going to pick you up at our office. Somebody's going to drive you to the bus, and that way we'll all come back to where your truck is or our Jeep." So I was giving Bubba that information, and Bubba's usually a guy who gets to work earlier than me. And so the time that I was texting him was absolutely in the Bubba window.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I tried to call him, actually. And so he texted me back and said, "I'll call you in a sec. I'm trying to get it together."
Uh-oh.
And I was like, trying to get it together. And so I didn't know what he meant by that. I thought maybe he overslept. He's realizing, hey, I'm not coming home. I'm headed to a bus. I need to be sure I got my backpack. Like he's a backpack guy.
He is.
And I figured he was going to have his backpack.
He's all about a backpack.
Yeah, and so I just thought he was gathering his stuff. And now my first deal was that's very unlike Bubba.
Yeah.
To be grabbing stuff right now.
Yeah.
You normally he's got his backpack, 2 days before you leave.
Sure. That's right.
And so then he called and he said, "Hey man, I'm just not feeling real well and stomach issues and da 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 da." And then he said, "You know what? Betty and I are trying to decide whether I'm going to be able to make it to work today." And I said, "Well, let me tell you right now. I went on the bus tour Friday, and if you're struggling, no way you do the bus tour." I said, "You talk about grinding it home to a late bedtime tonight."
The magic bus.
And Bubba's not a big grinded on a weekday guy anyway, and he'll tell you that if he's got to be on there the next day. And so I said, let's go ahead and take that off the list right now. Now we're down to whether you come into the show or not. Yeah. And then all of a sudden he said, "You know what? I feel myself feeling even worse. I'm turning around going back." So that's kind of where we are. And that's what he needs to do. I mean,
that's the right
sometimes
thing
you
to do.
Sometimes you just sick, you can't go. Sometimes you just, sometimes you just can't go. And all of us want to push it and whatever. The only problem is until the doctor says what kind of sickness you have, you can come in here and pollute everybody. We certainly don't want you on a bus and all that. So it's just one of those things. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it when you physically can't do it, and nothing you can do about it. So I'm sure he'll be fine, but there's just all kinds of little, and plus especially a stomach issue. You don't want that thing chasing you all day. You talk about a monster that'll follow you all day long.
Sure.
You want to be stuck on a bus where everybody says you can't use the bathroom even though it's on there. Now, by the way, I'd like to talk to all tour bus people about
Just quit putting them on there.
Yeah.
If we're going to put buses, and build them with bathrooms that no one's allowed to use, what good are they?
And you would think 2018 we could figure out a bathroom that would work on a bus.
Right.
I get it back in the 70s. I get that.
Yeah, but you ever
now
know-
I think we should be able, with our technology, provide a bathroom on a bus that doesn't destroy the whole bus.
Yeah, I think it's the disposable part that,
It is.
that
Yeah.
everybody's concerned
Well,
about.
it went to where there was a no number 2 rule on every bus I've ever been on. And I can somewhat see that one unless it's an emergency. But even I was being discouraged Friday to look if you can hold it even on one.
Really?
Yeah, because it's not flushing good and da 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 da.
See, I think that's the key. I think it's for emergencies, but yet they're telling you not to use it because they don't want to deal with the cleanup it takes. So
But
it's like if you can hold, please don't go use that. Unless it's just
you're in a bind.
Right.
Yeah. So I didn't. But we'll look back over a very busy weekend. We'll look ahead at the stories today. Your phone calls will be a big part of the program today. Love chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll continue. Check upcoming events. So we got the bus tour in the show notes again. Check the show notes for the final day of the Dawson bus tour. And like I say, I'll be joining Scott and Gadsden and finishing out.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we start the hour, I was talking about the time is now, Scott Dawson bus tour, which, anytime we do anything with Dawson, there's always, he'll just start screaming it, here I am again. I'm going to end up on the show again. And he is running for governor. Tomorrow's the primary in Alabama. And so we're out. He's gripping and grinning and trying to be another one of these candidates that kind of shocks the establishment and all the experts by ending up developing a grassroots organization. I was literally on the bus with him when he showed me that somebody had donated $5. I mean, that's that kind of grassroots kind of thing. 20 minutes past Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get some of your phone calls coming up before the hour is done. Bubba and I just looked up and saw a Fox poll. 37% of Democrat voters want Biden in 2024. That's a big number. I mean, I know they're using it like there's not many of them, but still, who are these people? Who are these people?
I'm sold out for the planks of the Democratic platform.
Yeah,
surely I feel like there's a better orator of that than Biden.
Y'all are missing it. They're not voting for Biden. They're voting for the policies to stay the same, so their agenda can get pushed through. They couldn't care less about Biden, and they showed that with Fetterman from Pennsylvania. Poor guy was recovering from a stroke and now is in the hospital. Well, they couldn't care less about him. They just wanted that Senate seat.
But don't you want a different presidential candidate? Afraid
that
he
will
may
still
not win?
Push those same.
Well, they
things.
feel like he can. They feel like
now
because
you're back to me being perplexed.
because the Democrats aren't voting for him.
Yeah,
they're voting to.
So no matter who they put with that D bomb,
I know that sounds crazy, but I think that's what's going
but
on.
I would like
that's almost could be admissible proof that they're stealing the election.
Right.
If you think he's going to win.
You're exactly. Well, I'd also why don't y'all just try to do better? I mean, I don't like your policies, but y'all can do better than this.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody that's a better.
And then this the old transgender United States Assistant Secretary for Health. Like Greg's talked about before, it's one thing for somebody who is transgender to when they identify as another gender, at least they can pull off somewhat looking like it.
Yeah.
I mean,
not like just a dude with a wig on.
Yeah, this effort is not even a good effort to be a woman. It's not even a good effort. But
so you went from a not so attractive man to just a butt ugly woman.
Greg, okay now.
That's bad.
All right.
Just send your email directly to Greg. I'm not even going to reply.
Y'all think that was an improvement?
All righty. All right. Well, here is Rachel, and I use the word Rachel loosely, saying that people need to apologize, I guess, for their who disagree or whatever. But then
listen to the agenda.
The
Rick.
agenda.
Listen to the agenda.
That's the key.
This is the key. She has actually let the cat out of the bag here a little bit.
This is the thing we've been talking about, and now you're going to hear it right from the transgender's mouth. All right, here we go.
To the perpetuators of these and the perpetrators of these actions, if your apologies are sincere, then I accept your apologies. But an apology is the beginning, not the end, of the conversation. I call on you and all Pennsylvanians to work towards a spirit of not just tolerance, but a spirit of acceptance and welcoming towards LGBTQ individuals. We all need to foster that spirit of acceptance and welcoming to LGBTQ individuals and celebrate the wonderful diversity of our Commonwealth.
Celebrate.
See, the whole thing is now you may be opposed to what I'm doing or what I'm saying politically. You may have moral, spiritual convictions against it, but you not there. You got to tolerate us. You got to apologize for what you've done to us. Then you have to be glad and celebrate it, and promote it. See, so now it's a total mind control. You're going to tell us how we have to think about you.
Yeah, there's four words she uses, or I would say,
that may not be your pronoun.
That's good, Rick. That was woke. That was good, Rick.
Well, that may not be your pronouns. It may be Ziri.
I would say he, but I have no problem with this person, living the way they want to live until you get to this. Here are the 4 phrases from this person's quote: apologize, tolerate, accept, and celebrate.
Yeah.
So there
they are.
What if we turn this around on
There you go.
on Rachel?
There you go.
And what if you said, Rachel, you have to apologize for the slap in the face you've given us in our faith?
Mm-hmm.
What if you have to tolerate it, accept it, and then I want you to celebrate it?
That's right.
Yeah.
You go, well, I'm not doing that. I don't believe in that. You can't force that on me.
Mhm.
Really?
Well, it goes back to
really.
It goes back to picking winners. Go back to the hockey player. Those that wanted to put the LGBTQ stuff on their jersey, they were applauded for their principled decision to do that. He was booed and hated for his principled decision not to.
Right.
So his belief system was not to be apologized to Bubba's point. It was not to be tolerated. It was not to be accepted, and it certainly wasn't to be celebrated. And I understand that this person will say, your religious convictions say what I'm doing is wrong. Your religious convictions say that God created male and female, and there are only 2 genders. Your convictions say that marriage is a biological man and a biological woman from Scripture. Your scriptures say that there is only one way to be redeemed, and that's through the words of the Lord and Savior that you declare is Lord and Savior, King of Kings, all authority all over all heaven and earth. I don't agree with you on that. You know what I would say? Okay. But what, to Bubba's point, but what if I said, no, you better apologize to me for not believing this. You better tolerate me for not believing this. You better accept what we say is true, and you better celebrate Jesus, and I mean now.
Yeah, there was
God's standard and all that. They would say, you can't do that, and they would be right, but neither can you.
See, the whole concept used to be live and let live.
Right.
And of course, James Bond had a little fun with that title, "Live and Let Die."
Right.
And that's kind of what this is. It's live and let conform.
Correct.
And you better conform the way we tell you to, in the order we tell you to.
Exactly.
He demanded it.
Does that not ever creep into their mind that way I'm being hypocritical?
Yeah.
And Rachel Levine or whatever, I don't know how to say it, is accidentally quoting. Y'all know who Charlie Kirk is, the conservative speaker
of
guy.
course. Yes. Yeah.
He had a speech that talks about this woke neoliberalism. So woke neoliberalism. And he had a speech talking about how first you have to tolerate it, which was the tolerance campaign, which we've all been in. We've all felt that.
Yep.
And then you have to accept it, and then you have to celebrate it. And the final stage, according to Charlie Kirk, is participation. You must participate, which we're seeing that being pushed as well.
No question.
So Rachel Levine
in the church
is Rachel Levine is accidentally quoting Charlie Kirk. What Charlie Kirk was saying, what you guys have been saying, what is going to happen, with each little slippery slope of this entire LGBTQ movement.
And we've been talking about this, and you see what's going to happen always. I'm sure Kirk may have said this, but what always happens, and you see it, is when that little bit of, hey man, let's take one step toward what they request. It's never enough, and then they become emboldened, and they realize now y'all are so afraid to be called homophobic that we can do with you whatever we want. Not here. Not here, and because it has nothing to do, just like you would say, we're just devoted to what we call truth, and that and we can agree to disagree, but you can't then turn around and demonize people who are just doing the same thing in their own life. You really can't, and it's always seen as, well, you're against me. And I have said 1,000 times, no, I'm not against you. I'm just for him. You can't relate to that? Isn't that what you're out doing? Why am I suddenly less to be applauded because I'm devoted to my convictions? So we pick and choose convictions that are celebrated and those that are demonized, which is hypocritical. People should be able to be whatever they want to be. What about me?
Yeah.
What about us? Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back. Gonna take a look at how Jesus Revolution did over the weekend. Any of y'all see that? We'll update you on that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I love what Dawson has been saying, and I didn't even know about this until I was on the bus tour with him. But it really is, when the first time I heard it, you know how when you hear a statement the first time, you're kind of like, now, wait a minute. And then I realized what he was saying, and I thought, gosh, that really is apropos. That is really perfect. And that is, he said, I'm running because you're not. And somebody like us needs to be down there.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that is a great statement. What he's saying is, you couldn't run whoever, somebody
Right.
like us so I did. And so when I go down there, you're going down there.
Right.
If you were running, I'd be voting for you. Talking about the kind of people that are wanting the kind of change that he's trying to bring. So I love that. So anyway, so on the tour, so we go to Haleyville.
Magic Bus.
The home of the 911 call.
Yep.
And
did you make a 911 call while you were there?
I did not, but I should.
I would do it just to
but I
check.
didn't want to. But anyway, it was interesting hearing that story. I got to meet the mayor and got to talk about that. And also another thing that Haleyville is known for. Did you know this? Did you know this one, sir? It is where Guthrie's began.
Oh, I love me some Guthrie.
the original Guthrie.
That's where the Guthrie family's
Man,
from.
how about
How about that?
Met a few Guthries.
Can't believe the one in Jacksonville didn't make it.
I know, shocking. But anyway,
I know, I loved
You
it.
talking about go negative?
Well, no, I'm mad about it. I can't believe it.
But let me say this.
Now I got to drive to Gadsden.
I did not.
So many success stories. You pick out the one that didn't happen.
No, I was just saying that I feel bad that it didn't because
Well,
I was excited about
No, I
it.
will say
It's just a
this.
spinal
How does
reaction.
it
Did you
not?
see
How
it?
does it not make it in a college town?
No, you're right. But you remember they came out of the gate, and
Yes.
in my opinion, they grew at a rate that was too fast, and some of them
Now
didn't.
it's a
didn't
Japanese restaurant.
Make, no,
It is. That's pretty good food.
how not check your finger. But anyway,
They got
so,
good hibachi chicken.
Yeah, but anyway, so
They do. It's
hope
awesome.
it makes it, Greg. So, but,
It's hanging in there.
but anyway, so and Greg, how about this? And an onion volcano to you.
Yes.
So anyway, so I'm in Haleyville, and I love Haleyville. What an incredible town, beautiful, beautiful people. And I do not think there's one person in Haleyville that doesn't listen to the show. I think we may have a 100% rating.
That's
in
right up
Haleyville.
there with that 911 thing.
It is. So I was gripping and grinning, and we were having a blast, and so we get ready to leave. Well, the beautiful thing about small town Alabama, which I think that's going to be the votes that's going to put Dawson over.
Yeah.
Because the bigger towns, you got all kinds of different stuff, but in these small towns, Dawson is their guy. Yeah. So when we were or it should be. So we were there. Well, the only thing about being in small town America is there's not that many tour buses that get into these downtown areas and then have to get out. So and keep in mind there's a lot going on. We got roads blocked and all this. So I just get into the back of the bus and start talking to Dawson, and now we're back there and we like it and got the air conditioning blazing and propping up, and so I keep realizing we're not leaving. Why are we not leaving? And so there's windows are down. Okay, so you can see a little crack out the window, and I look over Dawson's shoulder out the little crack, and I said, "Are we on a railroad track?"
Oh,
no. And so Dawson's like, and Dawson, he's accustomed to being around me, thinking that I'm constantly going to be messing with him because, let's face it, he's got a great resume.
Yeah,
I mean he can produce references.
It's valid.
That
one real big one.
That Burgess will mess with.
Speaking of 911.
I mean, hey Greg, I'm glad I didn't shoot him. Look, he's governor now. But anyway, so I was I looked out and I said, I think we're on a railroad track, and so Dawson puts his window up and he looks, and we are literally going backward down the railroad track. I mean, we're like a train. And
what?
And
straddling it?
Yeah. And Dawson's like, he said, we're on the railroad track, and I'm like, I don't know.
How is that possible?
I don't know if this is the best turnaround move.
Yeah, I wonder when the train runs.
He's turned. Oh, okay.
I mean, he's got up on this trying to back down it, then gonna come try to come back out.
Oh.
And I kept thinking,
Okay, he had nowhere to turn around.
right,
So
right. I kept thinking, now's the time we get off the track.
Right.
And I'm like, still on the track. Hey, still on the track. And I'm like, well, here in a minute we're coming off this track. and Dawson looking at still on the track. And so eventually we did get off the track, which I was thankful
Did
for
hear
that.
a whistle coming at you.
Right. And so we go on and we're going through and we had a great time. And so we in a move that I thought already was controversial and enjoyed and I had an incredible time, seeing the people in Decatur, and then Muscle Shoals and all the history there. And then in Florence, they were having. I love when small towns do things like First Friday, and everybody goes downtown and sets up all their tents, and you got bands, and everybody's got food, and there's vendors, and it's a beautiful downtown area. A lot of history there. And then Athens, same thing. We're on the steps of the courthouse, and there's that old courthouse and that cool look in the downtown area. And so I hear the handlers all saying, and this is a Friday. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to some of your phone calls before the hour is done. Going to hit a few things here. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Have you tried MyPillow 2.0? Bubba and I have, and they're buy one, get one free right now. They're fantastic. I nestled in mine last night. Let me tell you something. When you're on the road, boy, I just tried to take a small suitcase because it was just overnight. I knew we weren't going to sleep a whole lot, and we didn't. But anyway, because of everything we had going on for the conference, so I didn't take it. And I thought, well, I can wad up 2 hotel pillows, and that'll be close. Man, you struggle. I'm addicted to this thing. I can't leave it anymore. I can't leave the travel version behind, Rick. Just get a bigger suitcase. So right now you can get them buy one, get one free. This is the latest edition. They're fantastic. And there's all kinds of savings available at mypillow.com/Bubba. Some of the things you can look for right now. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen some of the newer items, men's athletic T-shirts, $9.99. We've also got some cargo pants. They're all cotton, just $26.99. I like those. So I got to look at that. Men's athletic shorts, $17.99. Bubba, that's you. For all the ladies in the audience, got covered head to toe. They've got the cotton pants for you as well. They've got the women's button-down long-sleeve shirts. They got those, $13.99. They've got the tank top set, 2-piece, just $29.99. So there's all kinds of things. They just keep coming out with more and more products. And you get them all right now and get them at great savings by going to mypillow.com/Bubba. All right, so we got an update from Andy Irwin. It appears that Jesus Revolution did well this weekend. Is that what I got?
Yeah. Rick, they had predicted it to do 6 to 7 million at the box office and finish way down in the pack. Mm-hmm. It actually blew everybody away, finished third, and took in $15.5 million on its first full weekend, and it's being called in some movie review circles a miracle.
Well, yeah. I mean, we saw that coming, didn't we? I cannot believe that there's actually a movie. If you want to see two ends of the spectrum, Jesus Revolution or Cocaine Bear.
Yeah,
right. We have a movie about a bear on cocaine.
Yeah, he found a duffel bag in the woods.
Wow. So anyway,
it's a true story, evidently.
Yeah. No,
yeah. It's very loose.
Very. I heard the real story, which is not very.
I saw the trailer. Yeah. It's not animated. It's a real bear, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
No.
GFI.
Yeah, it's CGI.
I just can't believe it brought
you're talking about the plugs
ground
in the bathroom. Yeah, right.
But this is the real cocaine bear that got into some cocaine, and it was just on a rager for about 15 minutes before it died.
The story I read didn't even say anything. The guy found it dead, and then they figured out he was dead because he ate a thing of cocaine, and that was the end of it.
Exactly. Yes.
I just can't believe it.
So they built it off that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what they call based on a true story.
Yeah. But $23.9 million for that.
And
that's what that brought in.
I'm not interested in Cocaine Bear. I mean, even in the least.
Me neither.
It was a comedy.
No, but I kind of
you saw it.
It was the trailer I saw looked like it could be.
It looked
one of those
horror comedies. It's like a horror comedy kind of thing.
I'm not interested.
I won't watch it, but I was a little bit.
You know what it felt like to me, and I know it's two completely different things. Is that time I couldn't figure out what was going on with these movies called Ted.
Oh yeah, that was weird.
About this stuffed bear, I couldn't quite figure out what this was about. It's a nasty bear. I don't.
He's foul mouth.
I never watched it, but I couldn't figure out. I couldn't figure out its
nasty teddy bear.
I couldn't figure out its angle. I didn't understand it.
Yeah, it was. I never saw the movies, and it was from the Family Guy Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah.
Never saw the films, and they even made a sequel, so I guess it did well the first time.
No way Greg watches it because of the fact that we've got puppet-to-human interaction, the whole thing.
I can't have that. What, you want me to watch Roger Rabbit next?
But did you understand even the concept of this?
I didn't. I never. I will say this, though. I've seen when they show some of the lines the bear said were kind of funny.
I've never seen it. And I guess,
But I'm not watching.
I wish you were the voice of the bear.
It looked like the bear was, say, a college buddy with some guys, and he was.
But how's the bear alive?
Well, that's
Rick.
kind of the comedy.
Is it ever
part of
acknowledged?
Hey, buddy.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
It's kind of like Rick when people the movies where everybody swapped with their mom, like big.
There's
and
about
all
1,000 of
that.
those.
Yes, it's probably something stupid.
Okay,
like
well,
that.
I got no interest in it, and I don't want to see a cocaine bear. But anyway, so I didn't see. Did anybody here see Jesus Revolution this weekend? Anybody?
I did not.
No, Rick, I went and saw Cocaine Bear.
Well, let me tell you, the first shot I got at it, I would not have made it. It was so funny because we got back from the conference, and there was not a lot of time to sleep at the conference, which I saw. Helmsy disappointed me. I thought he did a good job over the weekend. It is a standard move that on the Friday night of any conference, it is standard that after we are done, we all go to Waffle House and we eat at the Waffle House before we go to the hotel. That is standard. And look, everybody was tired. I got it, okay? But it's tradition. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, hey, guys, you know why you go to Waffle House? To talk about what happened.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is going to be a great conversation. None of us can believe how well this has gone, and let's get over a waffle, and let's talk about it. Now, what hurt was we were doing, since this was a little different than the normal things, because we got all these churches that are doing the strategy, you had an opportunity to eat breakfast with us at 6:30 the next morning if you're in men's leadership in your church. And we get up, and Helmsy's on the panel talking about how you teach the curriculum. I'm there on who we are and what we do. And then Andy and Les are there as the publishers talking about what's coming, the next curriculum and all that. And then the churches can network and ask questions, which it was very productive. But I think that looming over everybody's head kind of changed it. Now, I will tell you this. I knew that Andrew Varvutis was immovable on Waffle House.
You knew it?
I knew. Well, you know what? One time he nearly panicked because we missed the turn to turn into Waffle House. He loses his mind about Waffle House. He doesn't want a menu. He just says All-Star as soon as he sits down.
Really?
Okay.
I like that guy.
Yeah, he doesn't need a menu. He's a giant man. Okay. You're never going to out-calorie him. He's going to be fine.
Did he want to hike there?
Now, here's what I noticed. He did, by the way, and he just got back from hiking.
Yeah.
Here's what I noticed. He was the only person that still wanted to do it. Les Bradford didn't want to.
Reluctantly.
But he was trapped because I rode with Les, and that's his mistake. He should have never given me a ride, okay? Varvutis is in, and then the moment happened that broke my heart, and it helped Helmsy.
It saved me, really.
I look and probably one of my I mean
I would have been with you if it went a different way.
One of the men I look up to the most, Rich Wingo.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody needs a Rich Wingo. If you don't have a Rich Wingo, you need one. And I think to myself, my brother, we've gone shoulder to shoulder through some hard stuff. He's with me. I mean, all he wants to do is go eat a waffle and continue to talk about how he saw Jesus move. I know he's got the first session the next morning. I got that. I got a 6:30 breakfast. You don't see me whining about it. And all of a sudden, I look up and, but the only thing about Rich is you're not going to coax him into anything.
No.
And he looks at me. He said, I'm going back to the hotel. I said, you're out for Waffle House? He said, hey, don't give me flack about it. I'm tired. I'm going to the hotel. And I was like, wow. So
I'm going to
slam.
Listen, because you can be
you don't say
convincing.
anything after that.
No, you do
up.
not. But here's where
I knew to shut up.
Let me show you how this played out for
that
me.
Look.
Okay. At 10:15, I had a little panic moment because I looked down and it was 10:15.
Right.
And you were still on stage. You were wrapping it up.
Yeah.
And I was not going to leave before you got finished.
Right.
And so Rich was standing there next to me, and I started back timing everything at that point. I've been up since 4. I've got to get up in the morning at 5:15. I know you do, but for me, I'm back time. I got to go to Starkville. I'm going to be coming back like at 11 or 12 o'clock the next day. Then we have a match on Sunday. I panic. I'm like, I got to get some sleep. And I just looked at Rich in this moment, and I said, hey, out of curiosity, are you going to Waffle House? And he goes, no, man, I got to get some rest. And at that point, that's all I needed. Because the minute Rich Wingo said he was not going,
you drafted.
I felt like I could draft with him and be okay. Now, what I did do brilliantly, I thought, is the minute you walked off the stage, I hugged your neck, I told you I loved you, and I left. Because I knew if I stuck around, you'd convince me to go.
Well, you would have fallen victim to what Dawson fell to that time. Because Dawson, Wingo has already said, you cannot say what I knew you were going to say. So I'm going to take that off the table. Dawson, one time, remember, I nearly killed Dawson.
Yeah, you did.
Coming back from Mobile one time because I looked at him and he said, I'm going back to the hotel. I said, man, I'm going home. I'm going to be in church with my family in the morning. And he said, you realize how tired I am? I said, yeah, I guess Jesus was probably pretty tired when he drug her across to Calvary, too.
Yeah.
And then he tried to make it home and nearly, his eyes were all bloodshot red and all this stuff, and he struggled. And so Rich has forbidden me to say that because I'm not going to hear that. Yeah. And so I was standing there. I lost Helmsy. I lost Rich Wingo, middle linebacker for the Green Bay Packers. I lost Marine Andy Blank.
And by the way,
everybody's fading.
They're all falling.
He told
Everybody's
me
fading.
that was another one. He had told me earlier that he wasn't going, and he couldn't find. He didn't know how he was going to tell you. And but he didn't have the same influence that Rich did for some reason.
No,
on
Wingo
this
was
front,
the key.
anyway.
No,
Who went?
Me, Varvudas, and a very tired Les Bradford. Poor old Les, he got drug into it, but I give Les credit. He went.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, he didn't have any choice. Y'all were in the car.
He did. But I'm going to tell you, and this is the one that I got Rich on the next day, and it wasn't exactly correct, and I did clarify that. So there were two men there that were fired up about what they'd been through. And they were talking about all the things that happened that they just loved and loved and loved. They were not lost people, okay? They were just growing, and they loved the worship, and they excited about the curriculum, and everything was just being affirmed, and they were complimenting how great it had gone. So they weren't lost people. Okay. Well, next day after breakfast is over, and we're now back in the green room like that, I said, wow, so you let us down on Waffle House. He goes, hey, don't start that with me. I said, all I think about is those two men I got to talk to about Jesus. That probably wouldn't have happened if I hadn't gone to Waffle House. And he goes, oh, here we go. And it was true. We did talk about Jesus.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But you did have to.
Probably would have missed them if I'd have gone home.
And Rich's attempt, too, by the way.
And then, of course, I went as far as said, I got to tell you who sat down and ate with us is Jesus.
Rich kept telling me.
Of course, he would have had waffles for everybody and just kept going.
Yeah. Endless waffles.
Don't let these two influence you. You see, you're around it all the time.
That's what he told him?
He told me. He said, you're letting these two influence you. Don't be like them.
He
said, you think it's normal now. The way they act is not normal.
Tell you one thing, that All-Star show was good.
I bet.
Rich and I, we ate a lot in the green room. That may have had a little bit to do with it, too. He was
That's
full.
true, yeah.
Well, we had a lot of good.
Well, I know Rich and Andy were sleepy, and Helmsy. I know y'all were sleepy. I got it. Y'all were sleepy.
Real tired.
And let me tell you, when I got home Saturday, I didn't even know. I slept in a way not one sheet moved, not even a sheet.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So they said, well, after this, we have dinner. We're going across the street to have dinner. Okay. And I said, so what's for dinner? Well, we're going to so-and-so Mexican. And I said, who in the world puts a group of people that are going to be on the bus together in a Mexican restaurant? I mean, who in the world? Who made that decision? I mean, we should be eating grilled chicken and broccoli. You know what I mean? Who throws everybody in here the home of refried beans? And we're all going to get on the bus. And so then Dawson says, well, you're not on the bus after this. So-and-so is going to be driving you back, Steve. And I felt bad for Steve. And I thought, boy, who got that gig that's got to drive to Haleyville and back, which for him is going to be a 3-hour round tripper. And for me, it's 3 hours home because I got an hour and a half to Haleyville and an hour and a half home. And, of course, I started running those numbers, and they were shocking. But anyway, so by the way, when I got home, I had been up for 21 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was 3 hours away from going 24. So anyway, so we're riding, and it was really odd because the guy that I got to meet, and we had a great time together, and great supporter of what we do, and really appreciate that. And I'm actually going to be in Athens on, I think, August 3rd, doing a men's conference there. So we were talking about that, and he had told me that he has some kind of heart thing that sometimes if his heart gets to racing, what's that called when you have a heart that'll race?
Irregular?
Yes, I can't say that word.
Palpitations.
Yeah, and
I don't think I'm saying it right either. But
and so he was telling me a story about at an amusement park on a youth trip when he's a youth pastor, about him riding too many roller coasters back to back and having to sit down and everybody getting scared and all this. And we're on, when you're riding through rural America, the roads can be very scary at night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
No, I like.
And so we're in the middle. Literally, like, all you see are animals. You know what I mean? We're in the middle of nowhere. And all of a sudden he's like, "Oh man, I got to stop." And I was like, "What? Huh?" And I think this is Dawson's get back. I think to myself, this is Dawson's great get back. And I almost start applauding. You know what I mean? This is really good. He's going to get out of this car and leave me out here on this scary road. Somebody's going to come out of the woods and scare me. How about this, Dawson? I give you incredible props for this. Now I don't like it because it's going to scare the tar out of me, okay? Because it is an incredibly scary place where we're stopping. And he stops, and he gets out, and I see him kind of holding his stomach, and all of a sudden he starts throwing up.
Oh, stop.
Look, and I'm like,
boy, Dawson's taking this thing to the
wow, he's making himself throw up.
I'm like, impressive. Man, I'm thinking, okay. Then I start thinking about him talking about his heart.
Can you give me the time?
How about that?
Probably 11 something at night.
Hold on. 11 something at night. You're on a 2-lane road in the middle of nowhere. No street lights or nothing. Just pure darkness. And your driver is leaning over
and he just stops in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road.
Yeah, and tries to get off to the side base can, and then gets out, goes across the road, and starts hacking on the other side of the road.
And you hear him.
Yeah, and this is my ride. And so I start thinking, all right.
What in the world?
And then, my first thought was, I may have to go on without him. Maybe then I didn't know what to do with his car. But I mean, it was.
You wouldn't have left him.
No, but you start thinking, that first thing kicks in. It's good. It's good for a lot of people if I make it.
And
you know what I mean? but I mean, it's
you're thinking about
a lot of people depending on me, Speedy.
Rick, you're thinking about the time he's holding you up, throwing up.
Oh,
you felt bad about that you didn't care more about him and more about trying to get home.
Big struggle for me.
Yeah,
because the first thing I thought of is now I may never get home.
Yeah,
and I really should have been more concerned about him. And
you should have.
I openly admit that.
What is the conversation when he gets back in?
Well, that's what I thought about. We come back. It was a very interesting because all I can think about is
how he cleaned up.
All I can think about is him telling me about his heart.
Yes.
I know the schedule we've been on this day, and it's been grueling.
He didn't have throw up breath when you get back in. Oh boy.
I tell you one thing. You know what he had in his pocket though? This somebody loves the show.
Yep.
TheraBreath.
Oh, thank goodness.
He had TheraBreath in his pocket. I said, now that's a guy that loves the show right there. And I'm thankful for that right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you just joined us, I'll kind of give you a recap of what was going on. So I'm in the middle of nowhere.
About your health.
We care about your health, Stan. I don't know why everybody calls you Steve. But so Stan and I are getting to know each other on the trip. Now, I didn't know that we would stop, and he's joining us. Eight minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's get them in here. We'll take those and wrap the hour up. But first, while we are doing that, and you can bring those phone calls in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG on any topic. We'll chat. But, maybe some of y'all saw Jesus Revolution. Maybe you whatever. Doesn't have to be that. You can actually comment on anything. But let's, this video, this is, what is this?
Rick, this is some ladies from one of the, looks like one of the assisted living or nursing homes, and they have recreated Rihanna's halftime performance.
Rick, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to watch this, buddy.
They're not eating, are they?
No,
but they are singing.
Please no.
Okay. All right.
They're lip syncing.
Oh my goodness, this is Greg.
I don't know what to do right now.
Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm glad she didn't do some of the moves.
That's one William Bussey.
Oh my goodness.
One of them's got a walker, guys.
I think it's she has to roll out of the way in formation.
That looked.
Look, they're having a little fun. Good for them. That took the place of water aerobics.
Oh
wow!
The little things on Bubba like this.
Yes, that's
the second he saw it, he just couldn't believe it.
I'm uncomfortable.
Please, that's hilarious.
Oh,
Wow, I'm so
I
uncomfortable.
wonder how she got selected to be the.
She had a red pantsuit.
I guess that was it.
When I first looked up, I thought it was a new commercial for Governor.
Okay.
Okay, Ivy. I really did. I saw that earlier, and I thought that darn Governor Ivy, she's at it again. I really did. I'm not even making a funny. I actually saw it when the TVs play it, and that's what I thought. It does look like our governor, doesn't it?
That's good.
It does.
The red pantsuit.
That's not a. What's that? Why is that a dig?
It's not.
That's not a dig.
I was just about the way he's saying it.
All right, let's go to Ryan. Phones are open now.
Is that a laugh?
Yeah.
You know, you always say, "Is that a cuss? Is that a laugh?"
866 We Be Big. Lines are available for you. Ryan, thank you for listening to us on 1017. What's on your mind?
Hey guys, was going to share with you the top 10 potential man church related Babylon Bee articles from the weekend if y'all have a moment for it.
I saw you having some fun with that in some email and stuff. Do we go as far as do the top 10 thing, or just let him roll through them? Because only top 10 Lamar gets that, right?
I don't know. We've never had a complete ruling on that.
All right. So Ryan, why don't you just roll through them? So these are top 10 potential Babylon Bee titles from the weekend, right?
Sure thing. Yeah. Number 10, Man Church Conference MC Michael Helms tackled by OPAC employee for smuggling T-shirt cannon into auditorium with chandelier.
A lot of T-shirt jokes. When I saw there was a chandelier in the Performing Arts Center, I can't tell you how many men said, "Y'all gonna shoot the T-shirts tonight?"
No.
And what was bad is when someone who didn't know the story, who actually worked there, going, "What are they talking about?" I said, "You don't want to know."
No.
But we don't have a T-shirt.
No.
All right. Number 9.
Number 9, social contagion. Unusually large number of Christian men identify as female to avoid bathroom lines at conference.
That's good. I don't know why they didn't open up the. I mean, I know there's some women that were working there. There were only a handful of women there. They should let the men use those too. All right, number 8.
Survivor in real life. Men found after 2 weeks still wandering around OPAC trying to find alternative exits.
Yeah, you got to know where you're going in there. Ask Stephen Waits. Yeah. All right, number 7.
Number 7, while leading worship, guitarist and singer in the Man Church worship team emerged as frontrunners for next year's NBA dunk contest.
He was moving around. He was good. He was good. All right, number 6.
Number 6, mostly peaceful protest. Hungry men outraged to discover infamous Don Day peanuts unavailable at OPAC.
That's good. That's good. Number 5.
Greg's not sharing.
They were in the green room.
Number 5.
Number 5, shame. Greek professor charges stage to reclaim diploma after Andy Blanks mispronounces 4th Greek word.
That's right, he did. Andy went through a list of Greek words. Number 4.
Number 4, conference attendee attacked by she-bear after making fun of Rick Burgess's unzipped fly.
That's good. That's good. Number 3.
Number 3, Apostle Paul gives Recap Gray standing ovation from heaven for quoting entire letter of Philippians.
He did. Recap Gray went through the entire book of Philippians and never looked once at his Bible.
Once.
The entire Bible. I mean, the entire book of Philippians. What about number 2?
Number 2, second Asbury revival breaks out in Oxford as Greg Burgess sheds tears introducing Brother Rick.
And number 1.
Number 1, demonic strongholds over region resign after Rich Wingo literally scares the hell out of Oxford, Alabama.
That's a good one.
I love the guy sitting next to you. Me, Leonard says, "I think he hates sin."
Yeah, he makes that very clear. I hate sin.
We continue. Let's go to Todd in Tennessee. Todd, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Todd. Yeah, Toddaroo. Come on, Todd. Give us a good.
Hey, I was about that movie Cocaine Bear. What if it was Mary Jane Bear with a munchie?
He started laughing. Greg in Columbus, Mississippi.
He was funnier than the lion.
Yeah, 96.1. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, the staff at the auditorium was great. They did open the ladies' restrooms for all of us, and I did go back Saturday afternoon to make sure all the seats were down.
Oh,
thank you. That was very important.
I love the delivery too.
Good one. Make sure.
Be a little quiet at work.
Well, yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, I have been to men's conferences before when they know there are no women. They will just say use any of the restrooms. But there was women working there, and ushers and tickets, and
They all had a few there.
Yeah. All right, so if you leave us, have a good day. Thanks a lot. And if you got more Rick and Bubba, that would be probably some sort of archive setup. So enjoy that. You ever wonder how to get all the Rick and Bubba show? You can get it by going to rickandbubba.com. All the details are there. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and